Chapter 1564. Just now, I vaguely felt the vast freedom heavenly devil. Feng Yunsheng's voice resounded from Yan Zhaoge's right eye. The immeasurable heavenly lord and the future Buddha are still fighting for the humanly essence stone's fragment. They're probably too busy to deal with it. Yan Zhaoge said, however, the Amitabha Buddha and the East Sovereign might still be paying attention to us. Yunsheng, your ascension to the grand heavenly realm would definitely attract their attention. As such, after the Red Inferno Yamada Buddha, Yellow Wind Monster, Dragonhead Immortal, and the others retreated, Yan Zhaoge's group didn't pursue them. Instead, they retracted their figures. A new grand heavenly immortal from the orthodox Taoism would attract the attention of many. Compared to Sua Mingzhang, Feng Yunsheng's situation was a little more unique. Whether she was a grand heavenly immortal created by the three clear lineage was still unknown. Traces of the 9 underworlds still existed on her. Since it involved the 6th ancestral devil, the Doomsday Heavenly Devil, everyone would pay attention to it. This was also the reason why the 5th ancestral devil and the Vast Freedom Heavenly Devil were alarmed. However, the Vast Freedom Heavenly Devil might be helping us this time. Only, he definitely doesn't have any good intentions. He's doing this for the sake of the 9 underworlds. Yan Zhaoge's gaze flickered slightly, and he muttered. Within his pupils, Feng Yunsheng's voice calmed down. Xue Fei and Gao Qingxian both looked over. Yan Zhaoge shook his head, we can't see the other party's chess strategy clearly. However, most of them are still setting up the pieces. He lightly rubbed his temples, from the looks of it, Jian Xuanhua's matter was merely a gamble between the two sides. Victory and defeat depended on each side's capabilities. I won't lose. Feng Yunsheng's voice finally resounded, calm and peaceful. Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly and caressed his right eye with his finger. According to the rumors, the Vast Freedom Heavenly Devil hadn't appeared for many years. Now, he has finally reappeared. Xue Fei slowly said, the great Tao ancestors have made their moves as well. I heard that the Amitabha Buddha has always been peaceful. However, from the looks of it, that doesn't seem to be the case. Yan Zhaoge waved his hand. After the Middle Era, the central blessed lands of Saha prospered, which was why the Amitabha Buddha and the Western Pure Lands didn't do anything. However, don't forget that during the Ancient Era, the Western sect's second patriarch, the Amitabha Buddha, or the guide Taoist, was the great sect master. He single-handedly received the 3,000 worldly guests, which was how Buddhism's foundation was established. There's news from the Holy Mother. Gao Qingxian smiled and said, the immortal slaying ancient sword has been obtained. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge and Su Fei both heaved sighs of relief, high-fiving each other in celebration. However, Empyrean Jade Clear Guangcheng has indeed perished. After Gao Qingshuan's happiness subsided, she recalled something and let out a soft sigh. The Divine Mother found his corpse along with the sword. Yan Zhaoge and Su Fei both shook their heads, the joy on their faces vanishing. Although they had guessed it before, now that it was confirmed, it still made them sigh. The Lord of Guangcheng had the reputation of being the first disciple of the Jade Illusory lineage. He was one of the proudest disciples of the Jade Clear lineage's founder, the primordial Heavenly Lord. After the ancient era of investitures of the gods, the 3 clear lineage transcended, and the 3 clear lineage became independent of the Heavenly Court's divine palace. Guangcheng Zi had always been viewed as the leader of the Jade Clear lineage. Unexpectedly, many years later, he still met with a tribulation and perished during the Great Calamity. It was hard to tell if it was due to the past grudges or the fact that he wielded the immortal slaying ancient sword. When Yan Zhaoge and the others met up with the incongruent's Divine Mother, within a world of sword lights, an ancient sword flickering with dense green radiances hovered in midair. Beneath the ancient sword, a figure with a heavy and majestic aura sat in a lotus position. Although he was missing an arm and was lacking perfection, one could still feel his majesty and demeanor when he was alive. While others admired him, he didn't lack any sharpness. When the Lord of Guangcheng was alive, he was one of the few great sword cultivators of the Jade Clear lineage other than the Jade Cauldron cultivated deity. Only, his attainments in the cyclic heavenly scripture and the cyclic heavenly seal were more well known. Beside the Lord of Guangqing's corpse, another woman's silhouette stood. Although she seemed a little illusory, her sharpness deterred others from approaching her. Yan Zhaoge and the others greetings to the incongruence Divine Mother. This woman was inseparable from the world of sword lights and resembled the ruler of this place. Naturally, she was the prime clear bigwig expert, the Lord of Numinous Treasure's personal disciple, the incongruence Divine Mother. The image in front of them was her true appearance when she met Yan Zhaoge and the others. After the ancient era's investitures of the gods' war, there were very few prime clear bigwigs who didn't meet with a tribulation. The incongruence Divine Mother was one of them. In this era, after the Great Calamity, the incongruence Divine Mother managed to survive until now. She nodded towards Yan Zhaoge and the others and gestured for the kneeling Gao Qingxian to stand up. Then, she retracted her gaze and continued looking at the one-armed Daoist's corpse, remaining silent. Although they weren't on good terms in the past, they had known each other for ages, and they were both of the three clear lineage. Now that the news of Guangqing's death had been confirmed, the incongruence Divine Mother felt rather sentimental. In the past few decades, she had continuously confirmed the deaths of the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord and the Lord of Guangqing. However, from the side, Yan Zhaoge and the others felt that this veteran prime clear Heavenly Lord seemed to be thinking about something. Her heart was filled with doubts. For her to risk revealing her true appearance and stay here for such a long period of time, what kind of problem could it be? Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge and the others didn't disturb the incongruence Divine Mother. They first bowed towards the Lord of Guangqing's corpse. Looking at the Daoist's calm expression before his death, Yan Zhaoge and the others sighed in their hearts. Seeing that the incongruence Divine Mother had no intention of objecting, Yan Zhaoge extended his hand and grabbed towards the immortal extermination sword hovering in the air. As the sword light trembled, scenes seemed to flash within Yan Zhaoge's mind, narrating the past events of the Great Calamity. Incomplete and even messed up scenes came pouring in. Yan Zhaoge calmed himself down. After pondering for a while, he gradually organized his thoughts. He turned to look at Su Fei and Gao Qingxian and sighed. As expected, the various forces joined forces to suppress my Taoism. The Heavenly Court's divine palace was the start of the Great Calamity. When the Great Calamity completely engulfed the heavens and earth, very few could remain uninvolved. Within the chaotic Great Calamity, the cycle of karma and desires were unavoidable. Perhaps the old saying was true, it wasn't that revenge wasn't forthcoming, but that the time wasn't right. And when the time came, it was time for those who had grudges to take revenge, and those who had enmity to take revenge. Other than the Heavenly Court's divine palace, among the three clear lineage, the Jade clear lineage, which was the most glorious during the ancient era, was in the worst state during the Great Calamity. Of course, other than the grudges of the past, there were also other factors, such as the competition for benefits and the Great Tao. On one hand, the Lord of Guangqing had to deal with his enemies, and on the other hand, he had to deal with the bigwig experts who coveted the immortal exterminating sword and other treasures. Even without the immortal exterminating formation diagram, the immortal exterminating four swords were still the target of many. After all, even those who possessed the immortal exterminating formation diagram wouldn't be able to lay down the complete immortal exterminating formation. As a result, the Heavenly Lord of Guangqing was besieged by all sorts of enemies. Some of them even chased after him. In the end, even the 9 underworld's great devils, who were viewed as public enemies, could take advantage of the chaos and attempt to take advantage of Guangqing. Chapter 1565. After going through a series of battles, Guangchengzi, who was riddled with scars, had killed the snake demon Venerable, but he had also been severely injured by the other party. Apart from losing his left arm, his injuries had finally reached the limit of being unable to recover and had completely erupted. After slaying the serpent devil Exalt and fleeing for a distance, this powerful figure of the clear jade lineage, a veteran heavenly lord of Taoism, was like a lamp that had run out of oil. He perished in the skies of the starry river, announcing the end of another legend in the world. After Yan Zhaoge finished speaking, Feng Yunsheng, Su Fei, and Gao Qingxian all sighed. Only a few of my old friends remain. While we didn't get along well in the past, Guangqing, Jade Cauldron, and the others were all protecting me. It's truly a pity. After a while, the incongruence Divine Mother retracted her gaze and looked towards Yan Zhaoge and the others. However, now that our Orthodox Taoism has hope of reviving again, Daoist Guancheng and the others would surely feel gratified. Her gaze fell upon Yan Zhaoge's right eye, and she slowly said, "Congratulations on ascending to the grand heavenly realm and attaining eternal freedom." Feng Yuncheng's figure appeared within Yan Zhaoge's right pupil and projected into the air. "Divine Mother, you're overpraising me. I was merely lucky. There's no need to be humble. You've only ascended to the grand heavenly realm, and you're already extraordinary. After some time, you'll become even more astonishing, just like Daoist Soa back then," said the incongruence Divine Mother. Around 70 years ago, the exalted fire, Soa Mingzhang became the first grand heavenly immortal of Taoism's three clear lineage after the Great Calamity. At that time, Soa Mingzhang repelled one of the 6 extinct devils, the Wood Devil and the Shadow Devil. He even killed the immortal court's 4 heavenly lords on the spot. Even the North Star Upper Palace Heavenly Sovereign Emperor couldn't mediate the situation. 20 years later, due to the Water Devil and the Earth Devil's rebirth, Orthodox Taoism continued to fight against the 9 underworlds. Soa Mingzhang fought the Shadow Devil again. He restrained the Shadow Devil from the beginning to the end and gave it a good beating. If the Primordial Heart Devil and the other demon lords helped to fend off the attacks, the Shadow Devil, who had never been killed before, might even die for the first time. After repelling the group of devils, due to the Golden Rock Small Saint Fuluazi's death, the Golden-Winged Great Rock Race's chief, Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles, contacted the other demon race great sages to seek revenge against Yan Zhaoge, Gao Qingxian, and the others. However, they were intercepted by Soa Mingzhang and the other Taoism heavenly immortals. The two sides that had been attacking the group of demons together just a moment ago were now engaged in a second battle. In this battle, Soa Mingzhang fought against the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles, preventing him from escaping. He single-handedly restrained the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles' godly speed, which was almost unparalleled among the grand heavenly realm. He completed what many Buddhas in the Great Battle of the Demon Buddha could only do by joining forces and forming a formation. After Yan Zhaoge wreaked havoc in the Immortal Court, the demon race and the blessed lands of the White Lotus resumed their assault on the Immortal Court. The Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles couldn't accomplish anything by himself. He could only retreat from the battlefield and head towards the Immortal Court together with the other great demons. As for the Western Pure Lands, after Mahamayuri came out of seclusion, they turned around and plundered the world beyond worlds of Taoism. Many Buddhas acted to stop a few Taoist celestial immortals from rushing to help. As a result, after the battle against the 9 underworlds and the demon race, Soa Mingzhang and the others experienced the third battle. The flame dragon that proudly roared across the universe became braver as he fought. After the Shadow Devil and the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles, he fought against the indestructible Vajra Buddha, who was only inferior to the Gautama Buddha among the blessed lands of Saha's 35 Buddhas. During the Middle Era, the blessed lands of Saha flourished. The Western Heaven's great Thunderclap Temple had 34 Buddhas, which surrounded the Lord of the World. Together with the Lord of the World, they were known as the 35 Buddhas. The Red Inferno Vajra Buddha resided in the third circle, while the indestructible Vajra Buddha resided in the first circle beside the Gautama Buddha. He was one of the few experts of the orthodox Buddhism. He displayed the true meaning of indestructible Vajra and eternal wisdom. At that time, within the blessed lands of Saha, those who were on par with him were Mahamayuri, the Dipankara ancient Buddha, the Maitreya Buddha who had yet to become a Buddha, the Great Rock Wisdom King, and a few others. After the Middle Era, the blessed lands of Saha split apart. The indestructible Vajra Buddha, the Red Inferno Vajra Buddha, and the other orthodox Buddhism experts joined the Western Pure Lands. Currently, the Western Pure Lands were aiding the Immortal Court, while the demon race was aiding the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Both sides fought on the battlefield, and the leaders of the two sides were the indestructible Vajra Buddha and the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles. One of them could shift through space with astonishing speed, while the other was an indestructible Vajra with sturdy defense. Both of them gave their opponents a headache, and under normal circumstances, they could fight against multiple experts alone. However, Suo Mingzhang's desire to be stronger was stronger. He fought against the indestructible Vajra Buddha head-on, causing him to defend more than he attacked. In the end, the indestructible Vajra Buddha almost broke through his defenses and escaped. Hence, in the battle 50 years ago, Suo Mingzhang shocked the myriad heavens once again. In the grand heavenly realm, he was the shadow devil, who could fight evenly with anyone. In the western Pure Lands, he was the indestructible Vajra Buddha, who had the fastest speed among grand heavenly realm experts. Among the western Pure Lands, he was the indestructible Vajra Buddha, who had the best golden body defense under the Tao realm. After fighting against 3 experts consecutively without suffering any losses, Suo Mingzhang's name shook the 9 underworlds, the Immortal Court, the White Lotus Realm, the Western Pure Lands, and the Star Ocean. His fame even overshadowed veteran Taoism heavenly immortals like the Incongruence Divine Mother, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, and the North Star Emperor. In the next 50 years, Suo Mingzhang rarely showed himself. Due to his existence, even the Tao ancestors paid attention to him. They had no choice but to be wary of Tao realm experts temporarily putting aside their conflicts and finding trouble with him. Everyone was paying attention to this junior who had ascended to the grand heavenly realm less than 100 years ago. They wanted to know how far he had progressed. Senior Suo's talents are shocking. He managed to reach where he is now step by step. I can't compare to him. Feng Yunqing bowed towards the Incongruence Divine Mother. The Incongruence Divine Mother shook her head and said, "Ever since Taoist Suo opened the heaven-severing path, it's unprecedented. Every step he takes forward signifies the perfection of his principles, allowing him to reach a whole new height. Even after passing through the origin heavenly tribulation in just a few dozen years, his strength is already so shocking. I'm sure he'll be even stronger now. As for your path, while it's similar to my prime clear chaos extinguishing origin scripture, it's also a brand new path. Your future is unpredictable. It's very similar to Taoist Suo's situation. After all, the doomsday heavenly devil had never truly been born before. In order to subdue the devilish intent, Feng Yunqing had fused many of her insights and the principles of other supreme arts into it. Feng Yunqing said, "The Tao ocean is boundless. The closer you get to the Tao realm, the harder it gets. I was fortunate enough to obtain today's fortune. Now, I'm truly terrified. I can only continue to train myself and continue moving forward." The Incongruence Divine Mother nodded and turned to look at Yan Zhaoge, cultivating the 3 purities simultaneously. "I look forward to your future." "Thank you, Divine Mother." Yan Zhaoge smiled. The Tao ancestors have never paid attention to those beneath the grand heavenly realm. The Incongruence Divine Mother continued, "As such, I won't be keeping this immortal exterminating sword. I'll hand it over to you for safekeeping." Yan Zhaoge and Gao Qingxian nodded. Then, the Incongruence Divine Mother said, "However, there's something strange about this sword. I have to inform you about it first." Chapter 1566. Unlike Feng Yunqing, who inherited the Doomsday Heavenly Devil's authority and obtained the Grand Abyss destruction, the Incongruence Divine Mother and the other Taoism Heavenly Immortals would easily attract the Tao ancestors' attention. As such, most of the time, they would hide within the void's boundless outskirts and merge with the void, entering a half-slumber half-drifting state to prevent any Tao realm bigwigs from targeting them. They were especially wary of the immeasurable Heavenly Lord and the future Buddha. In recent decades, due to the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord obtaining the Humanly Essence Stone's fragment, the immeasurable Heavenly Lord and the future Buddha were constantly fighting against each other. The Incongruence Divine Mother and the other Taoism Heavenly Immortals were in a much better situation. They had more freedom of movement, and the time they could manifest their true form from the void was longer, resulting in more opportunities. However, they still had to be careful and pay attention to their safety. Yan Zhaoge entrusted Gao Qingxian to deliver the Lord of Broad Accomplishment's severed arm to the Incongruence Divine Mother, asking her to search for the Immortal Extermination Sword and Guangchengzi's corpse. The Incongruence Divine Mother succeeded, but she had remained in the current environment for a long time. She didn't return to the void and remained in her true form, observing the immortal extermination sword and Guangchengzi's corpse. She felt that something was amiss. I've seen the traces left behind from the great battle. The incongruence Divine Mother said, according to the past, Taoist Guangcheng fought his way out of the encirclement. However, he perished in the end. The immortal extermination sword accompanied his corpse and was hidden deep within the void. Only when I found it today did it finally see the light of day. However, the incongruence Divine Mother revealed a look of doubt. I vaguely feel another Taoist's aura from this sword. Although it's extremely weak, I wouldn't be mistaken. Yan Zhaoge and the others' gazes turned cold, and their expressions turned solemn. Earth Empress. The incongruence Divine Mother slowly uttered a word. Yan Zhaoge turned to look at the immortal extermination sword and repeated it, Earth Empress. The incongruence Divine Mother was referring to only one person. In the past, she was one of the 4 imperials of the Tao sect in the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace, the earthly deity of the Earth Empress. Her full name was the earthly deity of the bearing heaven's law, great virtue, and great light of the Earth Empress. She was commonly known as the Earth Goddess among the people. The so-called Sovereign Heaven Earth Empress referred to her along with the Jade Emperor. A letter of hers had once been buried within the world beyond world southeastern Yang Heaven Territory's royal reed seed that year, which had fallen into Yan Zhaoge's hands afterwards. During the great battle 50 years ago, in order to save Xuefei, Yan Zhaoge had sacrificed the later earth text. In the end, the intricate profoundness of the text had seeped into the 3 golden bodies of the great sage. If the Lady of Earth participated in the siege of Heavenly Lord Guangcheng back then, I don't think so. Gao Qingxuan's expression remained calm. In other words, the Earth Goddess had found the Heavenly Lord Vast Accomplishment's corpse and the immortal extermination sword after his death. But why didn't she take the sword or bury Heavenly Lord Guangcheng? Why did she leave everything there? Can't or don't want to? I have no way of knowing. Goddess Wudong said, there are more possibilities of being powerless. If I first obtained the immortal slaying sword and then didn't take it away and left it where it was, and I don't want others to know that I was here, I can erase the traces. Only Tao ancestors can detect it. As she spoke, the incongruence Divine Mother suddenly frowned and fell silent. Yan Zhaoge and the others were startled. After pondering, the incongruence Divine Mother said, I've just received news that the Jade Illusory Palace has reappeared. Everyone held their breaths. Kunlun Mountain's Chilan Cliffs Jade Illusory Palace was no stranger to Taoism's descendants. That was the location of the Jade Clear's primordial Heavenly Lord's Tao Arena. Ever since the primordial Heavenly Lord transcended and the end of the ancient era, it had vanished without a trace. Now, news of the Jade Illusory Palace's reappearance had arrived. How could Yan Zhaoge and the others not be shocked? The news came from the incongruence Divine Mother. If she wasn't confident, she wouldn't speak of it. Since the incongruence Divine Mother said so, the news should be true. However, it was just a glimpse, and it disappeared in an instant. The incongruence Divine Mother frowned and said, I came to look for the immortal extermination sword, but I missed it. Yan Zhaoge asked softly, did someone else enter? I'm not sure yet. The incongruence Divine Mother answered, however, with the Jade Illusory Palace and Roving Jade Palace's current state, unless a Tao ancestor makes a move, even if someone enters, they would be thrown out when the Jade Illusory Palace disappears. Even if they stay there for a short period of time, they would only stay there for a short period of time. In a place like the Jade Illusory Palace, the flow of time was abnormal. Even a grand heavenly immortal who jumped out of the river of time would be dragged back to the normal flow of time. Yan Zhaoge and the others subconsciously looked at the immortal extermination sword that was hovering in midair. I wonder if this proves that the Earth Goddess is still alive? Asked Feng Yunsheng. Xuefei took off his wine pouch and slowly took a sip. If even the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor couldn't find the Jade Illusory Palace, how did the Earth Goddess find it? The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor was of the Jade Clear lineage. Only, he rarely made a move during the ancient era, which was why he wasn't listed as one of the 12 Jade Illusory Immortals like Yin Zhongzi. However, even the Lord of Broad Accomplishment, the leader of the 12 Immortals, had to address him as Southern Extremity Senior Brother. That's hard to say. The incongruence Divine Mother said, although it's already gone, I still have to take a look at the place where the Jade Illusory Palace once appeared. Keep the Immortal Extermination Sword. She looked at Yen Zhaoge. You've received Taoist Earth's letter in the past. Perhaps you're fated with her. Why don't you take a look at it? Yen Zhaoge nodded. You're right, Divine Mother. I'll take note of it. The incongruence Divine Mother's figure disappeared within the void, dissipating into specks of sword lights, which flowed towards the surroundings. The sword light world that enveloped Yen Zhaoge and the others shattered and disappeared, vanishing without a trace. Just like what the Divine Mother has said, there's something strange going on. Xue Fei turned his head and looked at Yen Zhaoge. No matter what, with 3 of the Immortal Extermination 4 swords in hand, our years of planning didn't go to waste. Yen Zhaoge asked the North Ocean clone to keep the Immortal Extermination sword. Let's talk while we walk. Gao Qingxuan's sword lights expanded, enveloping everyone within. Then, she transformed into a rainbow and left. Yen Zhaoge's North Ocean clone said to Xue Fei and Pan Pan, let's take a look at it. After the previous battles, he had exhausted quite a bit of his strength. Fortunately, he didn't have to reveal his golden body of the great sage to achieve his goal. The North Ocean clone and Xue Fei each extended their right hands, while Pan Pan also raised his front claw. 3 radiances flew up and formed clumps of light above everyone's heads. Within the clumps of light, words were faintly discernible. It was the contents of the later Earth text. The radiance shone upon the Immortal Extermination sword. Yen Zhaoge walked forward and earnestly observed it. Just like what the incongruence Divine Mother has said, there really are some traces of the Earth Goddess's hands. Yen Zhaoge stared at it for a while and muttered. After pondering for a long time, Yen Zhaoge asked Gao Qingxian to temporarily keep the Immortal Trapping Sword and switch it to the Immortal Extermination Sword. Then, he slowly deduced and copied the later Earth text floating in mid-air, inscribing runes onto the Immortal Extermination Sword. Chapter 1567. The surface of the ancient sword, which was flickering with azure light, was gradually covered with runes. Then, Yen Zhaoge performed a spell. The runes on the surface of the Immortal Exterminating Sword seemed to have come to life, flowing towards the tip of the sword. At the tip of the sword, the green sword light gradually solidified and condensed into a green jade dagger. Black and yellow incantations appeared on the green jade dagger. Gripping the green jade sword, carefully feeling the concept within, Yen Zhaoge nodded towards the others. The Northern Ocean clone, Xue Fei and Pan Pan retracted their abilities. The light ball in midair vanished, the contents of the later Earth text no longer visible. Everyone, please bring the Immortal Slaying Sword back to the awakened sky cosmos. It's better for us to keep such an important treasure. Yen Zhaoge weighed the short sword that flickered with a green and yellow luster in his hand, saying, I'll go take a look with Yunqing, see if we can discover anything. Needless to say, Su Fei and the others had temporarily lost their combat prowess. Feng Yunqing had ascended to the Grand Heavenly Realm, and her prowess was concealed within Yen Zhaoge's right eye. Better be careful. Gao Qingxian was very confident in Yen Zhaoge and Feng Yunqing's safety. She simply said, an existence like the Jade Illusory Palace would definitely attract a lot of attention. Yen Zhaoge nodded, please rest easy, Senior Gao. By the side, Pan Pan happily clasped a long stick as he anxiously looked at Feng Yunqing. Come back soon, that long thing was a curved elephant trunk. It remembered Yen Zhaoge's words and didn't forget to bring along the Spirit Tooth Immortal's long nose that was broken by the Rui golden cudgel. Right now, Pan Pan was waiting for Feng Yunqing to display her culinary skills and cook for him so that he could enjoy the legendary elephant plucking. Praying for us to be safe, praying for us to come back soon. So it was just to come back and cook for you? Yen Zhaoge looked at Pan Pan, amused whilst also exasperated. Feng Yunqing also laughed and shook her head. Pan Pan blinked, saying naively, let's eat together. Hearing this, everyone smiled. Yen Zhaoge stroked her head and waved goodbye to Su Fei and Gao Qingxian. Feng Yunqing's figure also disappeared, and her silhouette retracted into Yan Zhaoge's right pupil. Yan Zhaoge carefully concealed his tracks as he traversed the infinite space of extra-dimensional space. "Zhaoge, what do you plan to do?" Feng Yunqing asked. Previously, there was only the later Earth text. There were too few clues. Yan Zhaoge answered, "Now that we know that the Earth Goddess had come into contact with the immortal exterminating sword and might even visit the Jade Illusory Palace, there are more clues. Perhaps we can try to find it." As he said this, a jade-green luster had already appeared within Yan Zhaoge's left pupil, countless runes surging within. Yan Zhaoge stepped on the void. As he walked, he no longer blindly moved forward. Instead, he used the astral steps and used his immortal aura to lay down numerous spirit patterns. The result of the fusion of the formation patterns was the Yin-Yang 9 Splendor 7 Treasures formation. He threw the jade dagger in his hand into the formation. The green light on the surface of the sword kept flickering, and the black and yellow incantations kept flowing on the sword. Yan Zhaoge used the formation technique derived from the later Earth text together with the origin heavenly scripture. The 9 Splendor Jade Palace, the 7 Treasures Royal Chamber, the time of reporting to the heavens. Dominating Yin and holding the handle of Yang, the Tao of exalted and grand, the virtue is stored in gentleness and chastity, imitating the vast heavens, the fundamental nurtures the beauty of the earth, the flow of things, giving birth to the benevolence of the Mother Tao, the blasphemy of the mountains and rivers, the great sorrow and great desire, the benevolence of the great sage, imitating the heavens, imitating the Earth Queen. Yan Zhaoge recited the Earth Goddess's words, and his hands kept changing the hand seals. As time passed, the green jade dagger in the formation suddenly shook and broke into 2 pieces with a "ka" sound. "Ha!" Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge revealed a joyful expression. Within the Yin-Yang 9 Splendor 7 Treasures formation, the 7 clusters of nebulas rose, and the 9 pillars of light sunk. Amidst the blurry radiance, the 2 halves of the dagger combined to form a dark yellow sword light. It rushed out of the formation and sped towards the distance. Yan Zhaoge immediately followed. Halfway through, the dark yellow sword light suddenly stopped, and black runes appeared on its surface. The sword light trembled, but stopped advancing. "Before the Earth Goddess, this junior, Jade Clear Yan Zhaoge, greets you." Yan Zhaoge stopped, not hurried nor impatient. After being trapped by the black runes, a voice resounded from within the dark yellow sword light. Those were profound and unfathomable syllables. Although the meaning was hard to understand, the tone was gentle and warm. Although Yan Zhaoge felt like he had never heard of this language before, he understood the meaning of the words clearly. "With such a huge commotion, everyone should be able to find me." Hearing the somewhat familiar voice, Yan Zhaoge's memories seemed to have returned to before the great calamity, when he was still in the heavenly court's divine palace. His expression remained normal. "This junior came to thank the Earth Goddess for gifting me this sword. Due to my urgent mood, I have been rude. Please forgive me, Earth Goddess." After a moment of silence, the other party said mildly, "I would also like to meet the current generation's hero of our Orthodox Taoism." The black runes imprisoning the sword light disappeared, and the sword light regained its freedom. However, Yan Zhaoge took a step forward and kept the dark yellow sword light. At the same time, another black and yellow rune appeared in front of him. It quietly hovered within the cosmic void. Yan Zhaoge kept the rune. After experiencing it for a while, he had an idea of what to do. Then, he continued his journey. After a long journey, Yan Zhaoge distinguished his path and roamed the sea of stars. He was getting closer and closer to a star. The blazing star heavenly fire blazed brightly, and the heat was overwhelming. The starlight was dazzling, resembling the sun. However, Yan Zhaoge didn't stop. Instead, he walked forward step by step, and his body finally rushed into the star. Parting the aurora and blazing fire, an earthy yellow luster suddenly appeared in front of Yan Zhaoge's eyes. It resembled a piece of land. He stepped into it and instantly felt much cooler. At the same time, it wasn't cold. After staying for a long time, the heat faded away, and he only felt warmth. As if his life had returned to its mother's womb. Although there weren't any other people here, Yan Zhaoge could still feel an extremely powerful existence in this world hidden within the star. The Earth Queen's earthly deity. Earth Queen, please forgive me. I was being presumptuous. Yan Zhaoge quietly stood on the spot and didn't continue moving. The gentle and warm voice resounded again, "You're too polite." After pausing for a while, she continued, "It's a good deed to have another grand heavenly immortal in our orthodox Taoism. Congratulations." Since he was in the world formed by her power, Feng Yinsheng's existence naturally couldn't be hidden from the Earth Queen. She immediately appeared from Yan Zhaoge's right eye. "Earth Queen, this junior greets you." "You're welcome." The Earth Queen said, "Looking at the two of you, I'm very happy. Our orthodox Taoism still has a bright future." Yan Zhaoge didn't ask about the Earth Queen's whereabouts. Instead, he said again, "Thank you for gifting me the sword, Earth Queen." However, the Earth Queen said, "I don't dare to claim credit for this. Although it's in my hands, the sword isn't mine. Instead, it came from the 9 underworlds." Chapter 1568. From the 9 underworlds? Hearing this, Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng were both taken aback. Although he had noticed that this matter was unusual, he did not expect it to be related to the 9 nether. After a moment of silence, Yan Zhaoge said softly, "I thought it was related to the Tushita Palace." When he said this, Feng Yunsheng, who was beside him, couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. The Earth Queen possessed the immortal exterminating sword. However, she returned it to where Guangqingzi's corpse was, allowing Yan Zhaoge and the others to search for it. At the same time, it was equivalent to drawing the attention of the demon race, Orthodox Buddhism, Immortal Court, and the blessed lands of the White Lotus. However, during this period, the Hollow Jade Palace reappeared in the world. It was hard not to think that the Lady of Earth wanted to use the immortal vanquishing sword to divert the attention of others and create an opportunity for herself to enter the Jade Void Palace. Then, an old problem arose. How did the Lady of Earth find the Jade Void Palace? There might be more than one answer to this question, including the fact that the Lady of Earth had disappeared for so many years because she had been searching with all her might. Now, she had finally gained something. Or maybe she got the information from somewhere else. But of all the answers, the one with the greatest possibility was still the one from the Tushita Palace. The Jade Void Palace, 8 Visions Palace, and Roaming Jade Palace had disappeared. Their whereabouts might be hidden from everyone. Even the other Tao ancestors might not necessarily know. However, as the shadow of the Grand Pure Lord of Tao and Virtue Patriarch, Taishang Laojun, would definitely know where the Jade Void Palace was. Therefore, on the way here, Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng discussed this problem. First, they suspected that the Earth Goddess might be hiding in the Tushita Palace all these years. "I did come from the Tushita Palace." Hearing Yan Zhaoge's words, the Earth Lady did not feel offended. Her tone was still gentle, without any fluctuations. Meanwhile, her reply caused the spirits of the two to rise. However, the doubts in his heart grew. Yan Zhaoge stood quietly amidst the dim yellow world, deep in thought as he instantly thought of many things. The Lady of Earth continued, "However, this immortal vanquishing sword does come from the 9 hells. Back then, fellow Guangqing perished. The immortal slaying sword in his hands eventually fell into the hands of the demonic path." A soft sigh sounded, until the immortal slaying sword and the immortal trapping sword appeared one after another. The Great Freedom Heavenly Demon personally visited the Tushita Palace and brought the immortal slaying sword, wanting to exchange it with the Elder Supreme Elder. Lao Jun did not comment and left the matter to Daoist Wuxian to handle. In the end, Daoist Wuxian made the decision and agreed to the deal. The immortal slaying sword returned to our Taoism and stayed in the Tushita Palace. The Lady of Earth said tirelessly, "Until this time, I brought it out and placed it back by fellow Daoist Guangqing's side." Great Daoist Xiandu. Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng nodded slowly. The great Daoist master Xiandu was also known as the Heavenly Venerable Miao Lu. His full name was the Heavenly Venerable of Great Benevolence and Bliss. He sat on a 9-colored lotus throne and was covered by the 10 ultimate cranes. He was a top mighty figure of the Tao sect. Apart from that, he also had the honorific title of Great Emperor Wuxi Lingguan, conferred by the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace. Therefore, as a giant of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace, the Lady of Earth was used to using that honorific title to address the great Taoist master Xian Du as fellow Taoist Wu Xian. However, the successors of the Three Clear lineage were more used to the title of Great Taoist Master Xian Du. Generally speaking, people would treat this bigwig expert as the final disciple of the Grand Clear Heavenly Lord of Virtue and Virtue. However, due to how outstanding he was, he had the reputation of being the head disciple of the Grand Clear. It was worth mentioning that the Ninth Heaven's devil-destroying Heavenly Lord, who was also the Great Emperor Jinwu, had been introduced to the Tao by the Great Master Xian Du. However, during the Middle Era, the Great Taoist Master Xian Du rarely appeared in the world, so his reputation gradually faded. When people mentioned the top experts of the Grand Clear direct lineage, they would usually first think of the 4 Imperials of Taoism, the Purple Tenuity Emperor, who was also the leader of the 4 Imperials. Comparatively speaking, when Great Emperor Ziwei was learning the Tao, the 3 Pure Ones had already transcended. He was listening to the teachings of the Lao Jun, so the inheritance of his master was a little confusing. What kind of deal does Nine Nether want to make? If the Earth Lady knows about it, is it convenient for you to reveal it? Yan Zhaoge asked softly. The Earth Lady answered, the matter was handled by Taoist Wu Xian. I don't know the details, but after that, Taoist Wu Xian handed the sword to me. I see. No matter what, I have to thank the Earth Lady for giving us the chance to obtain the immortal exterminating sword. Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly, then, forgive me for being presumptuous. May I ask the Earth Lady if there's a chance to enter the Jade Illusory Palace again? I wonder if there are any treasures in the Jade Illusory Palace now. The Earth Lady used Yan Zhaoge's group and the immortal exterminating sword to attract the attention of others, making it convenient for her to enter the Jade Illusory Palace. If not, she could have directly handed the sword to Yan Zhaoge and the others. Why would she place it beside the Lord of Broad Accomplishment's corpse and fake the scene as if the immortal exterminating sword had always been in the Lord of Broad Accomplishment's hands? Yan Zhaoge didn't ask what she took from the Jade Illusory Palace. Compared to the Earth Lady's gains, Yan Zhaoge was more concerned about whether he would have the chance to enter the Jade Illusory Palace. The opening of the Jade Illusory Palace only lasted for an instant. I also couldn't stay for long and would be sent out very quickly. The Earth Lady said gently, I don't know when I can enter again. The palace was empty, with only a lone lamp remaining. Luckily, what I was looking for was this lamp. Now that I've obtained it, this trip wasn't in vain. Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunqing understood what she meant. The Jade Illusory glazed lamp was the lamp that the primordial Heavenly Lord had lit up when he was lecturing in the Jade Illusory Palace in the past. While it was miraculous, the primordial Heavenly Lord had many treasures with him. This lamp couldn't display its miraculous effects and could only be used for illumination. Although Yan Zhaoge heard that there was nothing in the Jade Illusory Palace and that he might not have the chance to enter again, he wasn't frustrated. He also didn't doubt whether the Earth Lady was unwilling to tell him the truth. He smiled and cupped his hands towards the spacious dark yellow world. Today, I've been told so many things by you. It's an eye-opener for this Yan, and many doubts in my heart have been resolved. I'm truly grateful. There's only one last question that has been lingering in my heart. I wonder if you can answer it. Yan Zhaoge said slowly, I wonder why you want to impersonate the Earth Lady? The dusky yellow world instantly quietened down. If you didn't intentionally leave behind clues, the incongruence Divine Mother and us wouldn't have discovered anything. Within the space, Yan Zhaoge's voice resounded. If they didn't discover the aura left behind by the Earth Queen's deity on the immortal exterminating sword, Yan Zhaoge and the others would naturally think that the ancient sword had always been with the Lord of Broad Accomplishment's slew. They wouldn't have noticed that the immortal exterminating sword had already been transferred to a few hands. If that was the case, Yan Zhaoge wouldn't have been able to find his way here with the later Earth text and other clues. However, I've read many of the Earth Lady's writings, and I've gained some insights. I can tell that you're not the true deity of the Earth Queen. So, may I ask who you are? Chapter 1569. Who exactly are you? Who are you? Divine, Yan Zhaoge's voice reverberated within the dim yellow world. After a long time, the echoes within the vast world dissipated completely. Yan Zhaoge stood quietly on the spot with a calm expression, as if he wasn't afraid of angering a grand heavenly immortal. Feng Yuncheng stood beside him with a calm expression and a tranquil gaze. It's not a secret that I have the Earth Queen's letter. Yan Zhaoge looked around. You imitated the Earth Queen perfectly, and you should have a better understanding of her. It's not hard for you to guess that I, who possesses the later Earth text, might be able to see through your disguise if I don't meet you. If what happened before was a test, then this Yan should have passed. Within the dim yellow world, the other party's voice resounded once more. I wouldn't dare to call myself a test. It's just a small prank. The voice was still as gentle and sincere as the Earth Queen's. However, it gradually became clearer and brighter. Yan Zhaoge said thoughtfully, to be able to imitate others so perfectly, it's not just because you understand the Earth Queen. After all, my wife has already ascended to the grand heavenly immortal realm, and normal transformations aren't hard to see through. Since ancient times, there have only been a few people with such a powerful transformation ability that can deceive experts of the same realm, right? The other party answered, it's just a small trick. As he said that, the dim yellow world in front of Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yuncheng gradually faded away. The world they were in turned into a bright universe with a brilliant galaxy. The starlight was far away, but it still illuminated the independent universe in front of them. While it was dark, it wasn't cold and lonely. As the stars shifted, the profundities were revealed, possessing a unique universe. While the other party didn't display any powerful aura, Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yuncheng could clearly feel that after the other party revealed his true form, he seemed to be even stronger than when he transformed into the Earth Queen. The two's thoughts moved slightly, and they looked towards a certain direction. While the universe was vast and boundless, the direction that Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yuncheng were looking at seemed to be the center of the universe. Over there, a silhouette appeared out of nowhere. It was a young Taoist. Just like the incongruent's Divine Mother, he revealed his true form in front of Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yuncheng. After appraising the other party's appearance, Yan Zhaoge instantly let out a long breath. Fan cloud crown, water gown, silk sash around his waist, hemp shoes on his feet, a smile on his face, his appearance was delicate and elegant. As disciples of Taoism, Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yuncheng were not unfamiliar with this image. True Lord of the Clear Origin Magical Tao. Yan Zhaoge blurted out. The young Taoist priest in front of him was the legendary Yang Jian, Yang Erlang. While most people knew that his Taoist title was True Monarch, the heroic radiant beneficence, clear origin wonderful Tao, illuminating prosperity Erlang Sage True Monarch, or Erlang Sage True Monarch, Radiant Beneficence Benevolent King, Clear Origin Wonderful Tao True Monarch, etc., this number one figure of the Jade Clear's third generation had long ascended to the grand heavenly immortal realm. Having surpassed his predecessors, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was the most outstanding person of the Jade Clear lineage. His strength was exceedingly high. In the entire history of Taoism, or even in the entire Thousand Worlds, he was one of the top experts. During the Middle Era, he had once fought against the great sage equaling heavens. It was one of the few grand heavenly immortal realm pinnacle battles during the Middle Era. It was worth mentioning that, according to Yan Zhaoge's knowledge, the 8-9 Mysteries art was created by Yang Jian himself, which was different from what he remembered in the legends. This Yang Erlang should be considered as the first person of the Jade Clear lineage to create a peerless supreme martial art, which allowed him to become an outstanding figure of the grand heavenly immortal realm. During the ancient investitures of the Gods era, Yang Jian relied on the 8-9 Mysteries art, which was the most proficient in the transformation of the fleshly body. His senior apprentice uncle, the Southern Extremity Immortal Old Man, who was later known as the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, created his own thunder art. However, his strength was inferior to Yang Jian's. However, after the ancient investitures of the gods era, Yang Jian rarely appeared in the world. Although he had a title in the heavenly court's divine palace, he rarely stepped into the heavenly court. Other than his master, the Jade Cauldron cultivated deity, he rarely interacted with the other Jade clear lineages of the Kunlun mountain. After appearing a few times during the Middle Era, this most outstanding successor of the Jade clear lineage stayed in seclusion most of the time. Very little information about him circulated around. It was only during the great calamity of this era that there were rumors of him making a move. However, after the great calamity, there were no more news about him. Yan Zhaoge and the others had always guessed the whereabouts of this legendary figure of Taoism. They didn't expect to meet him face to face today. Just now, you were saying that there were only a few people capable of such transformation. Yan Zhaoge looked at the young Taoist in front of him. After a moment of silence, he smiled and said, however, there were only a few of them. In other words, there's more than one. After what happened just now, forgive me for not being able to confirm if you're the true Lord of Clear Origin Miaodao. The young Taoist wasn't annoyed. He smiled and said, you're the one who asked me who I am. I revealed my true form to you, yet you don't believe me. Do you want me to show off a few tricks? Yan Zhaoge smiled and said, you can't blame me for being too careful. Actually, there's no difference. Yang Jian said, even if I prove who I am, what I say doesn't mean that you'll believe it completely, right? It doesn't matter how we talk, it doesn't matter. That might not be the case. Yan Zhaoge laughed lightly, you're one of my idols. He wasn't making this up. Instead, he was speaking from the bottom of his heart. Although he couldn't be compared to the great sage equaling heavens, he had a good impression of Yang Jian because of his past impressions of him. Clay figurine. Yang Jian shook his head and smiled, just like what you've said, I invited you here to meet me. If I wanted to be polite, why would I do this? So, you don't have to be so polite. Yan Zhaoge said, my grandfather was of the Jade Cauldron Grand Master's lineage. In other words, you're truly a senior of our Taoism. Yang Jian said, I've heard of your grandfather. He wasn't of my lineage, so you don't have to be so particular about it. You can just call me Taoist. We're all disciples of Taoism, and we both respect the three purities. We can be considered as having our own achievements and abilities. I'm just a step ahead of them. He looked at Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng and sighed emotionally, our fellow disciples have many outstanding talents. Our Tao isn't lonely. This is stronger than anything else. Speaking of this, I have something to ask you. Yan Zhaoge asked, now that the Earth Queen is here, Yang Jian's gaze dimmed slightly, the Earth Queen had perished during the Great Calamity. Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng's expressions dimmed slightly as well. Still, why did you disguise yourself as the Earth Queen? After a while, Yan Zhaoge asked. Yang Jian said, because I discovered a secret in the past. If I reveal myself now, those related to it would be alerted. If I don't reveal myself, they would think that I'm dead. The secret wouldn't be revealed, and they would act on their own. Chapter 1570. Hearing Yang Jian's words, Yan Zhaoge recalled the scene of the universe appearing earlier. The dark yellow light spread out to the periphery. It was still there, as if it was hidden in the depths of the universe. In fact, it was Yang Jian who had manifested his true body from the periphery. It is no wonder that despite having manifested your true form, Taoist brother, you still have to make such arrangements, continuing to conceal your identity. Yan Zhaoge realized, it is just that I wonder what secret it is that you have to be so careful about it. Yang Jian smiled. Speaking of which, this matter has something to do with you, my young friend. Yan Zhaoge raised his brows, related to me? That's right, Yang Jian said. It should be said that it has more to do with you guys. To me, it's just incidental. Yan Zhaoge smacked his lips, Taoist brother, has anyone told you before that your habit of keeping people in suspense isn't very good? Yang Jian sighed and said, of course there were, but most of them are gone now. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge could not help but sigh, Taoist brother Yang Jian also sighed. After shaking his head, he said with a serious expression, "This matter is indeed closely related to what you are planning right now." "What we're doing now?" Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng's gaze turned cold. "Immortal exterminating four swords?" Yang Jian nodded. "That's right. Now that you have the Celestial Slaying Sword, and Celestial Trapping Sword, you only lack the last one, the Celestial Slashing Sword that was once in the possession of Senior Uncle Dao Heng. However, during the time of the Great Calamity that year, Senior Apprentice Uncle Daoist Heng had unfortunately perished, guarding our Taoism. This immortal-ending ancient sword also changed owners." Yang Jian said in a deep voice, "If there are no new changes, the new owner of the immortal extinguishing sword is none other than the heretic boundless heavenly lord." Yan Zhaoge's pupils dilated slightly. "The immortal ending sword is in the hands of the immeasurable heavenly lord? Not bad." Yang Jian nodded slowly. "Uncle Master Daoxing died at the hands of the immeasurable heavenly lord back then. I witnessed it with my own eyes and could not save him in time. After that, I was also chased by the immeasurable heavenly lord. After escaping with serious injuries, I was received by the Grand Pure One Xuandu Uncle Master and faked traces of my death. Then, I recuperated in the Tushita Palace." The shocked look on Yan Zhaoge's face faded as he nodded lightly. The gap between the Dao Ancestor realm and those below the Dao realm should be the greatest among all realms. Saying that everyone below the Dao realm was an ant might be a little too much. However, there had never been a grand heavenly immortal who could fight a Dao ancestor head-on. Even someone as powerful as the Lord of Plentiful Treasure, who cultivated the Chaos-Extinguishing Origin Sutra, had fallen to the Great Freedom Heavenly Demon. However, an extremely small number of top-rate Golden Immortal Realm experts weren't completely powerless against the Dao Ancestor, and the Dao Ancestor wasn't completely confident in killing them. Unless, of course, there was an opponent of a similar cultivation level to restrain this great heavenly immortal. Just like back then when the great sage, Heaven's Equal fought Yang Jian and Yang Erlang, he was knocked to the ground by the Grand Supreme Elder's Diamond Chakram. When the great sage, Heaven's Equal fought the Jade Emperor, he was suppressed by the Gautama Buddha's palm. If Mahamayuri had insisted on fighting Taoist Kundi head-on back then, it would be a different story. His lesson would also serve as a warning to countless future generations. Yang Jian, Yang Erlang's strength might be inferior to the great sage equaling heavens and the Jade Emperor Great Heavenly Lord. However, he was still one of the few top-notch experts beneath the Dao realm. He was especially proficient in the variations of his divine arts. It wasn't surprising that the immeasurable Heavenly Lord wasn't able to take him down during the chaotic times of the Great Calamity. Other than Daoist Brother and the Tushita Palace, no one else knows that the Earth Goddess has perished, asked Yan Zhaoge. Yang Jian nodded. "That's right. I killed the person who killed Daoist Earth. I intended to bury her corpse somewhere else. However, she met with the immeasurable Heavenly Lord's tribulation. After I followed Senior Apprentice Uncle Xian Du to the Tushita Palace, I buried Daoist Earth's corpse in the Tushita Palace as well." Yan Zhaoge nodded. "If that's the case, I don't have to worry about others finding out that the Earth Goddess is an impersonation of yours." He raised his head slightly and lightly rubbed his temples. "The immortal ending sword is actually in the immeasurable Heavenly Lord's hands. This is going to be troublesome." Feng Yunxing frowned. After the Great Calamity, the immortal ending sword had never been used by any one of the Immortal Court heretics. If it's still in the Immortal Court, it would be under the immeasurable Heavenly Lord's personal protection. He is waiting for us sword seekers to deliver ourselves to him. Even if we don't go, he won't suffer any losses. Yan Zhaoge muttered to himself, "No wonder I felt weird earlier. So this is the reason." He looked towards Feng Yunxing. "Don't you think that the demon race and the blessed lands of the White Lotus are paying more attention to the immortal exterminating sword than the Immortal Court and the Western Pure Lands? The Immortal Court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus are currently fighting against each other. Without Yin Jiao and Chu Su, the blessed lands of the White Lotus would be at a greater disadvantage." Feng Yunxing came to a realization, not to mention the demon race. At least 3 demon race great sages were dispatched, while the Western Pure Lands only had a single Buddha, the Red Inferno Dhamma Buddha. In this battle, they have the upper hand. After all, they already possess the immortal ending sword. The sound of Yan Zhaoge grinding his teeth came from his mouth. This time, it's just a symbolic gesture. It's merely a disguise to prevent us from getting suspicious. It'd be best if we could obtain the immortal exterminating sword. However, it's fine even if we don't. The Immortal Court and the Western Pure Lands are just waiting for us to find the fourth immortal extinguishing sword and walk right into their trap. At that time, apart from us, we might even be able to help them gather the four immortal extinguishing swords and the formation diagram. He cupped his hands towards Yang Jian. Thank you, Taoist brother. Yang Jian smiled. We're all Taoism's disciples. You don't have to be so courteous. However, humans die in pursuit of wealth, and birds die in pursuit of food. Yan Zhaoge smiled bitterly. The difference between 3 swords and 4 swords is too huge. Although the complete immortal exterminating formation can't do anything to a Tao ancestor, it can't be destroyed unless all 4 Tao ancestors are present. An incomplete immortal exterminating formation can be destroyed by the immeasurable Heavenly Lord himself. Yan Zhaoge slapped his forehead. Actually, it's not something unexpected. It's just that things were too smooth previously, causing us to have such thoughts. The immortal exterminating 4 swords were the most valuable treasures when they were fused together. How could others not covet them? Although the immortal slaughtering sword's whereabouts were already unknown due to the Red Essence Stone and the Lord of Plentiful Treasure's deaths during the Middle Era, the other 3 swords would still garner a lot of attention. Who knew when the immortal slaughtering sword would reappear in the world? Still, it'd be best if they could obtain all of them. However, if they couldn't obtain all of them, they'd have to prevent others from succeeding. As long as they obtained one, it would be equivalent to destroying the immortal exterminating formation. If they couldn't obtain it, it wouldn't become a sharp weapon in the hands of their enemies, threatening them. It might be a coincidence that the Jade Cauldron cultivated deity managed to preserve the immortal trapping sword before his death. The immortal exterminating sword fell into the 9 underworlds, while the immortal ending sword fell into the immortal court. Since Taoist brother kept this a secret and didn't expose the immeasurable Heavenly Lord's intentions, could it be that you're planning to beat him at his own game? Yan Zhaoge's gaze suddenly flickered, and he looked towards Yang Jian. Chapter 1571. It was one thing to snatch something from someone else's hands, but it was another thing to pull a tooth out of a tiger's mouth from a Tao ancestor. This meant that he was trying to provoke a Tao realm expert. To the current Orthodox Taoism, it was undoubtedly extremely risky to do so when the Grand Supreme Elder's attitude was unclear. Without a reliable Tao realm expert to hold the line, the Orthodox Taoism was currently helpless. This was the reason why Yan Zhaoge and the others valued the immortal exterminating 4 swords and the immortal exterminating formation so highly. In fact, the immortal vanquishing array could not fight a Tao ancestor head-on. It could not effectively kill him. It was not difficult for a Tao ancestor to enter or exit the array. However, even a single Tao ancestor would not be able to break the complete immortal extermination formation. Then, under certain circumstances, it would become a weight that could influence the overall situation. After all, there was no Tao ancestor who was completely alone in the sense of the word. Perhaps the Elder Lord was one of them. To Yan Zhaoge and the other Taoism disciples, this was rather ironic. This was the value and significance of the immortal execution formation. The reappearance of the complete immortal extermination formation would completely change the situation of the Orthodox Taoism. But here was the problem. They were searching for the immortal slaying 4 swords in order to fight against the Tao realm almighty beings, but one of the ancient swords was in the hands of the immeasurable Heavenly Lord, a heretic Tao ancestor who was a mortal enemy of the Orthodox Taoism. Thus, this seemed to have become a dead knot. If Yan Zhaoge were to think of a solution, other than the Elder Lord, he would have to rely on the demon race and the blessed lands of the White Lotus. The immeasurable Heavenly Lord and the Immortal Court had concealed the immortal ending sword in secret, intending to catch Yan Zhaoge and the others off guard, luring them into a trap. Coincidentally, Yan Zhaoge and the others already possessed the other 3 swords, as well as the complete immortal exterminating formation diagram. Once the immeasurable heavenly lord succeeded, the complete immortal extermination array would fall into the hands of the immortal court. This would undoubtedly break the balance between them and the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Neither the future Buddha nor the Eastern monarch Tai would be happy to see this. Even if Yan Zhaoge had just slaughtered the spirit tooth immortal and devoured an elephant, the demon race and the blessed lands of the White Lotus wouldn't allow the immeasurable heavenly lord's plan to succeed. Of course, they also wanted to capture Yan Zhaoge and the others in one fell swoop, allowing the immortal extermination formation to fall under their control. In the worst-case scenario, he would tear down the immortal extermination array again. If he couldn't obtain it, he wouldn't give the immeasurable heavenly lord a chance either. Yan Zhaoge even suspected that the Western Pure Lands might have other thoughts as well. Although the Western Pure Lands and the Immortal Court both had Dao Realm bigwigs overseeing them, there was no doubt that the Western Pure Lands was stronger when both sides joined forces. However, if the Celestial Court obtained the Celestial Extermination Formation, the position of host and guest could be reversed. The same logic applied to the Astro Mountains, Starry Seas and the blessed lands of the White Lotus. This was a delicate game. However, Yan Zhaoge believed that with the capabilities of the Dao ancestors, they definitely wouldn't do something as stupid as having internal strife before splitting the spoils. They would first ensure that the immortal extermination formation entered the hands of their alliance, only then would there be the problem of splitting the spoils. Therefore, in general, it was not that there was no other way. However, if the Grand Supreme Elder did not make a move, then no matter how they planned, it would be like asking a tiger for its skin. Their chances of winning were not high. At the end of the day, forging iron still required one's own strength. Therefore, Yan Zhaoge was now very interested in Yang Jian's method. Yang Ku had faked his death so that the immeasurable heavenly lord would think that the news of him obtaining the immortal ending sword had not been leaked. With that, he would be able to set up a trap for Yan Zhaoge and the others to fall into it themselves. It was obvious that he was planning to play along with the immeasurable heavenly lord. Of course, Yan Zhaoge could also choose to be conservative. After receiving Yang Jian's warning, he would not think about the immortal ending sword anymore. With that, he wouldn't be plotted against by the immeasurable heavenly lord. However, if there was a way to play along with the immeasurable heavenly lord, Yan Zhaoge would definitely be happy. I do have an idea. Yang Jian didn't keep them in suspense this time. Instead, he directly said, "It depends on the treasured lamp that I obtained from the Jade Illusory Palace." Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng were both interested. While the Jade Illusory Glazed Lamp is an extraordinary treasure, it shouldn't be able to deal with the might of the Dao realm, right? Yang Jian said, "Naturally, it wouldn't be possible with just this lamp alone. However, this might be a fortuitous encounter that could give us a chance. I can't say for sure whether it would succeed or not. I can only say that we'll try our best. I'm not keeping you in suspense this time. It's just that I still haven't figured out some parts of the plan. I'll have to act according to the situation." At this point, Yang Jian looked at the two. "If there's really a chance to succeed, I'll naturally inform you. If it doesn't, I'm afraid that I'll have to plan for the immortal ending sword slowly. Don't be too hasty and fall into the immeasurable heavenly lord's trap. Fellow Daoist, you're a bigwig. Us husband and wife naturally trust you." Yan Zhaoge cupped his hands. "Since we received your warning and learned that the immortal ending sword is in the hands of the heretics, and the immeasurable heavenly lord harbors ill intentions, we'll naturally be cautious and await your good news." He paused for a moment and asked, "There's one more thing that I'd like to ask you." Yang Jian said, "Go ahead." There's always a rumor that the immeasurable heavenly lord is a manifestation of one of our Taoism's heavenly lord bigwigs advancing further and ascending to the Dao realm. Yan Zhaoge asked, "Which one is it? Do you have any clues, Daoist?" Yang Jian said slowly, "The Jade Sovereign, fellow Daoist Purple Micro, Daoist Jin Yuanzi and the Jade Pool's Western Queen Mother are among these 4. There should have been another Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord. Still, I heard that he had already perished a few years ago." Thus, he was naturally excluded. Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yuncheng nodded slowly upon hearing this. Yang Jian's words were actually a list of the peak bigwigs of Taoism who had yet to appear during the Great Calamity that year and thereafter. Actually, there was something that had to be mentioned back then. Yang Jian now continued, when it happened, I wasn't in the Heavenly Court's divine palace. Instead, I was in my cave manor at the mouth of the river. Before that, a letter had originally been sent to my manor. Still, the letter didn't mention anything, only inviting me to the Heavenly Court. Because I was in seclusion, I didn't see the letter immediately. Yang Jian had a look of reminiscence on his face. By the time I emerged from seclusion due to the Great Calamity, the Heavenly Court's divine palace had already collapsed. Such a thing actually happened. Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yuncheng were both taken aback. I wonder who invited you to the Heavenly Court? Yang Jian said, it was fellow Taoist Purple Micro. The heaven-reigning Purple Micro Polaris Grand Sovereign Emperor. The head of the four imperials of Taoism and the number 2 figure of the Heavenly Court's divine palace in name. Even if the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord who frequently appeared and disappeared was included, the Purple Micro Emperor was unquestionably one of the top 3 bigwigs of the Heavenly Court's divine palace. Does this mean that the possibility of the Purple Micro Emperor not being the immeasurable Heavenly Lord is rather small? Feng Yuncheng asked softly. Yang Jian said, it's hard to say for sure. I do have some guesses. Still, I don't know why fellow Taoist Purple Micro invited me. He pondered for a moment before saying, perhaps the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord knows what's going on. Chapter 1572. Yan Zhaoge closed his eyes and pondered for a while. Then, he opened his eyes and looked at Yang Jian, asking, do you know if the great Taoist Xuandu received the Purple Tenuity Emperor's letter? Or someone else's letter? There was a letter. Yang Jian revealed a look of admiration and nodded. Senior apprentice Uncle Xuandu asked the Elder Lord about it. The Elder Lord didn't say anything, so Senior apprentice Uncle Xuandu handled it himself. In the end, Senior apprentice Uncle Xuandu went to the Heavenly Court's divine palace. However, he was obstructed by the Dipankara ancient Buddha. Yan Zhaoge raised his head slightly. After a while, a bitter smile appeared on his face. Listening to what you said, it's really a blow to my spirit. The Elder Lord's thoughts couldn't be guessed. It was too uncertain to rely on him. It's also hard to figure out the Elder Lord's thoughts outside of Taoism. Yang Jian smiled, otherwise, he wouldn't have made a move during the Middle Era. As the saying goes, one's Tao heart is hard to fathom. There's nothing he wouldn't do. It's normal for him to change his mind after making a decision. It's absurd to use normal people's morals and thinking habits to demand such an existence. Yang Jian's smile didn't diminish. He sighed. To put it boldly, it's not impossible for the Elder Lord to suddenly make a move and exterminate the entire 3 clear lineage. There's no reason for it. Perhaps he had such thoughts at that time and did it. There's no reason to talk about it. The reason in our eyes is useless to the Elder Lord. If we're still restricted by the reason of this world, how can we call it transcendence? Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yuncheng remained silent. What Yang Jian said just now was naturally an extreme assumption. However, it wasn't impossible. From a certain perspective, this assumption was the same as the Elder Lord fighting against the other Tao ancestors in order to protect the Taoism lineage. It's not that our reason is useless. Yan Zhaoge added, it might be useless, but it might also be useful. It was up to the Elder Lord to decide whether to follow the world's logic or not. Perhaps in his eyes, all living beings in this world, no matter if they were Orthodox Taoism, Immortal Court heretics, Buddhism, demon race, or even 9 underworld's great devils, were all equal without any difference. It was also possible that in the next moment, he would be extremely protective and actively participate in the game with the other Tao ancestors for the sake of caring for the direct descendants of the Tao sect. He would do anything. It was even possible for him to help the Celestial Court suppress the Orthodox Taoism lineage. Of course, most of the time, the Grand Supreme Elder's reaction to the world was indifferent. However, what made everyone helpless was that they could not guess what the Grand Supreme Elder was thinking. There was no pattern to it. They could only be sure when he really made a move. When a Tao Realm powerhouse made a move, it was likely that there was a deeper meaning behind it. At that time, it was difficult to see through his true thoughts. This was the reason why the other forces did not exterminate the orthodox Taoism. Perhaps when others attacked, the Grand Supreme Elder did not care. However, many years later, there was no telling when the Grand Supreme Elder would suddenly turn hostile without warning and seek revenge. In terms of strength, the Elder Supreme Lord was equivalent to the Grand Pure Lord of Tao and Virtue before he transcended. It was enough to make other Tao ancestors fear him. There were only a few Tao ancestors in total. In the battle between them, the sudden addition of the Grand Supreme Elder was enough to affect the balance of the battle. What was even more terrifying was that no one could guarantee if the Grand Supreme Elder represented the will of the three clear Grand Masters that had already transcended. The three clear Grand Masters that had already transcended were like the Grand Supreme Elder, hard to fathom. Perhaps the three clear Grand Masters wouldn't care if the Grand Supreme Elder's projection perished. However, it might provoke the three clear Grand Masters to descend upon the world once again. That was something that no one would be happy to see. After all, even if the Tathagata Buddha and Nuwa sovereign who had also transcended returned, the result would still be 2 against 3. Unfortunately, the awkward thing was that the orthodox Taoism could not guarantee that they would benefit from this. They might even suffer from a calamity. This is a pain in the ass. Yan Zhaoge held his forehead and smiled bitterly. However, think optimistically. The immeasurable heavenly Lord's heart must not be at peace for the past few years. In the past, he took a risk and succeeded. However, who knew when the Grand Supreme Elder would suddenly look for revenge? Of course, there might also be surprises. For example, the Grand Supreme Elder might help the Immortal Court. However, this would either lead to great sorrow or great joy. However, the sorrow and joy weren't decided by him. Moreover, he didn't know when it would happen and whether it would happen for sure. Not many people would like it. At the very least, Yan Zhaoge didn't like it. This is the current situation in front of us. Yang Jian smiled. There's no use in being dissatisfied or complaining. The key is to guide the situation to develop in a direction that's beneficial to us. He said in a self-mocking manner, I've been recuperating in the Tushita Palace for the past few years. Even if the Grand Supreme Elder didn't care about me, I've still benefited from it. That's natural. Yan Zhaoge also smiled. The so-called if is only an if for now. In reality, the reason why our orthodox Taoism still exists and shows signs of revival is more or less related to the Grand Supreme Elder. The smile on his face slowly disappeared. Only, time waits for no man. Regarding the immortal ending ancient sword, don't be impatient. Yang Jian stood up. I'll give you an answer later. Then, he passed a talisman to Yan Zhaoge. The treasure written on the talisman belonged to the Earth Queen. Yan Zhaoge received the talisman and kept it carefully. Then, he cupped his hands towards Yang Jian. Thank you, Taoist brother. It's already been quite long. Let's end our conversation here. Let's meet again. Yang Jian nodded towards Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng. His figure gradually disappeared, and the brilliant starry river in front of him started collapsing. The dim yellow radiance reappeared from afar, as if the boundaries of the cosmos had shrunk, replacing the starry river and the cosmos, manifesting a world. The concept of the Earth Queen's earthly deity reappeared, and that warm and heavy feeling enveloped Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng once again. See you again. The Earth Queen's voice resounded and went far away. The dim yellow world disintegrated. Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng returned to the real boundless void's outskirts. Yang Jian transformed into the Earth Queen's earthly deity and traversed the void. After a long and arduous journey, he once again merged with a star and waited quietly. After a long time, an old man suddenly appeared within the star. He wore a fishtail crown and a red robe. His appearance was strange, and he had a long beard. In front of the old man, a graceful, gentle, and dignified woman appeared. She seemed like the Mother Earth. "I'm happy to see you, Taoist Hoodoo." The red-robed old man stroked his beard and smiled. The woman said mildly, "It's all thanks to Taoist Xuandu's help, allowing me to recuperate in the Tushita Palace. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to live until now to see you again." Chapter 1573. Upon hearing the woman's words, the red-robed old man smiled. "Fellow Taoist Hoodoo is blessed. You will definitely be able to turn misfortune into fortune. Luya Dao, if you and the others from the Astro Mountain Star Ocean hadn't come out of seclusion back then, perhaps more of us could have turned calamities into blessings," the woman in luxurious clothes said coldly. The red-robed elder in front of her was a legendary figure whose name had shaken multiple epochs, Dao Lord Luya. He was one of the most ancient figures in this world, one who had been born before the heavens and had a deep foundation. During the Archaic Era, he had already become famous. He had transformed into the great sun Golden Crow and illuminated the world. Empress Enviwa created all living creatures, and the gold crows were modeled after her image and the intent realm of her magic. During the ancient epoch, he had taken the form of a Taoist, which was his current appearance. He had participated in the God-sealing Great War, gaining a great reputation. During the Middle Era, Taoist Luya re-entered the central blessed lands of Saha and transformed into Vairocana. He was one of the few Buddhist bigwigs in the central blessed lands of Saha. After the Middle Era, the Maitreya Buddha changed the central blessed lands of Saha into the blessed lands of the White Lotus and ascended to the Tao ancestors' position, causing the Buddhas of the central blessed lands of Saha to leave. Mahavairocana was one of them. However, he didn't join the Western Pure Lands. Instead, he left Buddhism and transformed into Tao Lord Luya to enter the Astro Mountains' Starry Sea. Apart from the chaos of the universe during the Great Calamity when the demons of the Astro Mountains' Starry Seas made a brief appearance, Tao Lord Luya and the demon race had been living in seclusion most of the time in this era. In recent years, the demon race had finally come out of seclusion and officially stepped into the world again. The Eastern monarch Tai rarely interfered with worldly affairs. Currently, most of the matters in the Astro Mountains Star Sea were handled by Taoist Lord Luya. He was the number 2 figure in the Astro Mountains Star Sea, and the current second-in-command of the demon race. Generally speaking, he rarely participated in the battle. Most of the time, he left it to the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles, Yellow Wind Devil, and other great beasts to command the battlefield. It was rare for Tao Lord Luya to leave the Grand Essence Heaven and the Astro Mountains Starry Seas. However, the woman in luxurious clothes, who had always been gentle and generous, did not bother to speak to this old powerful figure who had crossed over the 3 schools of demons, Taoism, and Buddhism. Tao Lord Luya didn't mind the woman's cold words, and he continued to smile calmly. "Many things have their own destiny. Be it me or the other Taoists, we're just following the will of the heavens. Fellow Hoodoo, it's a cause for celebration. It's only natural for you and the other Tao sects to seek revenge on us. However, we naturally won't wait for death without doing anything. Let's just fight again. Just as I've just received news, Taoist Spirit Tooth was killed by a Taoist of the Tao sect not long ago. He said with a smile, of course, before the karma is settled, it won't affect us from sowing other good karma and good karma, right?" The well-dressed woman remained silent. Taoist Luya said, "Previously, the Jade Void Palace reappeared and quickly disappeared. I wonder if it was your doing, fellow Taoist Hoodoo. If there's anyone in this world who can definitely find the Hollow Jade Palace, it has to be the Elder Lord. Since you came out of the Tushita Palace, you must have received the Elder Lord's guidance." "That's right," the well-dressed woman said calmly. She glanced at Taoist Luya. "I know what you're thinking about, Taoist Lord. The Jade Void glazed lamp is indeed in the Hollow Jade Palace. I brought it out and sent it back to the Tushita Palace." Taoist Luya sighed. "I'm sorry, fellow Taoist Hoodoo." He looked at the well-dressed woman. "I wonder if fellow Taoist Hoodoo can bring out the Jade Void glazed lamp and let me take a look?" "Sure." The well-dressed woman did not avoid his gaze. She looked him in the eye and said straightforwardly, "But I need you to give me something in exchange." Daoist Luya asked, "What do you want, fellow Daoist Hudu?" "I want a damaged zither." "Are you willing to exchange it, Daoist Lord?" The well-dressed woman said calmly. Daoist Lu Ya's gaze suddenly froze. The smile on his face faded, and he remained silent. "If you feel that it's too much, you can forget about it." The well-dressed woman said, "You don't have to borrow the jade void glazed lamp. However, this is the simplest and safest path, isn't it? Keeping the zither doesn't guarantee that the other paths will work." Daoist Luya stared at the well-dressed woman for a long time. Suddenly, he asked, "Fellow Daoist Hudu, or the other Taoists of the Taoism lineage, do you know the whereabouts of the last sword of the four immortal exterminating swords?" "That's right." The well-dressed woman did not hide anything and answered honestly. Daoist Luya's expression relaxed. He did not continue asking about the whereabouts of the immortal extinguishing ancient sword and how she knew about it. He nodded slowly, "As long as I can obtain what I want from the jade void glazed lamp, the zither will be yours, fellow Daoist Hudu." "That's great." The well-dressed woman nodded calmly and turned to leave. In a Buddhist land in the western Pure Lands, Yin Zhao, who was previously severely injured, appeared with the Red Inferno Dhamma Buddha Lord, who was even more severely injured than him. Venerable White Xiong quickly led them into the temple to meet the Dipankara ancient Buddha. The Dipankara ancient Buddha extended his hand and tapped lightly. Within the illumination of the glazed ancient lamp, the perfected Buddha light spread out and enveloped the Red Inferno Dhamma Buddha Lord within it. The severely injured Red Inferno Dhamma Buddha Lord sat cross-legged with his palms together. Although his aura was still weak, he was slowly getting out of his predicament. He would not die from the injuries caused by the great sage, heaven's equal. Then, the Dipankara ancient Buddha called Venerable White Xiong to bring over a golden alms bowl filled with medicinal pills and passed it to Yin Zhao. After thanking the Dipankara ancient Buddha, Yin Zhao swallowed the medicinal pills and sat down to meditate. As he recuperated from his injuries, he recounted everything that happened. "If that's the case, it seems like this karma has to be settled with the last sword." The Dipankara ancient Buddha smiled and said, "Return to the immortal court to recuperate. Send my regards to the immeasurable Tao ancestor." Yin Zhao left the Buddhist land. "Master, is it okay for the Jade Void Palace to reappear?" Venerable White Xiong asked after sending Yin Zhao off. The Dipankara ancient Buddha closed his eyes and pondered, "The primordial Lord of Heaven has transcended, and the Jade Void Palace has gone into hiding. There shouldn't be any treasures left inside. What do they want from the Jade Void Palace?" After Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunqing bid farewell to Yang Jian, they returned to the awakened sky cosmos. On the way, Yan Zhaoge frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. Regardless of whether his conversation with Yang Jian was true or not, at the very least, he managed to obtain more information. Combining everything he knew, Yan Zhaoge felt a clearer picture unfolding in front of his eyes. Only, he couldn't be sure if it was the truth. "I followed your guidance and searched for the traces left behind by the Taoist Heavenly Lord's cave manor. Indeed, I managed to obtain some new information." Feng Yunqing, who was hidden in his right eye, said, "Unfortunately, the matters of the world are unpredictable. The Taoist Heavenly Lord had perished in the past, and the immortal ending sword was in the immeasurable Heavenly Lord's hands." Chapter 1574. While Yan Zhaoge and the others searched for the immortal extermination sword, Feng Yunqing followed his instructions and searched for the traces left behind by the Lord of the Taoist Way's cave manor. She hoped to obtain more clues so that they could locate the immortal ending sword in the future. After Feng Yunqing was done, she rushed to the agreed location and met up with Yan Zhaoge and the others. Finally, she suddenly made a move and killed Yin Zhao, the Yellow Wind Devil, and the others, helping Yan Zhaoge and the others to break out of the encirclement and turn the tables around. On the other side, the Incongruent's Divine Mother had also successfully obtained the immortal extermination sword. Everything went smoothly, and everyone was satisfied. However, the new information obtained from Yang Jian alerted Yan Zhaoge and the others. Although we can't be absolutely sure that Yang Erlang's information is true, we have to prepare for the worst. Yan Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples and said, if we're not careful, we might be able to turn the tables around. Although they had the 3 swords in hand, the difficulty of plucking a Dao ancestor's teeth from the tiger's mouth wasn't small at all. If they were careless, they might just end up as food. Previously, they had painstakingly planned for such a long time. Finally, they could see the light at the end of the tunnel. If they hesitated for the sake of stability, they wouldn't be able to change their current situation. Their originally good momentum of rapid development might stop at any time, or even reverse. We must obtain the immortal ending sword. However, we have to think about how to obtain it. Yan Zhaoge said, if the news doesn't leak out, the heretics wouldn't know that we've already discovered the truth. They wouldn't keep it a secret either. They would definitely covet the entire immortal extermination formation and even want to capture us all. Under such circumstances, things would naturally fall on the next time Yan Zhaoge and the others searched for the sword. The immeasurable heavenly lord, the immortal court, and even the western Pure Lands might have secretly set up a trap, using the immortal ending sword as bait to bait Yan Zhaoge and the others. However, if they want to bait us and walk into their trap unknowingly, they would have to take out some money. Otherwise, even if we don't know about it, we wouldn't fall for it. Yan Zhaoge let out a light sigh. The immeasurable heavenly lord wouldn't be holding onto the immortal ending ancient sword. Otherwise, it would be very easy for you, Yunsheng, Senior Sua, the Incongruence Divine Mother, and the other Taoism heavenly immortals to notice it. If he wants to fish, he has to throw out this bait. There's a chance that we'll bite the bait. The danger lies in how we'll unhook the hook and how we'll escape from the layers of nets. Feng Yunsheng understood. After all, he is a Dao realm expert and he is nearby. If he attacks, he won't give us time to refine the celestial slashing ancient sword and set up the celestial slaying formation. At that time, we won't be able to block the might of the Dao ancestor and we will be captured. Yan Zhaoge curled his lips. Danger, danger. Fortune is always accompanied by danger. Let's see what methods Yang Erlang has. Otherwise, the danger this time would probably be even greater. He said that he wanted to exchange for an opportunity with the help of the jade virtual glazed lamp, but where did he start? Feng Yunsheng raised her eyebrows slightly. Could it be that he's looking for the Dipankara ancient Buddha? During the ancient era, there were rumors of 3 lamb. They were related to the primordial heavenly lord, the Lord of Tao and Virtue, as well as the Dipankara ancient Buddha who had entered the Tao and transformed into the Dipankara Taoist. Yan Zhaoge pondered, that's possible. However, that's very ancient. If there's really a trick to it, I feel like the Dipankara ancient Buddha had already planned it during the ancient era. At that time, he had entered Taoism and transformed into the Dipankara Taoist. His relationship with Taoism was rather close, and it was convenient for him to satisfy his needs. Yan Zhaoge even suspected that the reason why he had joined Taoism in the past was because of this place. The related matters had already happened a long time ago. Yan Zhaoge felt that it shouldn't have been delayed until now. The opportunity that Yang Jian mentioned might not be related to the Dipankara ancient Buddha. In comparison, he recalled some records in the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's martial repository. In this era, before the Great Calamity, the Jade Clear Taoism's experts had subdued devils. After sending the devil of fire of that era to perish, they had coincidentally obtained a bit of the fire seed devil's spirit. At that time, in order to further understand the matter of vanquishing devils, the fire seed devil's spirit was preserved. However, it wasn't easy to preserve it. The Jade Clear Taoism's martial art practitioners could only think of the Jade Illusory Palace's Jade Illusory Glazed Lamp and the 8 Scenic Palace's 8 Scenic Palace Lantern. After visiting the Elder Lord at the Tushita Palace, the Elder Lord directed them to the Jade Clear lineage's Jade Illusory Palace. Since then, the Fire Seed Devil's spirit had been preserved within the Jade Illusory Glazed Lamp. Compared to the ancient relationship between the Jade Illusory Glazed Lamp and the Dipankara ancient Buddha, the era of this matter was much closer. Yan Zhaoge's intuition told him that what Yang Jian said was related to this Fire Seed Devil's spirit. Only, Yan Zhaoge had a few guesses about who Yang Jian was using this thing to communicate with. However, he couldn't be sure. If he's talking to the 9 underworlds, what did the 9 underworlds trade the immortal extermination sword for? Yan Zhaoge pondered as he sped through the boundless void. Oh, right. Everyone congratulated you upon meeting you, but I haven't congratulated you yet. While walking, Yan Zhaoge said, congratulations on ascending to the grand heavenly immortal realm. You're now undying and coexisting with the world. Feng Yunsheng, who was in his right eye, sighed and said, I've finally taken this step. Looking back, I still feel like I'm walking on thin ice. Yan Zhaoge also sighed softly, this time, you'll have to take the risk. It's fine. Feng Yunsheng said gently, since I've walked on this path, I've reached a height that many others might not even be able to reach in thousands or even tens of thousands of years. It's only natural for me to take on more risks. Besides, the outcome is good. She smiled, I feel that it's good to be able to accompany you like this, and not worry about whether I'll be a burden to you. No matter how big the risk is, it's fine. Yan Zhaoge smiled as well, but he didn't reply. The biggest and most dangerous trial had yet to arrive. Oh, right. I obtained a decent treasure this time, said Feng Yunsheng with a smile. An illusory figure appeared in Yan Zhaoge's right eye. It was a small bell that resembled a bell. Soul-absorbing bell. Yan Zhaoge nodded, indeed, it's a powerful treasure for slaughter. It can kill most of those below the grand heavenly immortal realm. If Senior Gao didn't possess the immortal trapping sword, he might not have been able to deal with this treasure. This was all thanks to Yin Zhao's jade clear lineage cultivation being crippled by the Lord of Broad Accomplishment. Due to that, he could only cultivate unorthodox arts and couldn't unleash the soul-absorbing bell's full might. This treasure can still be used against grand heavenly immortals. Feng Yunsheng said, it can also be used as one of our sect's greatest treasures. If someone were to bring it along, they could attack or defend. After pondering for a while, Yan Zhaoge said, precisely because it's useful against grand heavenly immortals, the most suitable owner is still you. Chapter 1575. The soul-absorbing bell could be considered as Feng Yunsheng's spoils of war. Moreover, Yan Zhaoge wasn't trying to take care of his wife. Instead, he was merely stating the facts. As such, Feng Yunsheng didn't hesitate. After pondering for a while, she smiled and said, all right. As the two chatted, they returned to the awakened sky cosmos and returned to the sky beyond skies. Xue Fei, Gao Qingxian, and the others had already returned. Xue Fei, Yan Zhaoge's North Ocean clone, and Pan Pan were currently recuperating in seclusion. Gao Qingxian stayed at the Broad Creed Mountain as a guest, waiting for the two's return. After the two met, Yan Zhaoge only mentioned about the immortal ending sword and didn't talk about Yang Jian. It wasn't that he didn't trust Gao Qingxian and Xue Chuqing. Rather, it was better for fewer people to know about many things. If more people knew about it, it would mean more traces and clues, which would make it easier for the enemy to deduce. Gao Qingxian and the others could understand this. Merely hearing about the celestial extinguishing ancient sword was enough to make their hearts heavy. It's hard to tell if there'll be a change in the situation now. Let's wait and see. Yan Zhaoge said, let's feign ignorance first, hoping to find an opportunity to play along with them. Xue Chuqing, Gao Qingxian, and the others nodded. Then, we'll just fake it for 49 years. Gao Qingxian stood up, according to what you said, Zhaoge, the Dao ancestors might be able to deduce the exact interval between your two techniques. Yan Zhaoge nodded, that's right. If the heretics were to scheme against us, the immortal ending sword would only reappear after 49 years. Only then would they release the bait, giving us a chance. Otherwise, if they're focused on hiding the immortal ending sword, we wouldn't be able to do anything. Even so, we still have to adapt to the situation. Xue Chuqing said, in the coming years, we have to pay close attention to the battle between the two heretics. After Yan Zhaoge explained about the immortal ending sword, Xue Chuqing told them about the immortal court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus current situation. While Yen Zhaoge and the others were searching for the immortal extermination sword, the immortal court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus were still fighting intensely. About 50 years ago, the immeasurable Heavenly Lord and the future Buddha were locked in a fierce battle over the humanly essence stone fragment that originally belonged to the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord. Although the humanly essence stone fragment had fallen into the hands of the future Buddha, the immeasurable Heavenly Lord had never given up. He had been entangled with the future Buddha to this day. The immortal court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus, as well as the Western Pure Lands and the demon race, were constantly waging war against each other. Others might not be able to directly determine the outcome of the battle between the Tao ancestors, but the intense battle between the two heretic sects over the number of incense offerings was getting more and more intense. If one of them suffered too much, it might attract the Tao ancestors' help. As a result, the battle between the two Tao ancestors was naturally affected. As a result, the large-scale war between the immortal court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus had already lasted for close to 50 years. In the history of the war between the two sides, although there had been more than 100 years of fierce battles, they were extremely rare. An all-out war that lasted for 50 years was relatively rare. After all, in addition to the Great War of Faith, stabilizing the power of faith also required rest and recuperation. It was the right thing to do. But this time it was about the humanly essence stone fragment, so the two sides were obviously fighting with all their might. The appearance of the immortal extermination sword could be considered as an interlude. The demon race and the blessed lands of the White Lotus had sent more experts to fight for the immortal extermination sword. As a result, they were naturally weaker against the immortal court and the Western Pure Lands, explained Xue Chuqing. The immortal court sent Yin Jiao, while the blessed lands of the White Lotus sent the sword master of the Six Paths, Chu Su. Although Yin Jiao had been famous since the ancient epic, as a heavenly immortal heretic, his strength was inferior to the sword master of the Six Paths, Chu Su. Without the two of them, the blessed lands of the White Lotus would undoubtedly be more affected. However, the blessed lands of the White Lotus had the absolute advantage in terms of the number of grand heavenly immortal and grand virtual realm experts. Without Chu Su, although the impact was huge, the immortal court managed to pull the advantage back to a balance of power. The outcome was still acceptable. The one that truly affected the war was the demon race. The yellow-winged beast, the spirit tooth immortal, and the dragon-head immortal were dispatched in an attempt to retrieve the immortal extermination sword. As for the Western Pure Lands, they only sent the red Inferno Dra Buddha Lord. This forced the demon race to think of more ways to fill the gap. On the other hand, the Western Pure Lands took advantage of the situation. As a result, the battle between the immeasurable Heavenly Lord and the future Buddha was affected, forcing the future Buddha to divert his attention to the immortal court. Facing the immeasurable Heavenly Lord's relentless pursuit, the future Buddha couldn't refine the humanly essence stone's fragment as soon as possible. What was even more awkward was the fact that the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the demon race had sent 4 grand heavenly realm experts. In the end, they still couldn't retrieve the immortal extermination sword, and they even lost the spirit tooth immortal's life. Although the red Inferno Dra Buddha Lord was heavily injured and couldn't rejoin the battle within a short period of time, the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the demon race were at a greater disadvantage. Previously, I thought that the heretics in Orthodox Buddhism had made a choice, prioritizing the humanly essence stone's fragment over the immortal extermination sword. Xue Chuqing said, from the looks of it now, that's not the case. Instead, they already had other plans. That's right. They didn't prioritize the humanly essence stone's fragment. Instead, it's the exact opposite. Yen Zhaoge pondered and said, I'm guessing that the immeasurable Heavenly Lord might continue fighting against the future Buddha like this, all the way until I find the immortal ending sword 49 years later. Feng Yunsheng, Xue Chuqing, and Gao Qingxuan's gazes turned solemn. They understood what Yen Zhaoge meant. At that time, he would give up on the humanly essence stone's fragment for the future Buddha to refine, and suddenly turn back to deal with us. If everything went smoothly, the immortal court might obtain the immortal extermination for swords and the complete immortal extermination formation. Its value far surpassed a single humanly essence stone's fragment. With the two heretics clashing endlessly, our Orthodox Taoism situation would be much more relaxed. Just like how we're currently searching for the immortal extermination sword. Yan Zhaoge's mouth revealed a hint of a smile. By the time we're searching for the immortal ending sword, if their battle still hasn't ended, it'll be beneficial for us to act boldly. It could be considered as luring the snake out of its hole. The other party's intentions are probably to settle the score 49 years later after seeing how much fun we're having right now. Yan Zhaoge laughed self-mockingly. He shook his head and said, "Let's pay close attention to the battle between the two heretics." Within the Western Pure Lands, within a Buddhist kingdom, the Dipankara ancient Buddha sat on a green lotus and closed his eyes in deep thought. After a long time, he opened his eyes and muttered to himself. "Isn't it a little too early?" The Buddha stood up from the green lotus and left his Buddhist kingdom. He headed towards the core of the Western Pure Lands. Namo Amitabha. Please tell me the path to the Tushita Palace, Buddha. Chapter 1576. At the center of the Western Pure Lands, there was a Buddhist temple. Lights were lit up, and seven-colored radiance shrouded the temple. The Dipankara ancient Buddha arrived here and bowed towards the temple. This was where the master of the Western Pure Lands, one of the two Buddhist patriarchs, Amitabha, resided. No sound came from within the temple towards the Dipankara ancient Buddha's request. Only a 12-petaled green lotus flew out and landed in front of the Dipankara ancient Buddha. "My Buddha is merciful," the Dipankara ancient Buddha thanked and climbed onto the 12-petaled green lotus. The lotus then brought him out of the Western Pure Lands and into the void's outskirts. Then, it started rising again, as if it was heading towards a place even higher than the void's outskirts. The Dipankara ancient Buddha sat on the 12-petaled green lotus. He remained silent as his thoughts drifted. During the time of the Great Calamity, he had also walked the same path towards the same destination. It was just that what he was going to do this time was different. The green lotus platform carried the ancient Dipankara Buddha, Gao Sheng, and gradually approached a place. The location was hard to determine, and its traces were hard to locate. It was like an illusory immortal world. An old friend has come to visit. I wonder if Taoist Xian Du is here. After a while, the Dipankara ancient Buddha's eyes lit up. The immortal world suddenly opened up in front of his eyes, and he had already been guided inside. Spirit flowers and mystical herbs were densely packed within, and divine birds and beasts were everywhere. Amidst the waterfall of orchids, there was an ordinary-looking palace. A plaque hung on the palace's door, with the words, Tushita Palace, written on it. Although it seemed ordinary, it was filled with Tao. The higher one's cultivation was, the more they would be able to comprehend boundless profundities from it. A child stood at the entrance of the palace and bowed towards the Dipankara ancient Buddha. "Young master is waiting in the side hall." "Ancient Buddha, please head over." "All right," the Dipankara ancient Buddha nodded and descended the green lotus, following the child into the palace. When they arrived at a side hall, there was already someone sitting on a cushion. It was the Grand Clear lineage bigwig, great Taoist Xian Du. Both sides were familiar with each other since the ancient epoch, and they often came into contact. During the great calamity of this era, there was even some friction between them. However, the ancient Dipankara Buddha seemed to have completely forgotten about the great calamity. With a peaceful expression, he said with some nostalgia, "It's been a long time since I came to the Tushita Palace. How's the Elder Lord? Is fellow Taoist Xuandu all right?" He took a meditation cushion and placed it in front of the great Taoist master Xian Du. Then, he sat opposite him. Great Taoist master Xian Du did not mention much about what happened back then. He said calmly, "Of course, you're fine. I'm useless. I'm just muddling along. Fellow Taoist Xian Du, you're too humble." The ancient Dipankara Buddha smiled and said, "You have a profound understanding of creation. You can stir up thunder in silence, and you can see the truth in the ordinary. You have received the teachings of the Lao Jun, and you have gone further and higher than many people. What you owe is just a few opportunities." A brocade box appeared in the perfect Buddhist light above his head. Ancient Buddha Randang took out the brocade box and placed it on the ground. He pushed it to a place where great Taoist Master Xian Du could reach. It just so happens that I've obtained something in the past few years. Perhaps I can lend you a hand. Great Taoist Master Xian Du looked at the brocade box and his eyelids twitched slightly. He reached out to pick up the brocade box and opened it. The treasure light shone on Great Taoist Master Xian Du's face. Great Taoist Master Xian Du's expression did not change, but he remained silent for the time being. A moment later, he took out a copper bell and shook it gently. A Tao child immediately entered the side hall. "Little master, what instructions do you have?" "If master doesn't have any instructions, go and bring the treasure stored in Pavilion A5 here," said Great Taoist Master Xian Du. The Tao child responded and retreated. Great Taoist Master Xian Du closed the brocade box and placed it on the ground in front of him again. He did not look at it anymore. Ancient Buddha Randang smiled and did not take back the brocade box. The side hall fell silent. After a while, the Tao child returned with a wooden box and handed it to Great Taoist Master Xian Du. "Master doesn't have any instructions." Ancient Buddha Randang smiled. "Thank you, Grand Supreme Elder." "Thank you, fellow Taoist Xian Du." Great Taoist Master Xian Du took the wooden box and handed it to Ancient Buddha Randang. "I won't thank you, fellow Taoist Randang. In that case, I'll take my leave now. Fellow Taoist Xian Du, I won't trouble you to send me off." Ancient Buddha Randang's smile did not diminish. He put away the wooden box, left behind the brocade box, and stood up to leave. Just as he was about to leave the Tushita Palace, Ancient Buddha Randang suddenly slowed down and asked, "Fellow Taoist Xian Du, is the person who went to the Jade Void Palace fellow Taoist Hudu?" Great Taoist Master Xian Du answered calmly, "That's right. The immortal vanquishing sword that fellow Taoist Hudu threw out and attracted our attention. Does it belong to her, or does it come from the Tushita Palace?" Ancient Buddha Randang asked softly, "Can you tell me?" Great Taoist Master Xian Du said, "It came from this palace." Ancient Buddha Randang seemed to be deep in thought and did not ask further. He bade farewell and left. After leaving the Tushita Palace, he ascended the 12-petal green lotus and left. After Ancient Buddha Randang left, Great Taoist Master Xian Du quietly looked at the brocade box on the ground in the side hall. There was an additional person on the meditation cushion opposite him. It was a woman with a graceful and luxurious aura. The woman in luxurious clothes had already changed her appearance. Fan cloud crown, water gown, silk ribbon around the waist, hemp shoes on his feet, it was Yang Jian, Yang Erlang. "You've met Luya. What was the result?" Great Taoist Master Xian Du asked. Yang Jian answered, "He's tempted. It should work." The Great Master Xian Du nodded. "He needs the kindling demonic spirit in the jade mirage glazed lamp and uses the devil of fire to complete his plan. Besides, even if he keeps the zither, he can't guarantee his safety. After all, he can't be sure that the body of the devil of fire of this generation is in the Astro Mountains Star Sea. In the primordial era, he became a demon. In the ancient era, he entered the Tao. In the medieval era, he became a Buddha. In the modern era, he became a devil. 4 Taos in a row. That would be the end of him. I wonder what his final opportunity would be." Yang Jian turned his gaze to the brocade box on the ground. "However, with this treasure, you won't be slower than him, right?" Having been in the Tushita Palace for many years, Yang Jian had gradually come to understand this martial uncle who had always kept a low profile. Just as Ancient Buddha Randang had said, those who were good at fighting did not have outstanding achievements. The great Taoist Master Xian Du had seen the truth in an ordinary manner and had inherited the Grand Supreme Elder's teachings. Perhaps he could not compare to the great Emperor Ziwei in a battle, and he was inferior to the great sage, Heaven's equal and the others. However, the great Taoist Master Xian Du's Tao techniques were profound. From a certain perspective, it was not easy. It's still too early to say. Great Taoist Master Xian Du also looked at the brocade box on the ground. Randang was earlier than us. When the ancient times and the Middle Ages intersected, he had already combined the lights from the Jade Mirage Palace and the 8 Scenic Palace. He had made preparations long ago. However, didn't we catch up to him? Who knows if we will follow in his footsteps and waste our time? I wonder what ancient Buddha Randang wants from the Tushita Palace. Yang Jian asked. Great Taoist Master Xian Du said slowly, he wants to exchange it for a relic left behind by Buddha Gautama Gautama. Chapter 1577. A relic of Buddha Sakyamuni. Yang Jian pondered. After Sun Wukong's golden body reappeared in the world, I remember that the Grand Supreme Elder once mentioned it. Is Sakyamuni of the Great Laying Temple of the Spiritual Mountain transformed from Taoist Zhuan Ti, one of the 2 ancestors of the Western sect? Great Taoist Master Xian Du nodded. That's right. Although I had guessed it long ago, I only confirmed it then. Yang Jian looked enlightened. The person who wants the relic is not the ancient Buddha Dipankara, but Kong Xian? If I'm not wrong, that should be the case, Great Taoist Master Xian Du answered. Yang Jian asked, how many relics are there? Great Taoist Master Xian Du said, according to Grand Master, there should be 5. I wonder how many Kong Xian has now. Yang Jian suddenly smiled. Ancient Buddha Dipankara can't be so kind as to help him gather them, right? However, it's very likely that he used this to exchange for Mahamayuri's help. Great Taoist Master Xian Du said slowly, between the demons and the Buddhists, Mahamayuri has always been neutral. However, 49 years ago, he suddenly stopped the demons. It's very likely because of this. As he spoke, Great Taoist Master Xian Du looked at Yang Jian. Therefore, Mahamayuri might still attack in the Battle of the Immortal Extermination Ancient Sword. Yang Jian smiled. During the Ancient God Conferment battle, he was a Zenith Heaven and I was a Great Void Immortal. Ever since then, I have not had the chance to fight. If we really meet again, I would like to give it a try. I'm afraid that the Tao ancestors will not give me a chance and want to capture me first. No one can doubt your talent and strength. However, although Mahamayuri is not your nemesis, the 5-colored divine light is extremely domineering. Especially after he entered the Buddhist sect, his strength has increased to another level. You still have to be careful. Great Taoist Master Xian Du said, you created the 8-9 arcane art. No one else can provide you with experience. You can only rely on yourself. You have to be more cautious. Yang Jian nodded. I understand. Thank you for your advice, Uncle Master Xian Du. After saying that, he stood up and bade farewell. After watching him leave, Great Taoist Master Xian Du continued to sit in the side hall. He looked at the brocade box on the ground and remained silent for a long time. After exiting the Tushita Palace, the ancient Dipankara Buddha did not directly return to the Western Pure Lands. Instead, he stopped in the boundless void's outskirts. After a while, someone appeared in the void. It was a Buddha, filled with wisdom and compassion. After seeing the ancient Dipankara Buddha, he nodded, Ancient Buddha, it seems like you have succeeded. The Dipankara ancient Buddha nodded and smiled as well, it's a worthwhile trip. Next, we still have Bodhisattva Lai to instruct fellow Taoist Golden Light to help us pass a message to the Astro Mountain's starry seas. The deity of Golden Light, an ancient mutated species, the Golden Fur Ho, had entered Taoism to cultivate. During the investiture of the gods era, he had also listened to the lectures of the prime clear Lingbao Tianzuan. However, during the investiture of the gods, he was captured by the Jade Clear lineage's bigwig, the compassionate enlightened master, and became his mount. After the compassionate spiritual master joined Buddhism and became the Guanyin Bodhisattva, the Golden Light deity was also forced to join Buddhism. At this moment, the Buddha in front of the Dipankara ancient Buddha was the Jade Clear bigwig of the past, and the current Buddhist Bhante, the Guanyin Bodhisattva. Although he was referred to as a Bodhisattva, it was different from how Taoism addressed Buddhist Bhantes. In terms of cultivation, the Guanyin Bodhisattva was a Taoism heavenly lord. After joining Buddhism, he attained enlightenment and was a bona fide grand heavenly realm expert. In fact, ever since the Middle Era, he had been studying under the Western Pure Land's Amitabha Buddha. He was known as the Righteous Dharma Enlightened Buddha, or the Dharma Nature Tathagata Enlightened Buddha, or Amitabha Bodhisattva. He was one of the Amitabha Buddha's proudest disciples. The Guanyin Bodhisattva was his incarnation in the central blessed lands of Saha. After the Gautama Buddha transcended, the Maitreya Buddha changed the central blessed lands of Saha into the blessed lands of the White Lotus. After the Guanyin Bodhisattva and the other Buddhas left, he returned to the Western Pure Lands. After hearing the Dipankara ancient Buddha's words, the Guanyin Bodhisattva asked, "Ancient Buddha, you mean to contact some fellow Taoists of the demon race without affecting the fight for the humanly essence stone fragment?" "That's right." The Dipankara ancient Buddha smiled and nodded. The Guanyin Bodhisattva revealed a compassionate expression and sighed, "Is it for the three clear lineage?" "That's right, Taoist." The Dipankara ancient Buddha answered, "While we, the heretics, and the demon race are not willing to give in to each other, it has given the three clear lineage an opportunity to reap the benefits. Especially now. 3 of the immortal exterminating 4 swords have fallen into his hands. At a critical juncture, the entire situation might change if he is not careful. Hence, we have to do something. I believe the demon race would have the same opinion as well." The Dipankara ancient Buddha said, "The indestructible Vajra Buddha and the others are in a hurry. There's no need to disturb them. Let's just continue. Hence, let's change our approach. Let's ask the Golden Light Immortal to help us talk to the demon race fellow Taoists who are still in the Astro Mountains' starry seas." Then, he smiled, "The three clear lineage has obtained the great sage equaling heaven's golden body, and he can even manifest his true body. However, it's only temporary. After snatching the immortal exterminating ancient sword, he needs to recuperate. This way, we can act without alerting the Buddha." The Guanyin Bodhisattva remained silent for a moment. Then, she nodded and said, "Ancient Buddha, please wait for a moment. I'll summon the Golden Light Immortal here." "Thank you, Bodhisattva." The Dipankara ancient Buddha placed his palms together. Within the awakened sky cosmos, within the sky beyond skies, on the broad Creed Mountain, Yen Zhaoga sat within the Pill Hall's purple divine pavilion, closing his eyes and cultivating. Suddenly, he felt something in his heart. It wasn't because of his own cultivation, but the feedback from the Pill Hall. Yen Zhaoga's mind seemed to have fused with the Pill Hall. His thoughts extended towards the vast awakened sky cosmos, coming in contact with the cosmos boundaries. He felt as if he was within the boundless void. His surroundings were vast and boundless, as if he was within a boundless ocean. Suddenly, Yen Zhaoga felt the surrounding seawater starting surging towards him. Towering waves rose, crashing towards him one after another. It was as if a storm had arisen in the faraway sea, resulting in a tsunami. As the waves surged, they started affecting him as well. Something's not right. Yen Zhaoga's heart sank. Within the boundless void's outskirts, such a large-scale fluctuation wasn't common. However, today wasn't the first time. It wasn't only limited to the awakened sky cosmos. The Tao universe where the world beyond worlds was located, the immortal court, the blessed lands of the White Lotus, and other places might have experienced it before. However, according to Yen Zhaoga's knowledge, such situations should only originate from a single direction. From afar, it would gradually affect the awakened sky cosmos. Now, he could clearly feel that the tsunami-like spatial turbulence didn't originate from the same direction. Yen Zhaoga's consciousness retreated from the Pill Hall and started pondering. Such actions. Is someone trying to find us? Chapter 1578. While they could not be considered to be surrounded by waves from all directions, Yen Zhaoga's intuition told him that the incoming tsunami was not of this scale. As time elapsed, the surging waves would only become more ferocious until they covered every direction and completely surrounded the awakened sky cosmos within a certain region. When that happened, all the tsunamis would be squeezed toward the center, and the awakened sky cosmos would have nowhere to hide. It would be exposed to the enemy's field of vision. The awakened sky cosmos wasn't stationary. Instead, it was constantly on the move. However, that tsunami that was stirring up in spacetime was too violent and swift. Furthermore, there was more than one source. The source of the tsunami seemed to be mobile. Thus, they were able to constantly change their direction and search for the awakened sky cosmos. Of course, the void in the outer realm was too vast. Be it the awakened sky cosmos or the source of these tsunamis, they were both insignificant. If the other party wanted to encircle the awakened sky cosmos, they would need to at least have a starting point and a rough area. Only then would they be able to form an initial encirclement. Then, they would be able to make use of the tsunamis to shake the void and find the exact location of the awakened sky cosmos. Of those who previously left, some are currently returning. Now, they're being targeted. Yan Zhaoge's thoughts moved slightly, and he roughly understood the reason. Who left the awakened sky cosmos recently. Within the awakened sky cosmos, there were many people traveling in and out of the sky beyond skies, the roving jade heavens, and the jade spring heavens. However, due to the Orthodox Taoism's current situation and the unique nature of the awakened sky cosmos, anyone who wanted to enter or exit the awakened sky cosmos or the void's outskirts would have to report to the Pill Hall. This would make it easier for them to communicate with each other, and it would also make it easier for the Pill Hall to receive them when they returned to the awakened sky cosmos. There was a limit to the number of people who could leave the awakened sky cosmos and head to the outer realms. Hence, it wasn't difficult to record them down. Our sky beyond skies, green sky mountains, grave thunder palaces, old palace Lord Lu, roving jade heavens, scenery peaks, flowing heavens, old Mr. Long, jade spring heavens, cold star mountains, tranquil rock caves, rain sovereign, and Fangzhan mountains, mountain lord Xian emperor. Hearing Yan Zhaoge's question, Ahu immediately reported the name list. Among those who had left the awakened sky cosmos, there was Lu Xinggu of the sky beyond heaven, Long Xingquan of the roving jade heaven, Tong Xinlin of the jade spring heaven, and another newly advanced leakless true immortal, Emperor Xian. In the jade spring heaven, Mount Fangzhan and Mount Hanshan had always been on good terms. After Emperor Xian ascended to the celestial state and stabilized his state, he went out to travel again to look for opportunities. Tong Xinlin was asked by him to help. Find someone to inform them separately. Contact those who can be contacted as soon as possible. Yan Zhaoge instructed, ask them not to return to the awakened sky cosmos for now. I'll try to contact the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the Incongruence Divine Mother for now. Also, invite my mother and senior martial brother Su to the Purple Divine Pavilion. Who nodded in agreement and hurriedly left. After a while, Xue Chuqing and Su Fei arrived at the Purple Divine Pavilion. Zhaoge, what's wrong? There are people outside looking for us, Yan Zhaoge answered simply. The other party has come with great momentum this time, and will not be easy to deal with. We have to deal with them carefully. I'm going to shift the Pill Hall on a large scale later on. Mother, help me hold the line. Senior apprentice brother Su, stay by my side. If there's any huge commotion, help me calm the situation in the sky beyond heavens. As he said this, dense mist arose from Yan Zhaoge's body. Within the Purple Divine Pavilion, streams of light intertwined like chains and landed on the profound sky-purple golden furnace in front of Yan Zhaoge. The lid of the huge cauldron opened. Young master, I've managed to contact them. Who returned? The roving jade heavens. Mr. Dragon is about to return. After receiving the news, Mr. Dragon stopped and went somewhere else. He's waiting for the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the Incongruence Divine Mother to receive him. Yan Zhaoge said, that's good. He leaped up and entered the profound sky-purple golden furnace, closing the lid. Senior apprentice brothers Su, Pan, and the others need to rest. They can't manifest the golden body of the great sage to fight against others. Should I go out? Said Feng Yuncheng softly within Yan Zhaoge's right pupil. If the other party dares to make such a move, they must be prepared against our Taoism's heavenly immortals. Not only you, but even Senior Sua, the Incongruence Divine Mother, and the others shouldn't make a move. Yan Zhaoge said, not targeting anyone below the grand heavenly realm is the Tao ancestors' tacit understanding. If you show yourselves, it'll be hard to predict. Moreover, even if the Amitabha Buddha and the East Sovereign don't make a move, the other party's preparations should be sufficient. He smiled. With such a huge movement, I wouldn't dare to come if I don't settle my worries first. Even if the two heretic sects are still fighting, I'm afraid that the Western Pure Lands and the demon race have reached a temporary agreement to suppress us first. As he spoke, Yan Zhaoge's soul left his body, leaving behind an empty shell. His mind had completely merged with the pill hall. The awakened sky overseer, awakened sky protector, broad benevolence God's image gradually manifested within the awakened sky cosmos. The speed and flexibility of the entire awakened sky cosmos spatial shifting increased by another level. Under Yan Zhaoge's control, the awakened sky cosmos was like a nimble fish. It traversed through the ocean waves and nimbly avoided the undercurrents and massive waves. Although he was avoiding the tsunami and walking in the opposite direction, Yan Zhaoge didn't let his guard down. An empty space didn't mean that there weren't any tsunamis. Instead, the source might be further away, and the tsunami hadn't managed to surround them yet. Many sources pushed the tsunamis towards the center. However, before they reached a certain range, there would still be some distance between the sources and the tsunamis. After all, the vast void was too vast. As such, a gap might be left behind, akin to the gap between two fishing nets. Yan Zhaoge and the others had to avoid the fishing nets. Before the fishing nets completely surrounded them, they had to leave first. After breaking out of the encirclement, the awakened sky cosmos quickly returned to normal. Not only was the previous state exhausting, but it also couldn't be sustained for long. At the same time, the awakened sky cosmos itself was like the source of the tsunami, which was easily noticed by others. Yan Zhaoge's soul returned to his body. He opened his eyes and exited the profound sky-purple golden furnace. There are so many fishing nets. There should be at least 10 of them, or even more. The other party gathered their experts, and even had to be wary of our Taoism's heavenly immortals. They shouldn't be searching for people. Otherwise, they would have mobilized too many people, said Su Fei. If they're relying on some sort of treasure. Xue Chuqing fell into deep thought. Yeah, I thought of one as well. Yan Zhaoge stroked his chin. He and Xue Chuqing looked at each other and said in unison, the Dipankara ancient Buddha, the sea calming pearl. During the ancient investitures of the gods era, Taoism's prime clear bigwig, Zhao Gongming, possessed 24 sea calming pearls. After that, Zhao Gongming encountered a tribulation and entered the heavenly court's divine palace. As for his sea calming pearl, it fell into the hands of the Dipankara ancient Buddha, who was known as the Dipankara Taoist. These 24 sea calming pearls could manifest the 24 heavens. They were extremely heavy, and contained the profundities of space and time. They were perfect for trapping the awakened sky cosmos. Chapter 1579. Just like Tao Lord Luya's position in the demon race, the Dipankara ancient Buddha's position in the Western Pure Lands was similar. Most of the time, Amitabha Buddha was peaceful. The Western Pure Lands' external affairs were mostly handled by the Dipankara ancient Buddha. He was practically the second in command of the Western Pure Lands. Under normal circumstances, he rarely appeared, just like Tao Lord Luya. Even during the war between the Western Pure Lands and the demon race, he rarely participated in it. However, the top 3 bigwigs of the Orthodox Buddhism finally came out personally. His target wasn't the demon race or the blessed lands of the White Lotus, but the awakened sky cosmos. The sea calming pearl. What a great item. Yan Zhaoge smacked his lips. However, other than the Dipankara ancient Buddha and the sea calming pearl, there might be other experts working together. He, Xue Chuqing, and Xue Fei looked at each other. The same name appeared in their minds. Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles. Due to Yan Zhaoge and the others killing Fuluazi with the Immortal Extermination Formation, the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles had always held a grudge against his son. Although the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles would be fighting against the Western Pure Lands Buddhas most of the time, he wouldn't let go of the chance to locate the awakened sky cosmos. In terms of spatial transformations, the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles' speed was unrivaled among the Grand Heavenly Realm. With him and the Dipankara ancient Buddha working together, it was no wonder such a huge commotion could be caused. If not for the fact that Yen Zhaoge had always been cautious, having detected it at the first possible moment and reacted immediately, he would probably have been surrounded by the other party this time. As long as Senior Long and the others received the incongruence Divine Mother, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, and the others, we won't have to worry anymore, said Su Fei. A Grand Heavenly Realm expert would appear out of nowhere. Without a doubt, the possibility of others intercepting them would be much lower. If they made contact with the awakened sky cosmos, they would be able to send Long Xingquan and the others back. Most importantly, it would be inconvenient for us to enter the awakened sky cosmos in the future. It'd be hard for us to head to the void's boundless outskirts. Otherwise, we might be targeted just like this time. Xue Chuqing sighed. The Dipankara ancient Buddha, the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles, and even more Grand Heavenly Realm experts are keeping an eye on him. It's very difficult for someone who hasn't reached the Grand Heavenly Realm to conceal their tracks when surrounded by enemies. Even among the Grand Heavenly Realm experts, the Dipankara ancient Buddha and the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles were the cream of the crop. Such a top powerhouse's deterrence was not only reflected in a head-on battle, but also in all aspects. Bit by bit, it made people feel as if they were everywhere, giving people a suffocating pressure. In the past, they had always been at odds with each other. Therefore, when they clashed with each other, the Orthodox Taoism's activities were much more relaxed. However, even though the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the Immortal Court were still locked in battle, the Western Pure Lands and the demon race had reached a certain degree of compromise. As such, the situation of the Taoist heirs became tense. The reason why Yen Zhaoge had forged the information regarding the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord and the Humanly Essence Stone fragment in the past was to incite a war between the enemies of the two factions, so that his Orthodox Taoism could have more time and space to develop. Back then, by a stroke of luck, they had really discovered the remains of the Tai Nirvana Lord and the Humanly Essence Stone fragment. As a result, the two heretic sects had a great war and had been entangled with each other until now. To Yen Zhaoge and the others, this situation could not be any more ideal. However, the good days seemed to be coming to an end. With the Immortal Extermination Formation diagram and the three ancient swords returning to Orthodox Taoism, the Immortal Extermination Formation might reappear within the world. Even Daoist Luya and the other demon race great sages felt pressured. As such, they accepted the Dipankara Buddha's suggestion to suppress Yen Zhaoge and the others first. How ironic. Xue Fei shook his head. Due to the war between the Immortal Court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus, the Western Pure Lands indestructible Vajra Buddha is currently leading a group of Buddhist Bantis against a group of demon race great sages. Currently, the indestructible Vajra Buddha and the others were still fighting, while the Dipankara Buddha, the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles, and the others had opened up a second battlefield at the same time. Then came a scene both absurd and serious. On the other side of the battlefield, the Buddhas of the Western Pure Land and the great sages of the demon race were locked in a fierce battle. On the other side of the battlefield, there was another group of Buddhist supremacies and great demons working together to surround and search for the Tao sect's heir. There's nothing wrong with the demon race's reaction. Yen Zhaoge said, this is what a normal person would do. The Immortal Extermination Formation might reappear in the world. Sua Mingzhang and Feng Yuncheng had successively transcended the origin heavenly tribulation, and the Orthodox Taoism had gained two grand heavenly immortals. Yen Zhaoge created the fallen deity sword, and his cultivation was getting stronger and stronger. The three golden bodies of the great sage presided over the awakened sky cosmos. Every once in a while, the great sage equaling heaven's true body could be manifested. Moreover, the Rui golden cudgel was also in his hands. Within the past 100 years, the Taoism's three clear lineages' prowess had increased at an astounding speed. Such a situation would naturally attract the attention of other forces. To a certain extent, it wasn't impossible for the other forces to temporarily stop fighting and suppress the orthodox Taoism's lineage. However, the Dipankara Buddha and the others must have had other reasons for doing so. Yen Zhaoge chuckled, let's not talk about whether the other Buddhas of the Western Pure Lands know about this. The Dipankara Buddha most likely knows about the immortal ending sword's whereabouts. What he's doing now is logical, and it's equivalent to helping the immeasurable Heavenly Lord by concealing the truth of the immortal ending sword falling into the hands of the immortal court. This would further numb our senses and force us to walk right into their trap. Of course, they would be even happier if they managed to find us this time. Xue Chuqing sighed, under such circumstances, we're even more eager to obtain the immortal ending sword to reappear the immortal exterminating formation. Still, how are we supposed to search for the sword 49 years later if the situation is still as tense as before? Su Fei frowned, by then, wouldn't we become even more suspicious if we let our guard down instead? Yen Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples, if we don't know that the immortal ending sword is in the immortal court, we would have to do something to obtain an opportunity for ourselves in order to search for the sword. The others nodded silently. The other party only needed to go along with the flow. If Yen Zhaoge and the others didn't do anything and didn't try their best to obtain an opportunity, it would be equivalent to telling the other party that they already knew that the immortal ending sword was a trap. At the end of the day, everyone was just acting to see who was more realistic. To Yen Zhaoge and the others, the disadvantage was that if the other party realized that they had already seen through the trap, the immeasurable Heavenly Lord could just give up on setting up this trap. To him, it would be a pity if he couldn't obtain the immortal exterminating formation. However, Yen Zhaoge and the others had even less hope of obtaining the immortal ending sword. Snatching something from a Tao ancestor head-on was undoubtedly harder than ascending to the heavens. Making use of the bait that the other party had set up was their only chance. Life is like a play, and it all depends on one's acting skills. It's time to compete in acting skills again. Yen Zhaoge slapped his head. Chapter 1580. In other words, we have to find a reason for them to relax their encirclement on the awakened sky cosmos. They might even neglect the threat of us gathering the immortal exterminating four swords to a certain extent. Xue Chuqing said, as for the heretics and the Western Pure Lands, they might not necessarily believe it. However, as long as the reason seems sufficient on the surface, they will just go with the flow and pretend to relax the pressure on us, hoping to lure the snake out of its hole. She frowned slightly, such a reason isn't easy to find. How many existences beneath the Tao realm could rival the immortal exterminating formation? Not only were there few existences beneath the Tao realm that could rival the immortal exterminating formation. Xue Fei frowned as well, we can't let junior apprentice Sister Sikong and the others take the risk, right? To the immeasurable Heavenly Lord, the missing heavenly essence stone fragment was much more important than the humanly essence stone fragment he was fighting for against the future Buddha. If we really have no other choice, we can only sell Gao Han. Yen Zhaoge shrugged, those who sell others will always sell themselves. I believe that the exalted solar luminary would understand. Xue Chuqing and Xue Fei looked at him, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. You should be more serious at this moment. All right. Even without the heavenly essence stone fragment, we still have some ideas. Yen Zhaoge said, only, we still have to ask the incongruence Divine Mother and the others to verify it. Xue Chuqing went into deep thought, some prime clear lineage's relic. According to what you said, the Jade Illusory Palace should be in the sky. The roving Jade Palace should be in the same situation as well, right? Who can be so sure without actually entering it? Yen Zhaoge smiled. He stood up and walked out of the pill hall. He looked at the changing clouds in the faraway horizon. No matter what, we have to finish our act. Let's patiently pass through these 49 years and wait for the right time for them to release the bait. When that time comes, whether we break the hook and swallow the bait, or get caught by them, or get caught in one fell swoop, it would all depend on our own abilities. Xue Fei and Xue Chuqing stood beside him and nodded. Within the Astro Mountain's starry seas, radiance shrouded the grand plainness heaven. A dot of golden-red fiery light rose from the propping mulberry divine tree and continued ascending. It flew towards the ethereal spirit palace that seemed to be at an infinitely high place within the grand plainness heaven's void. In Emperor Dong's palace in the field of chestnut, Eastern monarch Taiyi's residence was here. The golden flame flew into the field of chestnut and manifested the appearance of immortal Luya. He came to the outside of Emperor Dong's palace but did not enter. Instead, he bowed to the ancient and majestic palace and said, "Your Majesty, please tell me where the Tushita Palace is." No one in the palace answered. Only the sound of a bell rang out. Then, a gust of wind appeared beneath Tao Lord Luya's feet, lifting him up and sending him out of the plains of chestnut, out of the grand essence heaven, out of the Astro Mountain's starry sea, and into the endless void outside the domain. Tao Lord Luya's body flashed through the endless void of the outlands. He seemed to have lost all sense of time as he ascended into an immortal realm. In the fairyland, there was a palace with a simple and ordinary appearance. It was the Tushita Palace. The Taoist child stood at the entrance of the hall and bowed towards Taoist Luya. Taoist Luya has come from afar. Your disciple pays his respects. Are fellow Taoists Xian Du and Huda present? Tao Lord Luya asked. Little old master is in seclusion to refine elixirs. Goddess Hudu is cultivating in the meditation room. She once said that if Tao Lord comes to visit, you can go see her. With that said, the Taoist child led the way. Tao Lord Luya entered the Tushita Palace and followed the Taoist child to a meditation room. In the room, a woman dressed in luxurious clothes sat on a bed. When she saw Tao Lord Luya enter, she stood up and nodded. You're here, Tao Lord. Right beside her, there was an ancient glaze lamp. The speck of light was mysterious and unfathomable, revealing its miraculous nature. Tao Lord Luya entered the meditation room and came to the lamp. He said, "Fellow Taoist Hudu, please. I'm here to fulfill my promise." With that said, a zither appeared in his hand. The zither was filled with an ancient aura. When the woman in luxurious clothes looked at it, it was as though she was experiencing the changes of the heavenly Tao. However, the zither only had 4 strings left. The rest were broken. The woman in luxurious clothes was not surprised. She already knew that it was a broken zither. The lamp is here. Please help yourself. You can take the fire seed devil spirit away. However, this lamp needs to be left in the Tushita Palace. Please forgive me, Tao Lord, said the woman in luxurious clothes. It's fine. I understand. Tao Lord Luya turned to look at the lamp flame. In his eyes, there seemed to be flames. They were born from the connate world. They were extremely mysterious, like the ancestor of all flames. The illusory jade glass lamp's flame was not affected. It continued to dance on its own. However, inside the lamp, there seemed to be some strange sparks flying out and dancing in the lamp flame. The sparks were restrained by the lamp and could not escape. However, Tao Lord Luya's connately fire essence flew out of his eyes and landed on the illusory jade glass lamp's light. The perfect lamp seemed to open up a passage. The sparks inside flew out. Then, Tao Lord Luya's connately fire swept the sparks back into his eyes. The lamp returned to normal. The ancient lamp was still burning quietly in the room, illuminating the entire room. In that case, I'll take my leave. Fellow Taoist Hudu, please greet the Grand Supreme Elder and fellow Taoist Xian Du on my behalf, said Tao Lord Luya with a smile. The woman in luxurious clothes said, Take care, Tao Lord. I won't send you off. No one would have to worry about the other party cheating in the transaction in the Tushita Palace. The Grand Supreme Elder was indeed used to staying quiet and doing nothing, but his existence was enough to suppress the tricks of the ghosts. After watching Tao Lord Luya leave, the woman in luxurious clothes had a calm expression. She stroked the 4 strings of the broken zither with her fingers. Great Taoist Master Xian Du appeared silently and said, wait for the final opportunity. The woman's appearance changed and she returned to Yang Jian's original appearance. She nodded and said, "That's right." On the other side, Dao Lord Luya left the Tushita Palace and returned to the Astro Mountain's starry sea. He entered the Grand Essence Heaven and landed on the Fusang Divine Tree where he lived. He took out a red gourd and pulled out the stopper. Then, the conately fire in his eyes passed through the sparks and sealed them into the gourd. Yang Wuzi, Dao Lord Luya called out softly. A bright sun appeared from afar and landed on the Fusang Divine Tree. It retracted the sunlight and turned into a three-legged crow. It came in front of Dao Lord Luya and said respectfully, "Patriarch. Take this and pay attention to the Astro Mountain's starry sea. See if anyone can touch it," said Dao Lord Luya as he handed the red gourd to the three-legged crow. After the crow took the red gourd, it replied, "Don't worry, Patriarch. I will definitely investigate carefully. Don't be anxious if there's nothing for the time being. Just be careful in the future," instructed Dao Lord Luya. "Yes, Patriarch." The three-legged crow paused for a moment before saying softly, "Patriarch, that's zither." Chapter 1581. Dongjun Yang Wuzi concealed his demonic power in front of Dao Lord Luya. Other than his 3 legs, he looked like an ordinary crow. However, he was a demon race great sage, an existence equivalent to a Taoism heavenly lord. The Golden Crow race was created by goddess Nuwa in the primordial era by imitating Lu Ya's demonic form. After that, the Golden Crow race recognized Dao Lord Luya as their ancestor. Dao Lord Luya did not reject it, and the relationship between the two became even closer. Dongjun Yang Wuzi was the only demon race great sage in the race, and the strongest expert in the race. However, he did not take up the position of the clan leader, nor did he stay in the Golden Crow race's ancestral land. Instead, he stayed by Dao Lord Luya's side, acting like a disciple and a trusted aide. Hence, he knew much more than others. He did not treat Dao Lord Luya as an outsider, and Dao Lord Luya did not hide many things from him. "The zither naturally belongs to the Tushita Palace," Dao Lord Luya said, "or rather, it belongs to the 3 clear lineage." Yang Wuzi showed a look of pity. Dao Lord Luya smiled, "There are many things that can only be gained by giving up. It can't be helped. With the zither, the orthodox Taoism will have a much easier time when the final sword of the immortal extermination for swords is born." Yang Wuzi was a little worried. They have the complete immortal extermination formation. Wouldn't it be even harder to deal with the 4 swords? Dao Lord Luya's lips curled up, and he stroked his beard. "It's not that simple. Although I can't be sure, if I'm not wrong, the final immortal extermination ancient sword is either in the Immortal Court, the Western Pure Lands, or the 9 underworlds." "Oh?" Yang Wuzi was surprised. According to Ho Tu, the Orthodox Taoism already knows the approximate location of the immortal extermination ancient sword. Dao Lord Luya smiled, "But they aren't going there to retrieve it. What do you think is the reason?" "It's because the sword already has an owner, and it might even be a Dao realm expert. Our Astro Mountain's starry seas doesn't have it, and the central blessed lands of Saha doesn't have it either. It's most likely to be in the Immortal Court or the Western Pure Lands." Dao Lord Luya laughed. "The Orthodox Taoism wants to acquire the final sword. Even if the zither goes to them, it will still be used against our enemies. No wonder the Immortal Court and the Western Pure Lands didn't put in any effort to search for the immortal extermination ancient sword. So they already had a plan in mind," Yang Wuzi said thoughtfully. "Did the Earth Queen intentionally leak the news to you?" "That's natural. Let's get involved as well. The more chaotic the situation is, the more chances the Dao sect will have." Dao Lord Luya said, "Otherwise, the enemy will have set up a trap for them to jump into. Their chances of success will be very slim, unless the old lord is willing to intervene." At this point, Dao Lord Luya chuckled and said, "Both parties have their wishful thinking. It's just that it's hard to say who will benefit in the end. The immortal extermination formation is no small matter. Our Astro Mountain's starry seas naturally needs it. He turned to Yang Wuzi and said, "It's not the right time to deal with the four immortal slaying swords. Before that, let's deal with the matter at hand." Yang Wuzi bowed his head. "Yes, ancestor." He kept the red gourd and flew away from the propping mulberry tree. Speaking of which, how did the orthodox Taoism see through the enemy's plan and know that the immortal ending sword already had an owner? Tao Lord Luya sat in a lotus position on the tree trunk. The smile on his face disappeared, and a contemplative expression appeared on his face. Also, the immortal extermination sword that Ho Tu tossed out in order to enter the Jade Illusory Palace. Has it always been stored in the Tushita Palace? There's news from the Tushita Palace. Within the awakened sky cosmos, within the broad Creed Mountains Pill Hall, Yan Zhaoge let out a long sigh and said to Yan Di, Xue Chuqing, Su Fei, and the others. "The fortune that I wanted to exchange for the Jade Illusory Glazed Lamp has been successfully obtained." He explained, "Although the situation is still very difficult for us to succeed, it's still much more hopeful now." Everyone revealed a joyful expression when they heard it. "Let's do our best and wait for the time to come," said Yan Di slowly. Under the undercurrent, everyone was surging. The soul-stirring details would usually far surpass what most people could see on the surface. Many battles might already have their final outcome before they even started on the surface. The true battle had begun much earlier than what the public had expected. Only, the various parties with ulterior motives were still unable to determine who would emerge as the final victor. Everyone could only accumulate their strength in secret and scheme to obtain more chips to increase their chances of victory. For Yan Zhaoge and the Taoism lineage that were developing in the awakened sky cosmos, the following days weren't going to be as good as before. The Dipankara ancient Buddha personally led the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles and other demon race bigwigs to encircle the awakened sky cosmos. In order to prevent their whereabouts from being exposed, Yan Zhaoge and the others greatly reduced the number of people entering and exiting the void's outskirts. This was to prevent the awakened sky cosmos from being targeted by one or a few of them. Then, they would use the sea calming pearl to surround them. Due to this reason, Yan Zhaoge and the others found it harder to obtain information about the outside world. As such, the unique treasures produced by the void's outskirts became more precious to the Taoism martial art practitioners within the awakened sky cosmos. The awakened sky cosmos produced many treasures and resources, to begin with. As such, there weren't any major problems. It wouldn't be like the Jade Spring world, which was in dire straits. However, some resources were unique to the void's boundless outskirts. It would be much more difficult for the awakened sky cosmos to obtain them. If there was an extremely important treasure within, then for the time being, he could only wait patiently. Such situations were rare, and the negative effects weren't that great. What Yan Zhaoge and the other higher-ups were more concerned about was the fact that the Taoism lineage's revival momentum seemed to have been interrupted in the past few decades. The so-called momentum seemed invisible and intangible. However, it truly existed. For Gao Qingxian, Yu Zhenbei, Long Xingquan, and the others of the older generation, it didn't matter much. They had experienced much darker and more difficult times in the past. However, for the younger generation, especially those who were born after the creation of the awakened sky cosmos, it was easy for them to feel worried about the situation that seemed to have suddenly turned against them. Under Yan Zhaoge and the others' guidance, the entire awakened sky cosmos was still developing. In fact, it was even accelerating. Only, the acceleration wasn't as ferocious as before. Yan Zhaoge and the others were calm, neither arrogant nor rash. They silently cultivated and waited for the right opportunity. They were temporarily dormant in order to erupt with more power. The next stage would be akin to a carp leaping through the dragon's gate. As such, Yan Zhaoge and the awakened sky cosmos spent their time battling against the Dipankara ancient Buddha and the other bigwigs. Time flew by in a blink of an eye. Another 7 by 7, 49 years passed. Chapter 1582. 49 years passed, and there were many changes both inside and outside of the awakened sky cosmos. While it was not a secret amongst the peak higher echelon experts that Yan Zhaoge had spent searching for the swords, most people naturally did not know about it. In the sky beyond heaven, people lived and multiplied. Martial artists focused on cultivation and were more concerned about the things around them. At this moment, on Broad Creed Mountain, a multicolored light suddenly rose from the back mountain, streams of immortal chi circulating. Outside one of the abodes stood a valiant man who looked to be in his 30s or 40s. His hair was slightly stained with frost, and his features were extremely handsome. Just by standing there, he had an eye-catching presence, as if he was the center of the world. Even the multicolored light in the cave next to the man didn't seem as dazzling in front of him. However, the man looked rather happy at this moment. His eyes were filled with joy as he bowed solemnly towards the cave abode. "Master, congratulations on successfully passing the immortal mortal tribulation, pushing open the immortal door, and attaining the leakless body." There were a few people standing behind the man. Their cultivation levels varied, and the person in the lead was an extremely tall and beautiful woman. The few of them were also overjoyed. They bowed solemnly towards the cave abode. "Congratulations, Master, for successfully passing the immortal mortal tribulation, pushing open the door of immortality, and attaining the leakless body." The door of the cave residence was pushed open, and a skinny old man walked out. He smiled and said, "Sorry to keep you waiting." It was precisely Broad Creed Mountain's former chief, Yuan Jingfeng. Looking at that valiant man, he sighed emotionally. "Yen Di, how can a lofty heavenly monarch act as a protector for a martial saint's tribulation? You and I both know that you can only rely on yourself during the immortal mortal tribulation. Others can't help you, so there's no need for you to wait here." A faint smile appeared on Yen Di's face. It is only natural for a disciple to stand guard for his master. Yuan Jingfeng wasn't a pretentious person either. He laughed and shook his head. "It's enough that you have the heart. Why bother with etiquette? The younger generation is the backbone of our sect and even the outland. Don't lose the bigger picture because of a small gain. Counting the days, the 49-year period should be up soon, right? The 49-year period is about to come." Yen Di first answered Yuan Jingfeng's question before saying, "Shedding mortality and becoming an immortal will always be different. This disciple will definitely come this time." Yuan Jingfeng waved his hand and said with a smile, "The student surpasses the master, carrying on the past and opening up the future." To be able to see today's flourishing scene, this old man is satisfied. For me to be able to shed my mortal body and become an immortal, it can be said that it is all thanks to you young people. It is all thanks to the current environment of the sky beyond heavens and the strength of our sect. This old man cannot boast about himself. Yen Di smiled, "Master, with your current cultivation base and longevity, you are still very young. It would not be wrong to say that you are a youth. You are not an old man, much less an old man. If I'm used to it, it means that my mental state has aged." Yuan Jingfeng laughed self-deprecatingly. "If it wasn't for the fact that I was spurred on by all of you, I would only be passing my days no matter how much longer I have." The tall woman by Yen Di's side now spoke, "Master, it is precisely because your heart has yet to dissipate that you are able to improve unceasingly now. You can look forward to even greater accomplishments in the future." This woman was naturally Yen Di's senior apprentice sister, Yuan Jingfeng's personal disciple, Fu Wenshu. Beside Yen Di and her stood Feng Qi and the others. Although their cultivation bases varied, they were all Yuan Jingfeng's personal disciples. Today, they were here to welcome their master and congratulate him. Objectively speaking, Yuan Jingfeng's talent in martial arts was very high. If he had grown up in the current environment of the Broad Creed Mountain, his achievements would have been even more eye-catching. Back then, the environment and experiences of the Eight Extremities world had dragged Yuan Jingfeng down to a certain extent. He might not have been able to reach the limits of his own potential. Fortunately, he still managed to catch up with the great development of the sky beyond heavens and the Broad Creed Mountain. Cultivating wholeheartedly without any distractions, Yuan Jingfeng still managed to ascend to a height that many people might not be able to reach in their entire lives. Therefore, Although Yuan Jingfeng's long-lost sharpness and drive arose in his heart, he did not feel too much pity for his life, nor did he have any thoughts of blaming others. Having experienced the darkest times of the broad Creed Mountain in the Eight Extremities world, his state of mind was very peaceful. He was already much luckier than his master Zhang Shilo, senior apprentice uncle Zhang Dongge, and the others. He was also luckier than many people of the same generation. Perhaps I can still continue to advance. However, it's merely the icing on the cake for the revival of our Taoism. Yuan Jingfeng smiled slightly. The future is ultimately created by all of you. Being able to witness the golden age and contribute to it, this old man is very comforted. Feng Qi said, the golden age is gradually getting stronger. Our Taoism's experts have been continuously emerging all these years. Speaking of immortal realm experts, other than you who pushed open the immortal door, not long ago, the ingenious Flying Peaks Red Lotus Cliffs Brocade Emperor had successfully Duo Chi's fused aura, passed the pure profound tribulation, and ascended to the tranquil profound immortal realm. Is that so? Yuan Jingfeng nodded repeatedly. That's truly a joyous occasion. Before meeting Yang Jian, who was residing in the Tushita Palace, Yan Zhaoge, Fu Yunqi, and Chao Jia had studied the Grand Clear Direct lineage and recreated the art of severing one's emotions and parasitizing. With this art, the Brocade Emperor, Fu Yunqi's future path was finally clear and smooth again. After these years of hard work, he had successfully created 2 clones, which were entrusted with his 2 daughters' emotions. Forgetting his emotions wasn't heartless, and he returned to the righteous path. Compared to the black-clothed Brocade Emperor's attempt to borrow the grand simplicity splendor cloud, this was a better method. After solving all the problems in the true immortal realm, Fu Yunqi finally attempted the pure profound tribulation and successfully passed the tribulation. With the Duo Chi's fused aura, he ascended to the profound immortal realm, and there was another sovereign in the sky beyond skies. Oh, it seems like I have to go to the Red Lotus Cliff. Yuan Jingfeng said. Fu Enchu smiled slightly. There's no hurry. Perhaps it's the Brocade Emperor's turn to come to our place. Generally speaking, such a joyous occasion would be kept a secret. If it was announced to the whole world, the other forces that had no grudges against each other would usually send people to congratulate them. If it was a coincidence that someone from 2 forces ascended to the immortal realm at the same time, they would send people to congratulate each other, and the other forces would send 2 groups of people to attend the ceremony. However, if one of the forces had an expert of a higher level, such as the Brocade Emperor, according to the tacit etiquette, the Broad Creed Mountain's immortal emperor, Yuan Jingfeng, and the other forces' representatives would go to the Red Lotus Cliff together. While Yuan Jingfeng congratulated Fu Yunqi, he would also receive the gifts from others. Such a situation was extremely rare, but it wasn't unprecedented. So, everyone just had to follow the rules. However, Fu Enchu's words made Yuan Jingfeng slightly stunned. Although the Broad Creed Mountain's current status and power far surpassed the Red Lotus Cliff, the Broad Creed Mountain style in the sky beyond skies wasn't domineering. This kind of thing wouldn't break the established rules. There was only one possibility for Fu Yunqi and the Red Lotus Cliff to go to the Broad Creed Mountain instead. In the Broad Creed Mountain, there was an expert of a higher level than the profound immortal realm. Could it be Zhaoge? Yuan Jingfeng thought for a while and revealed a joyful expression. At this moment, before he finished his sentence, 5 colored lights shot up to the sky from another cave manor in the back mountain of the Broad Creed Mountain. Roiling rainbow lights filled the entire heaven and earth, continuously spreading towards the surroundings. As the wind and clouds surged, it seemed to have enveloped the entire sky beyond skies, and was even sweeping outwards. Recommending the Urban God Shi Xinshu Frowny Face bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 1583. It wasn't just the entire heavens beyond world. The multicolored radiance even rushed out of the boundaries and filled the void of the awakened sky cosmos. At this moment, the Eight Extremities world, the vast ocean world and many other lower realms that were connected to the sky beyond heaven, all shook as if a great change had occurred in the heavens and the earth. The people of the lower realms didn't know how to react, but the people of the sky beyond skies, after a short moment of shock, looked at the source of the lights. After recognizing that it was the direction of the Broad Creed Mountain, they immediately understood. Within the Broad Creed Mountain range, on the Jade Capital Crag, a rare smile appeared on the sword sovereign Yuzhenbei's usually stern face. He cupped his hands towards the direction of the Broad Creed Mountain range's main peak. His disciples, led by Wang Pu who had ascended to the human exalt realm a few years ago, all had solemn expressions on their faces as they bowed in the direction of Broad Creed Mountain's main peak. While they usually referred to Yan Zhaoge as senior apprentice brother, at this special moment, Wang Pu, Zhou Jiahai and the others all had solemn expressions on their faces as they spoke in unison. Congratulations, Your Majesty, for ascending to the grand virtual immortal realm and achieving the 5 Qis unification. On Golden Court Mountain, Chao Jia was in the lead, and behind him stood Tang Yonghao, Long Hanhua, Mu Jun, the southeastern sword mistress, and the others. They looked at the rainbow clouds in the sky. Compared to the other people in the realm beyond heavens, their emotions were more complicated. As people who had come into contact with Yan Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain relatively early on, they could virtually be said to have personally witnessed the rise of Yan Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain. Witnessed the birth of a legend, from nothing to something. At this moment, atop the peak of Golden Court Mountain, everyone had their swords in hand as they bowed in the direction of Broad Creed Mountain's main peak with solemn expressions on their faces. Congratulations, Your Majesty, for ascending to the grand virtual immortal realm and achieving the 5 Qis unification. In the southern continent of heavens beyond, on the newly built Wudong Slope, the current sect leader, Phoenix Cry's southern border, Mao Yuanqing also looked towards the northern horizon with a slightly frightened expression. At this moment, the multicolored light filled the world, and it was almost impossible to tell which direction to go. However, Mao Yuanqing could naturally recognize the source of the glow. It came from the direction of the main peak of the Broad Creed Mountain range in the sky beyond skies. Considering the current number of experts of Broad Creed Mountain, it did not need to be said for the person who could cause such a disturbance. He was the person who had single-handedly caused the calamity of Wudong Slope back then. That person who had single-handedly brought Broad Creed Mountain to its current position. To a certain extent, it could also be said that he was a person who had made great contributions to the development of the heaven upon heavens and the revitalization of the Tao sect. Due to the overall improvement of the environment and the rising tide, even Wudong Slope, which had experienced a great calamity, quickly recovered its vitality. In fact, it even faintly showed an aura that surpassed that of the past. The entanglement of gratitude and grudges was truly difficult to distinguish. However, there was no doubt that the two of them were no longer on the same level. Although there was an old saying that flowers do not bloom for 100 days, the current strong side might be buried by time in 1,000, 10,000, or even 100,000 years. But now, Mao Yuanqing could only sigh and lower his head. Congratulations, Your Majesty, for ascending to the grand virtual immortal realm and achieving the 5 Qis unification. After experiencing the joy of their old chief Yuan Jingfeng ascending to immortality, Broad Creed Mountain's disciples immediately received an even greater surprise. Gazing at the dazzling light that filled the sky that shook one's soul, everyone's mind went blank. When they recovered from their shock, regardless of whether they were men or women, young or old, all of them cheered in unison. And at this time, from another direction, a vast purple aura descended. The purple aura resembled a sea of clouds. Yet, illuminated by the 5-colored light, the purple color faded as the sea of clouds seemed to turn multicolored. As the cloud chi dispersed, a few figures were revealed. Their leader was handsome. It was none other than the former Brocade Emperor, the current Brocade Emperor, Fu Yunqi. Behind him followed Fu Ting, Meng Wan, He Shixing and the others. The current Red Lotus Cliff was extraordinary as well. He Shixing had pushed open the door to immortality slightly earlier than Yuan Jingfeng, achieving the leakless true immortal stage. Even earlier than him, the Grand Red Lotus Fu Ting had triumphantly ascended to the immortal realm. The world sighed in admiration as Meng Wan, known as the twin beauties of Red Lotus Cliff alongside Fu Ting, had long since reached the human exalt stage. Fu Yunqi's two daughters were both beautiful and talented, causing many suitors to nearly stomp down ingenious Flying Peak by a few feet. Still, led by Fu Yunqi at this moment, those of Red Lotus Cliff descended from the clouds, solemn expressions on their faces as they bowed towards Broad Creed Mountain that was enveloped by the multicolored light. Congratulations to the Yen Emperor for ascending to the grand virtual immortal realm and achieving the 5 Qis unification. In the back mountain of Broad Creed Mountain, the door of a cave manor opened, and Yen Zhaoge strode out from within. He first bowed towards Yen Di, Yuan Jingfeng and the others who came from afar. At this special moment, Yen Di, Yuan Jingfeng and the others all bowed to Yen Zhaoge in a solemn and joyous manner. Then, those of Broad Creed Mountain welcomed Fu Yunqi, Fu Ting and Meng Wan into the door. Congratulations to Senior Fu for successfully passing the pure profound tribulation, said Yen Zhaoge with a smile. Fu Yunqi said, thanks to Daoist Yen and Daoist Chao's help. Otherwise, I don't know how much time I would have wasted. No need to be so polite, Senior Fu. Yen Zhaoge said, our orthodox Taoism, especially the grand clear direct lineage, has one more profound immortal. It's a joyous occasion. Fu Yunqi said, I've always been impatient. I was like that in the past, and I'm still like that now. I'm not as steady as Daoist Gao of the roving Jade Heavens. I still have to explore my way forward, and I dare not be careless. On the other hand, Daoist Yen and your father have accumulated a lot of experience. When the conditions are right, success will follow, and your cultivation realm will improve by leaps and bounds. It's truly amazing. Previously, in the entire awakened sky cosmos, including the sky beyond skies, roving Jade Heavens, and Jade Spring Heavens, the ones closest to the profound immortal realm were Fu Yunqi and the roving Jade Heavens Gao Xuebua and Long Xueji. Long Xueji was extremely talented in swordsmanship, and his combat prowess was unparalleled among those in the same realm. However, his cultivation speed wasn't as fast as Yen Di, Nie Jingshen, Yu Yi, and Chen Shenhua. Especially since he was a sword cultivator, it wasn't easy for him to improve. Although he was currently at the true immortal peak stage, he still needed to nurture his cultivation to reach the profound immortal realm. As for Gao Xuebua, he had nurtured his sword for thousands of years when he was in the martial Saint Exalt realm and accumulated a lot of experience. Once he unsheathed his edge, he immediately crossed the immortal mortal tribulation and pushed open the immortal door, achieving the leakless true immortal realm. At the same time, due to the sheath edge and nurture sword, he was much closer to the profound immortal realm than the Tranquil Emperor, Grand Emperor, Fu Yunqi, and Long Xueji. However, now that the true immortal realm Gao Xuebua was in the sheath edge and nurture sword, he wasn't in a hurry to challenge the pure profound tribulation. As such, he lagged behind Fu Yunqi. As for Gao Xuebua and Long Xueji's father, Long Xingquan, he displayed his brilliance in the past. Previously, he had successfully passed the profound origin tribulation, achieved the 5 Qis unification, and achieved the grand virtual immortal realm. This proved why he could sweep across the roving Jade Heavens in the past, and was only defeated by Gao Qingxian. After Long Xingquan and Yen Di, Yen Zhaoge had also succeeded in achieving the 5 Qis unification, becoming the third Taoism heavenly monarch born in the sky beyond skies in the past few decades. Compared to Gao Qingxian and Long Xingquan, Yen Zhaoge and his father's improvement speed was even more shocking and miraculous. Chapter 1584 VA 6 G passing the profound origin tribulation, 5 Qis unification, and attaining the grand virtual realm naturally became the biggest event of the sky beyond skies. Other than the Red Lotus Cliffs group led by Fu Yunqi, the other forces naturally gathered at the Broad Creed Mountain to congratulate Yen Zhaoge. When the roving Jade Heavens and Jade Spring Heavens received the news, many people came to congratulate him. Within Yen Zhaoge's pupils, a voice resounded, congratulating him. Congratulations to the Yen Emperor for attaining the grand virtual immortal realm and attaining the 5 Qis unification, said Feng Yuncheng with a smile. Yan Zhaoge's thoughts moved, and he sent a sound transmission to her, smiling, "It's fine if others call me by my title, but I can't accept it if you do. According to the rules, I should be the one calling you the Heavenly Lord." Feng Yincheng's voice was gentle. She smiled and said, "Before we reached the martial saint realm, I had already addressed you like that. According to the unspoken agreement from before the great calamity, only true immortals and profound immortals could be called sovereigns. Those who disobeyed the rules might be attacked by the masses. Even the true sovereigns might find trouble with them." In the past, when Yan Zhaoge was touring the floating life world, he had the title of Yan Emperor in the floating life world. After the great calamity, when civilization was being rebuilt, it was a special product of the lower realms. Normally, even if those of a higher realm knew about it, they would only treat it as a joke. They wouldn't take it seriously like before the great calamity. However, the Yan Emperor had lived up to his name for many years. Today, Yan Zhaoge even surpassed the profound immortal realm and became a grand virtual immortal, ascending to the heavenly monarch realm. Looking back, hundreds of years had passed. To ordinary people, it might be a long time. However, to martial art practitioners, it was so fast that it was shocking. Still, in the floating life world at that time, when everyone's cultivation bases had yet to even reach the martial saint realm, Feng Yuncheng already had a strong feeling that the so-called title of Yan Sovereign would ultimately be Yan Zhaoge's. From the looks of it, it was just as she had expected. The Yan Emperor was just the starting point. "You're faster than me," Yan Zhaoge said with a smile. "I was fortunate enough to encounter a great calamity in the future." Feng Yuncheng's tone was very calm, as if the person who might encounter a calamity wasn't her. Yan Zhaoge murmured, "The times create the hero, and the hero creates the times. How can it be so clear? Who can say that they do not rely on any fortuitous encounters or luck at all? As for the future, it's still uncertain. I'm just doing my best and feeling at ease. Then let's focus on the current situation and do our best," Feng Yuncheng said. Yan Zhaoge smiled, "That's right. After passing through this trial of the carp leaping over the dragon gate, it would be a brand new world, a brand new era. Whether or not our orthodox Taoism can change the heavens and the earth after so many years of accumulation following the great calamity will depend on this trial, the final step of our journey of 10,000 kilometers." The aftermath of the ceremony came to an end, but some guests did not leave. For example, Gao Qingxian and Long Xingquan. The top-notch experts of the awakened sky cosmos were currently gathered together to plan for the upcoming battle. At almost the same time, outside the awakened sky cosmos, a group of Buddhist experts and demon race great sages started to encircle the orthodox Taoism once again. Everyone had their eyes on the 49-year time limit. Throughout these years, the Dipankara ancient Buddha and the others had been targeting the awakened sky cosmos. The awakened sky cosmos's people kept a low profile, and they reduced their movements outside the cosmos. As a result, the difficulty of their enemies' encirclement had also increased. However, now that the 49-year time limit was up, the Dipankara ancient Buddha and the others naturally cooperated and intensified their encirclement and suppression against the orthodox Taoism. They wanted to stop Yan Zhaoge and the others from searching for the final ancient sword. On the other hand, the immortal court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus were constantly fighting against each other. Once again, a 100-year war ensued. Just as Yan Zhaoge finished his seclusion, he received a huge gift from the Dipankara ancient Buddha and the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles. The 24 sea calming pearls transformed into 24 heavens, which almost squeezed the awakened sky cosmos in the middle. However, under Yan Zhaoge's control, the pill hall successfully escaped from the enemy's encirclement and left. "Senior apprentice brother Su, you've worked hard." Yan Zhaoge looked at the returning Su Fei and said with a smile. The Dipankara ancient Buddha and the others were able to find an opportunity to encircle the awakened sky cosmos because of Su Fei's recent trip. However, this was the result of Yan Zhaoge's discussion with everyone before he went into seclusion. As the 49-year time limit was nearing its end, the orthodox Taoism should be thinking of making a move. If they didn't take any risks, it would only attract suspicion. On the other hand, Yan Zhaoge and the others needed to establish some connections and communications with the outside world to prepare for their next move. "It's prepared," said Su Fei. Yan Zhaoge nodded. "Let us begin, then." He first handed over the control of the pill hall and the profound sky-purple golden furnace to his mother, Xue Chuqing. After he left the awakened sky cosmos, Xue Chuqing could still control the pill hall to avoid the Dipankara ancient Buddha and the others' encirclement. Xue Chuqing had ascended to the immortal realm for many years now. Her cultivation was stable, and her attainments and formations were profound. Her familiarity with the pill hall was only inferior to Yan Zhaoge's. With her controlling it, Yan Zhaoge didn't need to worry about it anymore. After that, Yan Zhaoge wasn't in a rush. He used the Taoist Way Heavenly Lord's cave manor as a clue to locate the immortal ending sword. He, Yan Di, Su Fei, Gao Qingxian, and the others left the sky beyond skies and exited the awakened sky cosmos. Everyone split up. Feng Yunqing also temporarily left Yan Zhaoge's sight. Like the other Taoism heavenly immortals, she merged with the void and disappeared. After Yan Zhaoge and the others bid farewell, they too disappeared into the void's boundless outskirts. As they were moving, other places were also undergoing undercurrents. The Dipankara ancient Buddha didn't feel depressed when the pill hall escaped from him once again. He leisurely returned to the Western Pure Lands. "The time is here. It seems like you've already planned everything out." The Bodhisattva of Guanyin sighed. The Dipankara ancient Buddha smiled and said, "There are too many karmic entanglements. It's hard for everything to go according to plan. Since this matter involves the three clear lineage, I won't be participating in it." "Do as you wish, ancient Buddha." The Bodhisattva of Guanyin shook her head and put her palms together. Then, she turned around and left. The Dipankara ancient Buddha smiled and put his palms together. Then, he walked towards the center of the Western Pure Lands. "I wish to meet with the 9 underworlds. Buddha, please bestow me with your incarnation," said the Dipankara ancient Buddha with his palms together. A green lotus silently flew out from the temple and landed in front of the Dipankara ancient Buddha. The Dipankara ancient Buddha kept the green lotus. After thanking the Buddha, he immediately left. The 9 underworlds wasn't like the Tushita palace. Without the Amitabha Buddha's guidance, the Dipankara ancient Buddha knew how to head there. Of course, he didn't have to head to the 9 underworlds personally. He only left the Western Pure Lands and sat casually within the void. With a single thought, the Dipankara ancient Buddha's perfect Buddha light flickered for a moment. Green smoke rose from the lamp's wick and instantly turned into a colorful scene. The colorful smoke condensed into the image of an old man. He faced the Dipankara ancient Buddha. "How have you been, Taoist? Why did you suddenly want to meet me? How have you been, Taoist?" Dipankara Buddha looked at the primordial heart devil and smiled. "I have something to discuss with you. Remember the mobile URL, m. Chapter 1585. The primordial devil smiled faintly. "What's the matter, Taoist Dipankara? Feel free to speak your mind. I wish to exchange this item for a promise from the 9 underworlds." A green lotus appeared on the Dipankara ancient Buddha's palm. "I wonder if the 9 underworlds are interested." The primordial heart devil said, "It seems like Amitabha has agreed to it. If that's the case, I'm naturally willing." "Then, I'll contact you later," said the Dipankara ancient Buddha with a smile. The primordial heart devil's image in front of him gradually dispersed. The colorful mist also disappeared, and the lights within the perfect Buddha radiance returned to normal. The Dipankara ancient Buddha stood up from the void. His figure was erratic, as if he resided in all time and space. Even the vast void seemed to have lost the concept of distance in front of him. After a short while, the Dipankara ancient Buddha's figure suddenly stabilized and appeared in another universe. The dark void in front of him suddenly emitted a bright radiance, and a Buddhist bigwig appeared from within. The Buddha radiance around him was pure gold, and the radiance of white flames circulated around him, illuminating the surrounding universe like a Buddhist land of light. Greetings, ancient Buddha. The Dipankara ancient Buddha bowed, and the Dipankara ancient Buddha put his palms together and bowed back. Greetings, Bodhisattva. This Buddhist Bhante was the Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva. Together with the Bodhisattva Guanyin, they were known as the Three Sages of the West. He was one of the few Buddhist bigwigs in the Western Pure Lands. He used his unique light of wisdom to illuminate all living beings in the world, allowing them to escape from the calamity of blood and weapons, obtaining supreme power and might. Hence, the Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva was known as the number one in light and wisdom. Although his title was Bodhisattva, he was the same as the Bodhisattva Guanyin and the Dipankara ancient Buddha. They were all bigwigs who had attained enlightenment and ascended to the grand heavenly realm. Did the Buddha grant you an incarnation? Asked the Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva. That's right. The Dipankara ancient Buddha answered, I've also seen the primordial heart devil. The Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva nodded, the three clear lineage has made some movements. It was led by Taoist South Pole, who brought people to the void and discovered an ancient ruin. Fellow Taoist South Pole. Dipankara ancient Buddha was deep in thought. Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva smiled, after inspecting the ruins, it seems like they're looking for the jade virtual Wuji apricot yellow flag. The ancient Dipankara Buddha could not help but laugh. The Wuji apricot yellow flag was a treasure of the hollow jade temple in the past. It was impenetrable to all techniques and was impervious to all evil. Its defensive strength was one of the few treasures in the entire history of the Taoist sects. During the Great War of the ancient investiture of the gods, it had even blocked Mahamayuri's five-colored divine light. Since the ancient era, there were different opinions about its whereabouts. Some people thought that it was still hidden in the Jade Mirage Palace, some thought that it had disappeared without a trace, and some thought that it had been taken away by the heavenly primogenitor who had transcended. In short, this treasure had been lost since ancient times. If they could be found again, it would indeed be very eye-catching. Compared to the Western Pure Lands, the Astro Mountain's starry seas might value this treasure more. If the demon race could obtain the Wuji apricot yellow flag, then their previous predicament of being unable to do anything to Mahamayuri would no longer exist. From this aspect, if he could snatch the Western Pure Lands, even if he didn't use it, he would still be able to maintain the deterrence of Mahamayuri, and the demon race would be helpless against him. However, compared to the immortal execution formation, the Wuji apricot yellow flag was clearly inferior. It was obviously a joke to say that Yen Zhaoge and the others had wholeheartedly searched for the Yinyang apricot yellow flag and neglected the final sword of the immortal exterminating four swords, as well as the possibility of the immortal exterminating formation reappearing. Without a doubt, this was a smokescreen set up by the orthodox Taoism. Moreover, it was not a very clever camouflage. He must have a follow-up plan, or he would be a laughing stock. Even if the Western Pure Lands and the Immortal Court laid a trap for the orthodox Taoism to jump into, they wouldn't pretend to believe in such a smokescreen. That would seem too urgent and there would definitely be a trap. Instead, it would alarm the people from the Tao sect. I'll meet up with Great Rock Wisdom King and the others and continue searching for the pill hall. I'll give them some pressure. Dipankara ancient Buddha said. Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva nodded and said, I'll pay a visit to Taoist South Pole and see what they plan to do. Good, thank you, Bodhisattva. Dipankara ancient Buddha put his palms together. The two mighty figures of the Buddhist sects then left. Thank you, Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. Thank you, Taoist Gao. While traversing through the void, Yen Zhaoge cupped his hands towards the empty cosmos above his head. Yen Di did the same beside him. Within the cosmos, the sound of thunder seemed to be faintly discernible. However, no lightning flashes could be seen. It was as if the sound of thunder by Yen Zhaoge's ears was merely an illusion. Although the immeasurable Heavenly Lord and the future Buddha had fought for nearly 100 years for the humanly essence stone's fragment, they were still fighting against each other and couldn't be bothered with other matters. However, the Amitabha Buddha and the Eastern sovereign Tai still maintained a certain level of restraint. While the two sides were suppressing each other, they were also threatening the Taoism and the nine underworld's grand heavenly realm experts. The southern extremity Longevity Emperor and the other Taoism heavenly lords still had to be careful with their actions, and they often hid within the void. The white-clothed Gao Han was traveling with Yen Zhaoge and the others. He smiled and said, "Daoist Yen, you don't have to be so courteous. Now is a crucial moment for the orthodox Taoism's glory. It's my duty to help. No matter what, I still have to thank the southern extremity Longevity Emperor and Daoist Gao." Yen Zhaoge said, "The enemy's influence is too great. Success or failure hinges on this one move. As long as we have more strength, we would have more chances of winning." Gao Han smiled faintly, "You're right." His gaze swept past Yen Zhaoge and Yen Di, and he praised, "Young heavenly lord, heaven-trampling lord. Both of you are truly worthy of your title." When Yen Di became the Broad Creed Mountain's chief, he was given the title, Heaven-Trampling Lord, due to the ancestral rules. Just like how only true immortals could be called emperors, and only profound immortals could be called sovereigns, the title of Heavenly Lord was also very particular. It was a title only grand virtual immortals could give. Especially when Yen Di was given the title, Heaven-Trampling Lord. To a certain extent, it was even more of a taboo than Yen Zhaoge's title of Young Heavenly Lord. Only, in the eight extremity world's lower realms, not many people took it seriously. Most of them treated it as a joke. However, after coming to the world beyond worlds and establishing the sky beyond skies, this title became even more eye-catching. Because of the Sword Sovereign, Yu Zhenbei's guidance, and the Exalted Fire, Suo Mingzhang's endorsement, Yen Di had been progressing smoothly, everyone gradually acknowledged it. Now that Yen Di had ascended to the Five Qis unification realm in such a short period of time, he was practically the youngest virtual immortal in history. It seemed to have proven that he was capable enough to bear this title. Only, more achievements were needed to prove it. Yen Di said quietly, "In the past, I was known to be reckless in the eight extremity worlds. I apologize for that, Daoist Gao. I have to thank Daoist Gao for giving me this title in the past." Yen Zhaoge chuckled. Gao Han smiled as well, "I've always been filled with expectations for Daoist Yen. This time, it's an unprecedented feat of our Taoism after the Great Calamity." His voice stopped, and his gaze flickered slightly. Yen Zhaoge and Yen Di also looked forward. Suddenly, a devilish wind and Buddha light appeared together. Gao Han's expression turned serious, and he muttered, "A huge feat, and also a huge test." Chapter 1586. In the faraway void, a demonic wind and Buddha light suddenly flickered, obstructing Yen Zhaoge's group's path of retreat. Yen Zhaoge and the others weren't surprised. The reason why the other party could catch up to them was because they purposely revealed their tracks and left behind clues. The ferocious demonic wind permeated the surroundings, enveloping the entire universe as if it wanted to devour Yen Zhaoge and the others. Suddenly, thunderbolts exploded within the void. Lightning radiances surged, forming an independent heaven and earth. While protecting Yen Zhaoge and the others, it also isolated the demonic wind outside. Wind and thunder continuously surged, clashing intensely against each other. The newcomer was a demon race great sage. Currently, he was facing off against the southern extremity Longevity Emperor. The two grand heavenly realm experts were clashing against each other. As they clashed, the profundities of their concepts cancelled out a little, causing their true appearances to be revealed in front of Yen Zhaoge and the others. Amidst the thunderbolts, an old man wearing a crown and a Taoist robe stood above the nine heavens. Streaks of thunderbolts seemed to have transformed into a carriage that carried him. Fragrant clouds covered the entire area. It was the Jade Clear lineage's style, but it was unique. Under his control, the incomparably violent thunderbolts were orderly. They displayed the opening of chaos, the changes in space, the circulation of the five elements, the birth of myriad existences, the convergence of yin and yang, the alternation of day and night, and various other profundities. The profundities of the myriad existences were displayed to their fullest within the thunderous sound. It was one of the Taoism heavenly court's divine palaces for imperials, the southern extremity longevity emperor. On the other side of the thunderbolt ocean, a tall figure stood amidst the demonic winds. The other party stood upright like a human. He wore armor and a silver helmet. He held a crescent spade in his hand, and his voice was like a crane's cry that shook the 9 heavens. From afar, there was only one head and one face. But up close, there were people all around. There were eyes in front, eyes behind, and eyes everywhere. There were also mouths to the left and right. 9-headed great sage. After seeing the other party's appearance, Yan Zhaoge squinted his eyes. The person who was facing off against the southern extremity longevity emperor was none other than the great sage of the demon race known as the 9-headed bug. He had once shaken the world during the middle journey to the West era. He was a winged insect, the ancient divine bird of the 9 phoenixes. He was also known as the ghost chariot or 9-headed bird. During the middle era, he was nearly beaten to death by Yang Jian and Yang Erlang. After that, he lived in seclusion and cultivated. Only now did he return to the world. He was still as ferocious as before, seeking revenge against Yang Jian. Meanwhile, seeing this 9-headed bug, the faces of Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di both sunk. About 100 years ago, the Tao Gate was struck by the devil calamity. The 3 extinct devils, Water Devil, Earth Devil, and Metal Devil, sought to be reborn one after another, and their bodies fell into the hands of the Tao Gate's disciples. Yan Zhaoge and the others planned to resolve the devil calamity. In the end, the 9-headed bug led a portion of the great demons and interfered. As a result, Yan Zhaoge and the others failed. Qin Xuanzong, Jie Mingkong, and Chu Lili narrowly escaped death and were sealed in ice. Looking at the 9-headed bug, Yan Zhaoge recalled the smile of Qin Xuanzong and his disciples. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he sized up the people beside the 9-headed bug and saw another familiar face. He was dressed like a Taoist priest, wearing a bright red golden crown, wearing a black zizi black robe, a pair of green cloud-like shoes, and a yellow duke-lu ribbon tied around his waist. This old man's face was like a melon, and his eyes were like bright stars. Although he looked like a perfected Taoist, there was a demonic aura around him. 100-eyed Demon Lord. Although this old man had yet to ascend to the grand heavenly realm, his demonic arts were so strong that even some grand heavenly realm experts couldn't take him down. He was a top-notch figure within the grand virtual realm. In the past, when Yan Zhaoge and the others moved the roving jade heavens into the pill hall, they were obstructed by this old centipede and other great demons. Both sides were familiar with each other, and now they met again. Other than the 2 great demons, Buddha lights were surging. The 3 Buddhist Bantis stood by the side, keeping a distance from the 100-eyed Demon Lord. However, they were clearly here for Yan Zhaoge and the others. In the middle, a Buddhist Banti sat in the lotus position. His right hand formed the fearless seal, while his left hand held onto a lotus flower. On the lotus flower, there were rui beads. Although it was their first time meeting each other, Yan Zhaoge, Yan Di, and Gao Han could recognize him. He was the famous sky barrier removal bodhisattva of the orthodox Buddhism. He was a top-notch Buddhist expert within the grand virtual realm, the Guy Barrier Removal Yard's head. The Buddhist Banti on the left of the Guy Barrier Removal Bodhisattva carried a huge bag in his hand. He had a smile on his face, and his expression was filled with joy. The Buddhist Banti on the right was sitting in the lotus position like the Bodhisattva. He was digging his ears with one hand, and he seemed to be at ease. Cloth bag Arhat, ear digging Arhat. Gao Han smiled. According to the Buddhism, becoming an Arhat is the true fruit. However, using our Taoism standard, perhaps we should call him a Bodhisattva. The Guy Barrier Removal Bodhisattva said calmly, "Greetings, Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor." Within the void, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor said from the Thunder Chariot, There's no need for formalities, and there's no need for words. Since we've met each other today, we can only fight. Fellow Taoists, please. His voice was like the nine heavens' thunder punishment, which was capable of cleansing the world's sins. At the same time, it was as gentle as the gentle breeze and drizzle. The two contradicting feelings intertwined, forming a unique charm. As soon as he finished speaking, he stopped talking. Rumbling thunder started spreading towards the surroundings. The demonic wind surged and obstructed the thunder. The nine-headed bug opened its mouth and said, "You're foolish beyond measure. To think that you're trying to deceive us, and even risked your lives. However, since your whereabouts have already been discovered, how could we possibly give you the chance to escape? There's no need to search for the awakened Sky Hall and the immortal ending ancient sword. Everything would be within my grasp if I were to capture you. Even the three clear lineage would suffer the fate of being chopped in half." Yen Di said coldly, "I'm afraid that you don't have that capability. Ignorant junior." The nine-headed bug laughed out loud. "What do you think is a grand heavenly realm? Once the news is sent out, we'll know your exact location. To us, it's fine if we don't know your exact location. But if we do know your whereabouts, other than a few rare exceptions, wouldn't we be able to reach you in an instant?" As if to prove his words were true, the surrounding void actually began to show signs of instability in this short period of time. It was as if there was more than one figure faintly appearing, as if they were about to descend upon this place out of nowhere. Fellow Taoist, it's too early to be happy. The southern extremity longevity emperor's body suddenly spread towards his surroundings. The light screen became fainter and fainter. However, it was thin and unbreakable. Like a huge bubble, it actually surrounded the two demons and three Buddhas. Under the encirclement of the lightning halo, the demonic winds and Buddha lights seemed to be unable to pass through. Impressive! The nine-headed great sage was enraged. He raised the crescent moon spade in his hand and slashed towards the southern extremity longevity emperor. At the same time, his nine heads roared towards the skies, causing boundless astral winds to surge and slash towards the lightning screen that surrounded the entire universe. As the thunder rumbled, it continuously exploded. However, as soon as the thunder dissipated, a new one would immediately appear. It was as if there was no end to it, and it was doing its best to obstruct the hurricane. Yen Zhaoge looked towards the other opponents and saw the covering barrier Bodhisattva and the other two Buddhist Bantis. Their expressions were calm, and they weren't flustered at all. The covering barrier Bodhisattva softly chanted the Buddha's name. On the lotus flower in his hand, the ruby pearl flickered with radiance. The radiance became brighter and brighter. In the end, it was even brighter than the covering barrier Bodhisattva's Buddha light, as if it could illuminate the entire boundless universe. My Buddha is merciful. Fellow Taoist southern extremity, how have you been? A figure slowly walked out from the radiance. The great strength Bodhisattva of the grand heavenly realm. Chapter 1587. The Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva appeared. Boundless radiance revolved around it as if it had transformed into boundless white flames that purified everything in the world. Even the extremely fierce rolling thunder was gradually being melted by the white flames. The southern extremity longevity emperor stood on the lightning chariot and pointed with his finger. A clump of chaotic lightning landed within the boundless radiance and exploded. A majestic power that resembled the primordial world forcefully tore apart the endless radiance that covered the entire universe. Primordial ancestral lightning. The number one lightning technique among the nine heavens divine lightning. As the thunder rumbled, the white flames around the Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva that illuminated the world still remained. However, they were scattered and temporarily disintegrated. Although the radiance was about to reconnect, the southern extremity longevity emperor had already used another technique. Another grand illusory spatial thunder reappeared. It was still like a bubble made of lightning, emitting sizzling sounds. However, this grand illusory spatial thunder did not expand. Instead, it contracted and collapsed towards the center. Instantly, a powerful suction force devoured the surrounding radiance and pulled it towards the center of the collapsing body. It was like a dark cage that imprisoned the radiance. Lotuses appeared beneath the Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva's feet. He instantly arrived beside the lightning ball formed by the grand illusory spatial thunder and tapped it lightly. The dark cage instantly shattered. Boundless radiance reappeared in the world. At the same time, the nine-headed bug swung the crescent moon shovel and tore a hole in the thin lightning barrier that enveloped the person within. But before he could make his next move, the southern extremity longevity emperor had already shattered the thunder chariot beneath his feet, not caring that the Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva would break the thunder cage of darkness and release the light. The lightning cage shattered, and streaks of lightning shot out in all directions before reinforcing the broken lightning barrier. In just an instant, the lightning barrier healed itself and formed a barrier in front of the person within. Let's see how many times you can replenish it. The nine-headed bug did not mind and continued attacking. The Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva also unleashed a boundless radiance that illuminated the world and dispelled the lightning. The southern extremity longevity emperor was powerful. Even though he was fighting against two opponents, he still maintained the light barrier formed by the grand illusory spatial thunder. However, his opponents were all powerful individuals. Even though the southern extremity longevity emperor could protect himself for a short period of time, the lightning barrier could only last for a short while. And this was under the situation where the Tao ancestor had yet to make a move. If the Tao ancestor had made a move, the southern extremity longevity emperor would have to immediately think of a way to escape and hide within the void. While the southern extremity longevity emperor was fighting against the Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva and the nine-headed bug, the hundred-eyed demon lord was also getting restless. He stared coldly at Yen Zhaoge and his father. Back then, when he invaded the roving Jade Heavens, he had suffered some losses, and could only watch as a group of prime clear descendants left safely. Moreover, he'd even lost his divine ability because of Feng Yinsheng's Doomsday Blade. After close to 100 years of secluded cultivation, the hundred-eyed demon lord had finally recovered some of its vitality. Now, seeing Yen Zhaoge's group, it was even more like meeting enemies, its eyes exceptionally red. The hundred-eyed demon lord was confident that other than Feng Yunsheng who cultivated the destruction of Luoyuan and Shangqing heavenly lord who cultivated the chaos-extinguishing scripture, he was not afraid of anyone in the same realm as him. While Yen Zhaoge and Yen Di's fame had spread far and wide, the hundred-eyed demon lord was not worried. He was extraordinarily talented and possessed remarkable abilities. Even many grand heavenly realm experts couldn't do anything to him. He felt that this was the best time for him to take revenge. Even if he couldn't kill the enemy himself, he could still buy some time for the Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva and the nine-headed great sage to break the southern extremity longevity emperor's secret technique. Then, a large number of reinforcements would soon arrive. Therefore, the hundred-eyed demon lord did not hesitate and strode forward. Young Empyrean, Lord Tatian. What a great reputation. Did you ask for my permission? With a roar, the hundred-eyed demon lord unsheathed his sword. The dark yellow sword chi resembled a great river overlooking the entire universe, slashing towards Yen Zhaoge and his son. Yen Di stood silently where he was, not moving as he extended his right hand and clenched the air, as if grabbing the hilt of a saber before pulling it out from within. Continuous thunderclaps resounded as a saber of purple light completely condensed from thunderbolts appeared in Yen Di's hands. Then, he raised the long saber high above his head and brought it down as if the heavens were collapsing. The violent and overbearing saber light clashed with the dark yellow sword chi in the air. The saber radiance surged forward, as if it could sever the flow of the heavenly river and sever the sword chi. Bastard! The hundred-eyed demon lord was shocked. As his sword chi rampaged, the all-encompassing dark lights converged into one. He no longer cared about Yen Zhaoge and Gao Han as he focused on attacking Yen Di alone. Yen Di remained fearless. He strode forward and suppressed the hundred-eyed demon lord's attack with an even more domineering stance. The hundred-eyed demon lord was furious, in just a few hundred years, how did so many troublesome people appear in the three clear lineage? He retracted his anger, and his gaze turned cold as he no longer looked down on Yen Di. As he attacked with his sword once more, brilliance started condensing on top of his head. After the brilliance condensed, the hundred-eyed demon lord's demonic chi surged wildly. The strength of his strength instantly caused others to look at him in a different light. However, as Yen Di let out a long roar, a brilliance also appeared on top of his head. As the brilliance condensed on top of his head, Yen Di's saber's momentum also continued to increase. He similarly slashed apart the hundred-eyed demon lord's sword chi and almost chopped off the hundred-eyed demon lord's sword-wielding arm. The hundred-eyed demon lord snorted coldly. Two splendors condensed on top of his head, and his essence, chi, and spirit all reached the peak of his current realm. At this moment, he no longer held back. He suddenly untied his belt and took off his black robe. After taking off his clothes, the hundred-eyed demon lord raised his hands together. There were 1,000 eyes on his sides, and they all emitted yellow fog and golden light. The dense yellow fog seemed like clouds were spurting out from his sides. The brilliant golden light seemed like it was setting fire to the 1,000 eyes. Wherever the fog passed, it enveloped Yen Di. The surrounding space seemed to have been frozen, and Yen Di was unable to move at all. However, Yen Di glanced at him coldly and said, "Do we need to ask you for the names of us father and son?" A brilliance flowed on top of his head, and a purple saber of light was raised high above his head. Then, the saber slashed downwards. Creation saber, instantaneous heaven annihilation. Even if the hundred-eyed demon lord's innate abilities were extremely powerful, the dense yellow fog was still rippling under Yen Di's saber's momentum. Although the yellow fog was continuously replenished, as if it was endless, it was still continuously being destroyed. The two sides seemed to have entered a stalemate. However, Yen Di's hand that was wielding the saber was stable, and it was descending bit by bit at a speed that was hard to detect with the naked eye. The terrifying and tyrannical saber was also descending bit by bit. It was getting closer and closer to the hundred-eyed demon lord. Facing Yen Di's saber head-on, he seemed to be able to clearly feel the coldness and heat of the saber formed of thunderbolts. Perhaps its speed was extremely slow, and it was unknown how long it would take for it to reach its final destination. However, this process seemed to be hard to stop, hard to reverse, unchangeable, and undefiable. All the hundred-eyed demon lord could do with all his might was to delay the arrival of that final moment. However, what would come would eventually come. Just like the progress of the heavens and earth, the changes of creation, its momentum was unstoppable. Chapter 1588. At this moment, the hundred-eyed demon lord was filled with frustration. His innate divine abilities were astonishing, rarely having a counter. Even at the immortal realm, there were times when he could accomplish miraculous feats of surpassing cultivation realms to fight, his name moving throughout the ages. However, in recent years, he had continuously encountered his nemesis. Before was Feng Yunsheng, behind was Yen Di. Twice, he was forced into a dangerous situation by opponents whose cultivation base was lower than his. Now, he had to face the same choice as the last time he faced Feng Yunsheng. He could either fight to the death or watch helplessly as he slowly walked towards failure. Different opponents, similar scenes, caused this old demon who had been famous since the Middle Era to feel so oppressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Fellow Taoists Yan Xintong and Di Qinglian were truly heaven-defying geniuses back then. Gao Han exclaimed as he looked at Yen Di. However, heaven-trampling Lord still managed to bring it to greater heights in the end. He has already gone even further on the foundation you two have set. I thank fellow Taoist Gao for your praise on behalf of my father, but now doesn't seem to be the time to say such things. Yen Zhaoga looked at the covering barrier removal Bodhisattva and the others, and asked via sound transmission, "How's Taoist Gao's harvest?" Gao Han nodded and similarly transmitted, "I'm almost done here." "What about Taoist Yen?" "I don't have any more problems here." Yen Zhaoge answered, since that's the case, it would be more convenient to move a little later, and we would be able to throw off our tail within a certain amount of time. Yen Zhaoge had not hesitated to take the risk himself in order to break through the other party's tracking technique first, gaining a greater chance of success when they truly obtained the immortal ending sword later on. This was also the reason why Gao Han came instead of Ling Qing. Having achieved his goal, he now had to consider how to retreat unscathed. Yen Zhaoge asked, after my father picked up that old centipede as his opponent, wouldn't it be inconvenient for Daoist Gao to act against the remaining people? Gao Han smiled. How could that be? As he spoke, he raised his palm, and boundless light gathered. But compared to the purity and brightness of Buddhist techniques, when Gao Han raised his hand, the light was even hotter, more intense, and heavier. At this moment, even the true Great Sun was not as dazzling as Gao Han's fist. Amidst the radiance, the explosive power had already landed on the cover removal bodhisattva's head. A cloth bag suddenly appeared, heading towards Gao Han. The bag opened, as if it could contain the universe, and was about to contain the glorious sun that Gao Han had smashed into it. The three Buddhist Bantis weren't as proactive as the 100-eyed demon lord. Facing Yen Zhaoge and Gao Han, they were neither anxious nor impatient, attempting to deal with them patiently. Once the nine-headed great sage and the Mahasthamaprapta Bodhisattva broke through the southern extremity longevity emperor's secret technique, a large number of other experts would soon arrive to assist. While it would be good to find the immortal exterminating four swords, since Yen Zhaoge and the others dared to show themselves, trying to capture and kill them might not be any less beneficial than finding the immortal exterminating four swords. However, Yen Zhaoge was much more brutal than they had expected. The 18 Arhats truly live up to their reputation. Venerable Ingtua, I've long heard of your name. Yen Zhaoge looked at the cloth sack Arhat that was rushing towards Gao Han and sighed. In the past, when the central blessed lands of Saha split apart, the 35 Buddhas, 500 Arhats, and 3,000 Jiti perished. Under the Maitreya Buddha's palm, although Buddhism managed to preserve its vitality, it was still incomparable to the Middle Era. As he spoke, he walked towards the cover removal bodhisattva and the ear-digging Arhat. I've always heard of the Buddha's benevolence. If that's the case, why would you make things difficult for us Taoism during the Great Calamity? The cover removal bodhisattva smiled, it's just that our Taos are different. Our cultivation isn't up to par, and we have plenty of troubles that we can't see through. I apologize for my embarrassment, Taoist Yen. I won't. Since our Taos are different, let's see who's the real deal. After saying that, Yen Zhaoge's figure seemed to have grown in the air. In the eyes of the Buddhist Bantis, his figure was so huge that it seemed to have filled up the entire cosmos. With a step forward, he instantly appeared in front of the cover removal bodhisattva. In the cover removal bodhisattva's vision, his opponent had already become incomparably tall. Now that he was getting closer to him, he felt as if the sky was collapsing and crashing down on him. 5 Chi's unifications, ascending to grand void. Yen Zhaoge's cyclic heavenly scripture cultivation had already reached the perfection realm. He didn't even need to make any movements. Just by standing there, the horrifying might of the cyclic heavenly seal would unknowingly manifest, suppressing his opponent's form and spirit. The cover removal bodhisattva's mental cultivation surpassed experts of the same realm. She quickly regained her senses. A lotus bloomed beneath her feet, and she floated backward, jumping out of Yen Zhaoge's cyclic heavenly seal's suppression range. However, at this moment, Yen Zhaoge suddenly stretched out his palm. With this stretch of his hand, the cover removal bodhisattva's figure returned to his palm. However, on the other side, the ear-digging Arhat's figure flashed and appeared by Yen Zhaoge's side. His finger lightly tapped towards Yen Zhaoge's wrist. The change in Yen Zhaoge's move seemed to be completely within his expectations. Now, the two of them were like fellow apprentices who knew each other very well. Yen Zhaoge seemed to have purposely sent his flaw to the ear-digging Arhat. The ear-digging Arhat was famous in the blessed lands of Buddhism because of his ear root. The so-called ear root was one of the 6 sources of understanding that came from awakening. As for the so-called 6 sources of peace, the ear root was one of them. In Buddhism, other than not listening to all sorts of obscene voices, they were also not allowed to listen to other people's secrets. That Jia Shi Venerable was extremely proficient in the ear root, which was why he was known as the ear-digging arhat, to show that his ear root was clean. However, on the other hand, if his ear root wasn't clean and listened to other people's secrets, he would still be one of the few Buddhist Bantis of the same realm. While he had not become a Buddha, he still possessed the ability to read minds, being renowned under the heavens. At this moment, he was using this method to predict Yen Zhaoge's actions before restricting them. However, just as the ear-digging arhat's finger was about to tap on Yen Zhaoge's wrist, Yen Zhaoge suddenly flipped his palm. The abruptness of that movement completely exceeded the ear-digging arhat's expectations. It wasn't that Yen Zhaoge's movement was very fast and ingenious. Instead, it was as if this had been Yen Zhaoge's original intention. It wasn't that Yen Zhaoge had sent his vitals right before the ear-digging arhat. Instead, it seemed like the ear-digging arhat had purposefully stepped into Yen Zhaoge's trap. Yen Zhaoge opened and closed his fingers, directly grabbing the ear-digging arhat's finger before twisting it. A crisp crack resounded. The finger of this Buddhist Banti, who was equivalent to a Taoist heavenly monarch, instantly shattered. Even more shocking was that the sound of shattering resounded unceasingly, spreading upwards along the ear-digging arhat's finger, passing through his wrist to his arm and then to his elbow, even continuing upwards. Jade-green light flickered within Yen Zhaoge's pupils. He possessed the peerless heavenly scripture, which allowed him to disregard supreme Buddhist martial arts such as the mind-reading scripture. After cultivating in the origin heavenly scripture and the heart's will heavenly scripture, he could even create illusions, causing the ear-digging arhat, who was originally unable to predict him, to make a ridiculous mistake. At this moment, under Yen Zhaoge's palm, the power of countless cyclic heavenly seals seemed to have been superimposed upon it, intertwining and changing in reverse, all of which were poured into the ear-digging arhat's body. While he had only grabbed one of his fingers, it was as if countless cyclic heavenly seals had struck his body. Even with the sturdiness of the golden body of Buddhism, it instantly turned into fragile porcelain, and was crushed into pieces by Yen Zhaoge. August Flying Eagle said. Chapter 1589. The martial arts of the Buddhist sect comprehended the impermanence of life and death, the principles of the Vajra bubble and shadow. It was especially good at tempering the toughness of the body and the steadiness of the mind. After cultivating the golden body, one's defense would be so strong that it would be difficult for one's opponent to injure them. Even if his defenses were breached, the outcome wouldn't be too bad under normal circumstances. Most of the time, Buddhist martial artists would rely on the tyrannical golden body and adopt the method of exchanging injury for injury, thereby seeking victory in dangerous situations and defeating strong enemies. There was even no lack of legends of the weak defeating the strong. But now, a Buddhist supremacy who was equivalent to a Taoist heavenly monarch had his golden body shattered by an opponent of the same realm. Furthermore, it wasn't a direct slap. Instead, it was the combination of domineering strength and exquisite techniques. It was exquisite to the extreme, and it created a terrifying scene. Yen Zhaoge grabbed one of the ear-digging arhat's fingers. At the same time that he shattered his finger, he also shattered his arm, and wanted to shatter his entire body. The Buddhist light on the ear-digging arhat's face dimmed, showing signs of decline. He took a deep breath, and a golden lamp suddenly lit up above his head, revealing his sarira. The martial arts of Buddhism were different from those of Taoism. When one mastered it to the peak, it would not be like the 3 flowers converging crown or the 5 cheese gathering origin. However, the ear-digging arhat now had the golden lamp and the sarira. He was already on par with the heavenly monarch of Taoism. At the juncture of life and death, the ear-digging arhat dropped his sarira and overturned his golden lamp. With this boost, the strength of the ear-digging arhat's abilities skyrocketed. The glazed Buddha light on his golden body lit up once more, and his defensive capabilities increased to withstand Yen Zhaoge's overwhelming strength. At the same time, Specks of lantern light accompanied a Sarira descending from the sky, striking towards Yan Zhaoge, forcing him to let go. However, Yan Zhaoge did not move at all, a faint plain-colored cloud chi emanating from the surface of his body as at the same time, his body fluctuated between real and illusory, as though there was a void within. Under the combination of the grand beginning bright emptiness form and the grand plainness immeasurable body, its defensive prowess was even stronger than most of Buddhism's golden body supreme martial arts. It completely disregarded the descending lights. Even if that Sarira came smashing towards him, it was still shattered by Yan Zhaoge's protective immortal essence. Meanwhile, Yan Zhaoge's palm force surged forward with an unstoppable momentum. Even when the ear-digging Arhat manifested the golden lamp Sarira and strengthened his golden body to the maximum, he was still hard-pressed to stand against Yan Zhaoge's ferocious, tyrannical strength. His arm was shattered all the way to his shoulder, wanting to spread throughout his entire body. Although the ear-digging Arhat was shocked, he did not panic. His expression was firm. He made a prompt decision and used his other hand to slash at his own shoulder. The flesh on the ear-digging Arhat's shoulder burst open, and the aftershock of the force caused cracks to appear on the ear-digging Arhat's golden body. Yan Zhaoge opened his palm. The ear-digging Arhat's arm had already turned into fine powder, no longer existing. His palm continued moving forward and instantly reached the top of the Buddhist Bandi's head, who was already heavily injured and whose speed and strength had all been reduced. Not to mention Kailash Bodhisattva and Cloth Bag Arhat, even Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva was surprised. After exchanging just 3 blows, the ear-digging Arhat, one of the 18 Arhats of the past whom Protector Yushan had battled at the same cultivation level, was actually about to be slain by Yan Zhaoge. A white Buddhist light descended and enveloped the ear-piercing Arhat's body. Yan Zhaoge's palm struck the white light. In an instant, the flesh and blood on the ear-digging Arhat's forehead trembled violently. White light flickered incessantly, and the tranquility that had lost its intelligence became extremely dazzling. It was the Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva who protected him. The Bodhisattva eliminating barrier took the opportunity to shake the lotus flower in his hand. The Rui bead flashed with light and sucked in the ear-digging Arhat, finally saving the ear-digging Arhat. Even though the Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva had saved the ear-gouging Arhat, he had also relieved some of the pressure on the southern extremity Longevity Emperor, allowing him to force back the 9-headed bug that was attempting to destroy the light barrier formed by the grand illusory spatial lightning. The 9-headed bug was greatly enraged as its eyeballs swiveled, a ferocious light flickering within as it looked towards Yan Zhaoge. He and the Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva had originally intended to keep the southern extremity Longevity Emperor behind as well, which was why they were in such a hurry to contact the outside world. Now that the 9-headed bug was enraged, it gave up on the southern extremity Longevity Emperor and lunged towards Yan Zhaoge and the others. Even if the southern extremity Longevity Emperor were to escape, Yan Zhaoge and his son must remain behind. Looking at the white Buddha light blocking his palm, Yan Zhaoge let out a chuckle. A dense green light suddenly burst forth from his palm. As a brutal light flickered, a simple, unadorned sword appeared within Yan Zhaoge's hands. Cold green radiances circulated on the ancient sword. Rays of green radiances and dense sword lights devoured the cosmos, instantly illuminating the surrounding world with a greenish hue. Even the Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva's all-encompassing white Buddha light was tainted with a green hue at its center, as if it was wounded. The radiant Buddha's kingdom of light was cut apart. Wherever the green radiances passed, the wisdom radiance's white flames seemed to have reached the end of its road, withering and dimming. With the sword in hand, Yan Zhaoge's entire aura changed. Wherever the sword lights passed, the Tao crumbled, and all arts were slashed apart. Immortal extermination. The horrifying green sword light streaked past, and the Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva's Buddha light was forcefully slashed apart by Yan Zhaoge. After slashing apart the Buddha light, the sword instantly arrived in front of the ear-digging Arhat and the Bodhisattva eliminating barrier. After receiving the Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva's protection, the ear-digging Arhat, who had just escaped from death, could only stare at the sword light with his mouth agape. The green radiances were silent, without any terrifying might. However, amidst this silence, it brought about the horror of the apocalypse. As the green radiances devoured, they soundlessly disintegrated the Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva's Buddha light, extinguishing the eternal brightness Buddha fire. Soundlessly destroying the ear-digging arhat's body was called the glazed golden body withering. Unlike Yen Zhaoge's previous cyclic heavenly seal, where the sword lights passed, the ear-digging arhat's body didn't even have any additional wounds. Only a red dot suddenly appeared on his forehead. The green sword light immediately retracted, leaving only the dot on the ear-digging arhat's forehead. Like a balloon leaking air, the faint glazed Buddha light continuously leaked out, unable to be suppressed. Along with it, the life of one of Buddhism's 18 arhats also leaked out. With the immortal extermination sword in hand, Yen Zhaoge forcefully broke through the grand heavenly realm expert's protection and killed the ear-digging arhat right in front of the Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva. With his attack succeeding, the immortal extermination sword in Yen Zhaoge's hand turned around and drew a graceful arc in midair, slashing towards another direction, which happened to block the nine-headed bug's crescent moon spade. Under the immortal extermination sword's miraculous circulation, it dissolved the grand heavenly realm expert's miraculousness to a certain extent, allowing Yen Zhaoge to slay the ear-digging arhat before the nine-headed bug. Upon seeing this, the nine-headed bug was enraged. While the ear-digging arhat was a Buddhist Bhante and wasn't on the same path as him, how could this great demon not be enraged when Yen Zhaoge killed him right in front of him? His 9 heads roared in unison, causing a myriad of storms to wreak havoc. A single gale could slay countless Taishu heavenly monarchs. Now, hundreds and thousands of such gale condensed, slashing the heavens and splitting the earth, and slashing towards Yen Zhaoge. Jade green radiance flickered within Yen Zhaoge's eyes, and the immortal extermination sword in his hand changed. Countless sword lights intertwined, transforming into thousands of sword formations. They countered each other's moves, and blocked the 9 heavens gale that was tearing the heavens apart. At the same time, the cloth sack arhat suddenly appeared behind him. He held a bag in his hand, and came crashing down towards his head. The cloth sack arhat gave up on Gao Han and wanted to deal with him first. Yen Zhaoge raised his other hand, and took the initiative to attack his opponent's bag. At this moment, his palm seemed to have transformed into an existence that resembled an axe yet wasn't an axe, resembled a banner yet wasn't. Chapter 1590. The cloth bag arhat temporarily gave up on Gao Han and turned to cover Yen Zhaoge with his cloth bag. While the immortal exterminating sword in Yen Zhaoge's hand was ferocious, it still needed to withstand the 9-headed great sage's astral winds. If there was even the slightest mistake, he might be decapitated. As a result, the cloth bag arhat grasped the opportunity and suddenly appeared behind Yen Zhaoge with every step he took. After the pocket was opened, the space inside was blurry, making it difficult to figure out. Its effect was similar to the peerless technique of the Wu Zhuangguan, the heaven and earth in the sleeve. The cloth bag arhat's strength was naturally far from Zhen Yuanzi, who was a grand heavenly immortal. However, among the experts of the grand virtual realm, his technique was considered top-notch. Once an opponent of the same level was enveloped by his pocket, they would be lost within, unable to break free. However, a jade-green spiritual light flickered within Yen Zhaoge's eyes, as though he had long since anticipated the cloth bag arhat's actions. When the cloth bag arhat came behind him, his empty left hand was already raised. When the mouth of the sack was about to fall on him, his left hand had already stabbed into the sack. Streams of qi intertwined around Yen Zhaoge's left hand, resembling an axe yet not an axe, resembling a banner yet not a banner. The next moment, with Yen Zhaoge's left hand as the center, these streams of qi abruptly expanded and erupted in all directions. The heaven-splitting halberd had undergone another transformation. Break primal chaos. The concept of opening the primordial world and the beginning of creation. The primal chaos was broken, and from nothing came into being. The universe expanded, and all living things were born. As the terrifying airflow spread out, it directly shattered the chaotic space and time in the cloth bag Arhat's pocket. In the chaos, the earth, water, fire, and wind surged and exploded. Yet, beneath Yen Zhaoge's breaking chaos, the chaotic phenomena of earth, water, fire, and wind rapidly stabilized once more. From stability to chaos, and from chaos to stability, a new world and a new order were established. However, this order was no longer up to the cloth bag Arhat. Breaking the old to welcome the new. Since a new world was born and a new era was established, everything of the old would be buried and destroyed. With a ripping sound, the cloth sack Arhat sack was forcibly ripped apart by Yen Zhaoge's strength. The cloth bag Arhat chanted the name of Buddha in a low voice, put away the damaged cloth bag, and quickly retreated. But at the same time, a palm suddenly appeared behind him. The palm was silent, as if it was hidden in the darkness. However, the moment this hand approached the cloth bag Arhat, it shone with dazzling light, even more resplendent than the sun. The boundless power struck the cloth bag Arhat's body, immediately causing his golden body to crack. It was Gao Han. The cloth bag Arhat abandoning him and turning to attack Yen Zhaoge was undoubtedly equivalent to letting Gao Han go free. The reason why the cloth bag Arhat dared to do so was because there was a bodhisattva who would help him block Gao Han. There was no need for verbal communication. This bit of tacit understanding and eyesight was not lacking. The bodhisattva exorcism was unable to protect the ear-digging Arhat, but he did not have time to think. Seeing the movements of the cloth bag Arhat, he very tacitly changed his position to block Gao Han. However, Gao Han, who had always concealed his abilities, first raised the holy radiance banner that he had never taken out before, and blocked the lotus flower rui beads in Gai Jie Bodhisattva's hands. Then, the palm force that was imprinted on the cloth bag Arhat's back changed from darkness to light, and then back to darkness again. The cloth bag Arhat originally circulated the profundities of gathered truths and performed various Buddhist defensive supreme martial arts, intending to hide his pain and frustrations and dissolve Gao Han's attack. However, Gao Han's sun suddenly changed, from bright to dark and mysterious. The chilly power followed the cloth bag Arhat's gathered truths and entered his body. It was like maggots on his bones, causing the cloth bag Arhat to be unable to withstand it. At the same time, after the pearl in the Bodhisattva exorcism's hand was blocked by Gao Han's holy radiance banner, he immediately changed his move. The Bodhi's wisdom transformed into the Vajra's angry eyes, and attacked Gao Han with the Vajra exorcism's great virtue. Gao Han's entire body seemed to be enveloped by boundless darkness. In Yen Zhaoge's eyes, this scene was like the rebirth of the exalted concealed luminary, Yang Su, who had reached the duo flowers converged prominence virtual immortal realm. The cloth bag Arhat's defensive technique was broken by Gao Han. Instead, it was filled with insidious venom. The Bodhisattva exorcism's attack was cleverly dispelled by Gao Han. Although his figure was shaken by the Bodhisattva exorcism's attack, it was no big deal. After further injuring the cloth bag Arhat, causing him to temporarily lose his combat prowess, Gao Han's aura changed once again. Within the darkness, radiances blossomed. He turned around and forcefully clashed with the Bodhisattva exorcism's Vajra technique. He was no longer in a passive position. Yen Zhaoge's chaos breaking tore apart the cloth bag Arhat's pocket. The nine-headed bug was enraged. The three flowers converged prominence above his head roared. He abandoned the crescent moon shovel and transformed his body. This demon race great sage revealed the heavenly law's embodiment and transformed into a nine-headed strange bird. His figure covered the skies and covered the sun. His 9 heads cried out in unison, causing stars to descend. The surrounding cosmos displayed the phenomenon of a meteor shower. Countless storms swept across the void. Green radiances flickered within Yen Zhaoge's eyes, forming numerous runes with indecipherable meanings. He wielded the immortal extermination sword. As his sword arts changed, he pushed his control over the ancient sword to its limits. The dense green sword lights intersected, forming one sword formation after another, blocking the storms. For most grand virtual immortals, the amount of power consumed by each sword formation was an astronomical figure. However, Yan Zhaoge possessed many supreme martial arts, and his accumulation was extremely deep. Even facing such a huge consumption, he was still calm and composed. His attacks were flawless, not allowing the nine-headed bug to find an opening. On the other side, the battle between Yan Di and the hundred-eyed demon lord was also reaching its climax. Under the obstruction of the dense yellow light fog, Yan Di's saber was still descending bit by bit, getting closer and closer to the hundred-eyed demon lord. Although its speed was slow, its momentum was unstoppable. The hundred-eyed demon lord was furious. He suddenly gave up on defending and waved his sword. The dense yellow river of sword chi slashed towards Yan Di. As the obstruction disappeared, Yan Di's saber also sped up, slashing towards the hundred-eyed demon lord. Both sides were now attacking each other, and both sides were about to suffer heavy losses. It was just like the battle between the hundred-eyed demon lord and Feng Yunsheng. However, the hundred-eyed demon lord was feeling extremely helpless. He never thought that he would be forced to such a state again. However, what made him even angrier was that although Yan Di's figure was unable to move after being enveloped by the golden yellow fog of the thousand eyes, a colorless lotus suddenly bloomed above Yan Di's head. The blurry lotus was like a blurry nebula, spreading out and surging. The hundred-eyed demon lord's sword chi slashed towards Yan Di, and was blocked by the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud. The Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud rolled a few times, and the hundred-eyed demon lord's sword chi disappeared like a clay ox entering the ocean, not harming Yan Di at all. On the other side, Yan Di's saber light had already landed on the hundred-eyed demon lord's head. The hundred-eyed demon lord's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Fortunately, the great strength Bodhisattva made a move again. Bright Buddha light that resembled white flames descended, blocking Yan Di's saber for the hundred-eyed demon lord. However, as the great strength Bodhisattva was distracted, he was immediately surrounded by the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's thunderbolts. Chapter 1591. As the thunderbolts rumbled, not only did they surround the Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva, they even rumbled towards the nine-headed bug, forcing it to temporarily relax its attack on Yan Zhaoge. However, the Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva wasn't anxious. Instead, he looked at the immortal exterminating sword in Yan Zhaoge's hand thoughtfully. The Zhu Xian sword's green light extinguished, breaking all laws. But at the same time, it could easily alarm higher-level existences. The winds and clouds in the universe surged. The curtain of lightning that the Southern Extremity Longevity Monarch had created using the grand illusory spatial thunder suddenly became unstable, as if it was enduring a sudden pressure. A Tao Father has been moved. Whether it was the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor himself or the Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva and the nine-headed bug, they all knew what was going on. The Tao ancestor did not really descend, but his attention had clearly shifted over. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's secret art could stop the Grand Heavenly Realm Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva and the nine-headed bug from transmitting any information. However, once the Tao Father willed it, there would be nowhere for him to hide. Under such circumstances, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor would have to go into hiding as soon as possible. Yan Zhaoge couldn't continue wielding the immortal exterminating sword either. While the immortal exterminating sword was a weapon, its current owner, Yan Zhaoge, had yet to reach the Grand Heavenly Realm. However, the current situation was special. It was hard to say if any Tao ancestor would make an exception. Yan Zhaoge, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, and the others immediately forced their opponents to retreat and started leaving the universe. The Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva and the nine-headed Great Sage immediately switched from defense to offense. The nine-headed bug's rage had also subsided now as it had calmed down, only seeking to delay Yan Zhaoge's group from leaving. Against an opponent of the same level, if one did not want to fight to the death and only wanted to retreat, the chances of success were very high. But as for how to retreat, the situation was different. Without the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles' speed advantage, Yan Zhaoge, the southern extremity longevity emperor, and the others wouldn't be able to escape from the great strength bodhisattva and the nine-headed bug's entanglement. But if he delayed for a while and waited for the others to arrive, it would be hard to say whether he could leave or not. The Mahastamaprapta bodhisattva and the nine-headed bug were well aware of this, which was why they were constantly harassing Yan Zhaoge and the immortal exterminating sword. But right at this moment, the lightning barrier was broken, and a heavy and vigorous force attacked from the outside. Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva's Buddha light and the nine-headed bug's astral wind collided with the dark yellow and heavy radiance. Both the Buddha and the demon frowned. Earth Empress Ho-di. It was as though infinite soil had enveloped the surrounding area, helping Yan Zhaoge and the others to block the path of their pursuers. Thunder rumbled from the southern extremity longevity monarch's side. The lightning bolts landed on the soil, but the soil did not shatter. Instead, innumerable towering trees began to grow furiously. In an instant, a primitive forest suddenly appeared in the vast universe. The area covered by the forest was so vast that it seemed to fill up the entire galaxy. The trees were so tall that they exceeded the imagination of ordinary people. Each of them was like a pillar that supported the heavens. The lush branches and leaves were like a cage, trapping even grand heavenly realm experts like the nine-headed bug and Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva within. In the next moment, astral winds raged like sharp blades, chopping down the towering trees one after another. The bright Buddha's light also illuminated the dark world under the shade of the tree, and it continued to expand outwards, pushing down the jungle. Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva and the nine-headed bug easily broke through the encirclement. However, Yan Zhaoge, the southern extremity longevity emperor, and the others were nowhere to be seen. The Bodhisattva eliminating barrier hugged the ear-digging Arhat's corpse, while the cloth sack Arhat's golden body dimmed stood beside him. The two Buddhist Bantis sighed. The hundred-eyed demon lord had yet to recover from his shock, and his expression was extremely ugly. The nine-headed bug transformed back into his human form, and his expression was even uglier than the hundred-eyed demon lord's. Earth Queen, the Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva's expression remained calm. He merely looked at the ear-digging Arhat's corpse with a benevolent expression. A silhouette could be vaguely seen moving within the void. After a short while, the Dipankara ancient Buddha and other Buddhist experts, as well as the group of great demons led by the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles, appeared within the universe. Taoist Hoodoo acted, but she couldn't stop them, said the Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva. The Dipankara ancient Buddha's expression remained calm. Taoist Hoodoo acted again. Only, I wonder if Taoist Xuandu would join in as well. He softly said, previously, it was the Jade Illusory Palace. Could it be the Rock Jade Palace this time? Taking the chance to look for the Rock Jade Palace? Said the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles coldly. The Dipankara ancient Buddha pondered, if we're talking about the prime clear lineage's treasures, there's one that's rather special. It was so special that it was comparable to the immortal extermination formation. The Six-Soul Banner. During the ancient era's investiture of the God's War, after the prime clear lord of numinous treasure lost the immortal extermination formation, he refined a new treasure known as the Six-Soul Banner. The names of the primordial lord of heaven and virtue, Taoist of guidance, Taoist Xuandi, and two others were written on it. They were all crucial figures in the investiture of the God's War. Unfortunately, the 10,000 Immortals formation was destroyed by his opponents. When the Lord of Numinous Treasure was surrounded by the other Tao ancestors, he wanted to activate the Six-Soul Banner. However, the long-eared light-calming immortal, who was in charge of the Six-Soul Banner, disobeyed his master's orders and hid the Six-Soul Banner amidst the chaos. After the 10,000 Immortals formation battle ended, the long-eared light-calming immortal brought the Six-Soul Banner to meet the other Tao ancestors. There were 6 names on the Six-Soul Banner. 2 of them could not withstand the treasure's power, so the Tao ancestors removed their names. Then, the 4 Tao ancestors showed their powers and took a hit from the Six-Soul Banner. However, they came out unscathed, leaving everyone in awe. The exhausted six-soul banner was originally held by the prime clear lord of Tao and virtue. After the three pure ones transcended, the six-soul banner returned to the prime clear and was placed back in the green Turing Palace. However, the green Turing Palace disappeared without a trace. Whether the six-soul banner was still there became a question. This treasure was very special. It was refined by the Lord of Numinous Treasure in order to turn defeat into victory and deal with the other Tao ancestors. Afterwards, it seemed that this intention had failed. However, there were some controversies. For example, was the six-soul banner still complete after removing two names? Was its power at the Lord of Numinous Treasure's original expectations? Moreover, was the long-eared light-calming immortal six-soul banner the same as the Tao Ancestor Realm Lord of Numinous Treasure's six-soul banner? Of course, why did the Lord of Numinous Treasure not take the banner himself, but let the long-eared light-calming immortal carry it? As for how powerful the six-soul banner was, it was one of the biggest mysteries of the ancient epic. However, this treasure was indeed special. It was so special that the Dipankara ancient Buddha and the Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva could go with the flow and pretend to investigate with all their might. It was as if they were being lured away from their territory, diverting their attention and neglecting the immortal extinguishing ancient sword. Compared to the yellow earth apricot flag, the six-soul banner was undoubtedly more convincing. The green Turing Palace is the same as the Jade Void Palace. It's already empty, right? Asked the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles. The Dipankara ancient Buddha answered, someone might know better. He looked at the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles and the other great demons. The Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles frowned and said to a demon race small saint beside him, contact the central blessed lands of Saha and ask the Dingguang joyous Buddha. Chapter 1592. The Dingguang joyous Buddha was also the long-eared Dingguang immortal from ancient times. After betraying the prime clear lineage of Taoism, he joined the Western sect and became a Buddha of the central blessed lands of Saha. When the Maitreya Buddha changed the name of the central blessed lands of Saha to the blessed lands of the White Lotus, the Dingguang joyous Buddha was gravely injured and fell back to the grand virtual realm. His foundation was damaged, making it hard for him to return to his previous state. In the end, in order to return to the grand heavenly realm, he entered the blessed lands of the White Lotus and attained the heretic Buddhahood. Back then, it was he who had been ordered to protect the six-soul banner. Later on, he had hidden the six-soul banner and escaped. That was why both the Dipankara Buddha and the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles thought of him. Hearing the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles and the other great demons still addressing the blessed lands of the White Lotus as the central blessed lands of Saha, the Dipankara ancient Buddha did not show any reaction. He merely stood by the side quietly. When the reply arrived, the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles frowned and said, according to the Dingguang joyous Buddha, the six-soul banner might have really been returned to the green Turing Palace. Tao friend Dingguang, please help us search. Dipankara ancient Buddha said as he placed his palms together. Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva and the other Buddhist venerables stood behind him with solemn expressions. The Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles didn't waste any time and immediately ordered someone to contact the Dingguang joyous Buddha. Both sides stood together, and the atmosphere was somewhat stifling. The Buddhist venerables' expressions were unfriendly when the ear-digging Arhat died. On the demon race's side, the nine-headed bug and the hundred-eyed demon lord were gritting their teeth. Qiu Shou Immortal recalled how he had suffered a loss against Yen Zhaoge and the others when they were searching for the immortal exterminating sword. The six-soul banner and the celestial slaying sword are important, but we have to capture the remaining members of the Tao faction first, the nine-headed great sage said coldly. Their power has been growing too fast these past few years. The Dipankara ancient Buddha said, this is part of the problem. Otherwise, we wouldn't have joined hands to kill them all these years. At this moment, everyone seemed to be even more united against the same enemy. However, in the depths of their hearts, they had other ideas. If it wasn't for Immortal Luya's reminder, I would have been fooled by Ubaldi's. The rock of 10,000 cloudy miles thought to himself, let's see what you're up to. Once you start fighting against the immortal court and the 3 clear lineages, I'll take care of all of you. After successfully breaking out of the encirclement, the southern extremity Longevity Emperor and the Queen of Earth's earthly god concealed themselves within the void and vanished. Yan Zhaoge also kept the immortal extermination sword. Alright, time to proceed to the next stage. Unfortunately, Elder Lord did not point out the direction to Green Turing Palace. Gao Han sighed, otherwise, if the 6 soul banner really is in Jade Turing Palace, and we were able to find it, it would be another great opportunity. It's still unknown whether the 6 soul banner is in the roving Jade Palace. We can think about it later. Let's focus on the present, said Yan Zhaoge. Father and son, please don't hold back. Gao Han said with a faint smile, I will continue to set up a deceptive formation here, and complete the final act, until the truth comes to light. Thank you, Brother Gao. Yan Zhaoge said, if Daoist Gao is able to make it in time, why don't you join in on the fun as well? This concerns the future of our Taoism. Success or failure hinges on this. Gao Han smiled and said, just like what Daoist Yan said, if I can make it in time, I will definitely do my best. Only, I'm not like the grand heavenly immortal, who can arrive in time. Hopefully, I won't be late. Then, let us part ways here. Take care, Daoist Gao. Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di transformed into rainbow lights and disappeared into the depths of the cosmos. Gao Han watched them leave and muttered to himself, is the immortal extermination formation really going to reappear within the world? After Yan Zhaoge and Gao Di bade farewell to Gao Han, they started concealing their tracks and went to meet up with Su Fei, Gao Qingxian, and the others. The moment they met, Gao Qingxian did not waste any time. She immediately took out an ancient sword that flickered with red radiance. Only, the immortal trapping sword's hilt was pasted with a talisman. Yan Zhaoge handed the immortal extermination sword to Gao Qingxian and received the immortal trapping sword. Then, he took out the clues he obtained from the Daoist Way Heavenly Lord's cave manor and started searching for the final immortal ending sword. Even though he knew that the immortal ending sword was in the hands of the immeasurable Heavenly Lord and the immortal court, he still had to do what he had to do. Since he wanted to lay a trap to trick Yan Zhaoge and the others, the immeasurable Heavenly Lord had to be willing to use the bait. He couldn't possibly bring the immortal ending sword along with him to fight against the future Buddha. The immortal ending sword must have been abandoned somewhere within the void's boundless outskirts. Of course, the immeasurable Heavenly Lord must have taken care of that place as well. As long as Yan Zhaoge and the others approached it, they would be welcomed by a raging storm. The immeasurable Heavenly Lord might have personally descended there after abandoning the future Buddha and the humanly essence stone fragment. For those of Taoism, nothing ventured, nothing gained. As such, they had to find this place first. This time, the immeasurable Heavenly Lord's technique would serve as a reminder to his opponents. His opponents would remain silent and wait for Yan Zhaoge and the others to walk right into their trap. Yan Zhaoge and the others were also aware of what they were about to face. Everyone was aware of it. However, they still had to continue acting in order to obtain an advantage for themselves. Let's go. After Yan Zhaoge finished his technique, he kept the talisman of new life and led the way. Their destination was a vast starry river. Amidst the surging stars, there were actually majestic water veins rampaging within the void. The cold cosmos didn't freeze, and the blazing stars didn't evaporate as well. The surging river water flowed endlessly, merging with the stars and transforming into a vast starry river. Yan Zhaoge and the others felt their hearts trembling upon seeing this. After the great calamity, the starry river stopped flowing. I didn't expect to see such a majestic water vein. Gao Qingxian praised. Looking at its scale, it's still inferior to the starry river recorded in the ancient texts. However, it should have been formed from a remnant portion of the starry river. After observing for a while, Yan Zhaoge said, compared to the starry river tributary where bright connection who perished, it's much more majestic. He chuckled, the immortal court really went through a lot of effort to lure us into their trap. Yan Zhaoge was familiar with the Nine Bends Yellow River Formation, which required a large water vein to be laid down. To him, this place seemed like a natural home field. Even if the Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva, the nine-headed bug, or even the Dipankara ancient Buddha and the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles arrived, Taoism would still stand a chance against them. However, Yan Zhaoge didn't think so. This place was the immortal court's true home field. Yan Zhaoge's Nine Bends Yellow River Formation originated from the heavenly court's divine palace. The immeasurable heavenly lord might also possess the Nine Bends Yellow River Formation's formation diagram. No matter if it was the future Buddha or the Eastern sovereign Tai, they could easily break through this formation. However, Taoism didn't have a Tao ancestor of similar strength to them. While Yan Zhaoge was proficient in formations, a virtual immortal like him had to compete against a Tao ancestor for the Nine Bends Yellow River Formation's control rights. Fortunately, the Tao sect was not completely out of ideas. Humans die for wealth, and birds die for food. Yan Zhaoge stroked his chin and laughed self-mockingly. Then, he stepped into the Sky River vein. Chapter 1593. After entering the heavenly river's water vein, there was an endless flow of the heavenly river's water. These streams of water would not freeze or boil. Even if they were in the cosmos, the water temperature would not change. It was difficult to describe them as water in the general sense. The river water flowed in an endless stream. It seemed ordinary, but it was extremely heavy. There was an ancient saying, the sky has the Milky Way, and the earth has the Chin River. It was said that there had been a river in pre-Great Calamity times known as the Heavy River. As its name suggested, the river water was extremely heavy. Even though it was only a single drop, it was already as heavy as 30,000 caddies. The earth could not bear it, so it could only flow and collapse underground, hence the name Sunken River. However, the water in the Milky Way was even heavier than the water in the Chin River. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to bear the weight of those stars that looked small from afar, but were actually enormous. With their current strength, Yan Zhaoge and the others were able to explode stars. As such, there were no obstructions in traversing the heavenly river. Still, walking within, Yan Zhaoge's gaze flickered slightly as he seemed to be thinking about something. Following the guidance of the talismans, they gradually slowed down and felt that they were getting closer and closer to their goal. Finally, Yan Zhaoge's group parted the river water. Gazing into the distance, they could see that there was actually an empty space in the middle of the vast, surging river water. In the blank space, the stars were far away, and the river was flowing around. There, a simple and unadorned longsword floated quietly in the air, looking ordinary and unremarkable. However, as long as the stars and the water showed any signs of approaching, the sword would immediately produce a trace of white gas. It was so faint that it was almost transparent, but this white gas would naturally form a domain, causing everything that came close to it to collapse and disintegrate. It was the immortal slaying ancient sword, one of the 4 immortal slaying swords. It had once been a supreme treasure of the prime clear lineage of Taoism. After the ancient investitures of the gods' war, it had fallen into the hands of the Jade Clear Bigwig, the lord of the Taoist Way Heavenly King. It had only disappeared after the great calamity in this era. The Taoist Heavenly Lord had died long ago, and this sword had finally reappeared in front of the world today. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge and the others all held their breaths lightly. Under the premise that he already knew, there was no surprise, and he might even face unprecedented danger later. Still, looking at the legendary ancient sword, the final sword of the immortal exterminating 4 swords appearing before them, with only this final step missing, Yan Zhaoge and the others could not help but feel agitated. They looked at each other, nodded, and slowly walked forward. The immortal trapping sword in Yan Zhaoge's hand and the immortal exterminating sword in Gao Qingxuan's hand trembled slightly. The immortal extinguishing sword in front of him also vibrated slightly. However, it was also at this moment that before Yan Zhaoge and the others could approach, the situation suddenly changed. The celestial extermination ancient sword suddenly released rays of terrifying jade light. The water vein of the heavenly river that everyone was in also changed. Talismans made of jade light abruptly appeared in the river and on every star. That celestial extermination ancient sword suspended in the river, under the reflection of the jade light, in a trance, actually gradually turned into a shadow and disappeared. What replaced it was a white jade gate that was faintly discernible in the heavenly river. A vast, lofty, authoritative aura manifested, suppressing Yan Zhaoge and the others to the point that their thoughts became sluggish, virtually unable to move at all. The immeasurable heavenly venerate. Everyone was well aware of this. Inside and outside the jade door, time and space seemed to blur. The minds of Yan Zhaoge and the others were slightly dazed as they could only feel that while they were standing outside the door, at some unknown point in time, they seemed to have already entered within. The might of the Tao realm was fully manifested at this moment. The immeasurable heavenly venerate didn't even truly descend upon this heavenly river. Instead, through the immortal extermination ancient sword that he had secretly refined and the mechanism he had set up, he had reversed the heavens and earth, intending to suck Yan Zhaoge and the others away and bring them to his side. However, Yan Zhaoge and the others were already prepared for this. The water of the heavenly river broke apart. As the void shook, one after another powerful existence descended. Some were blazing like fire, some were piercingly cold like swords, some were surging like thunder, and some were as heavy as the ground. After being shown by the jade light of the heavenly river, these miraculous scenes lost some of their miraculousness, and their true forms were revealed. One of them walked in front. He had a tall figure, and his hair was short, which was different from the current world's customs. His hair stood up, and his facial features were masculine and resolute. His entire body was filled with blazing power. It had been a long time since the exalted fire luminary, Sua Mingzhang. Cut! A deep voice resounded. The short-haired man straightened his palm like a saber, and made a downward slashing motion in the air. Within the heavenly river, rays of jade light drifted everywhere like broken ribbons of light. The jade door's action of capturing Yan Zhaoge and the others was instantly stopped. At the same time, the incongruence Divine Mother, who was dressed in white and had the aura of a lone sharp sword, came closer. She extended her hand towards the immortal ending ancient sword that was already illusory and was about to disappear. The southern extremity longevity emperor, who wore a crown, and the Earth Queen, who was dressed in luxurious clothes, appeared together. A few Taoism heavenly lords who were still active in the current world descended together. However, the white jade door that shocked the universe was also starting to materialize from illusory. Its power was getting stronger and stronger, and its aura was getting clearer and clearer. It was also preventing the incongruence Divine Mother from retrieving the sword. The immeasurable heavenly lord had decided to descend here with his true body. At this moment, as heavenly music lingered, the great Taoist Xian Du, who sat on the 9-colored lotus throne and had the 10 extremities crane cover, also appeared in the heavenly river basin. He was holding a zither with only 4 strings on it. The great Taoist Xian Du didn't pluck the strings. Instead, he held the zither and directly stepped into the jade door. At this moment, it was as if a shapeless force was plucking the strings of the zither. With a buzzing sound, the remaining string on the zither broke once again. As soon as this zither string broke, a ray of radiance rose from the broken zither, transforming into a massive 8 trigrams diagram. It directly stopped the process of the jade door turning from illusory to tangible. The jade radiance in the universe seemed to have frozen. The immortal ending sword that was about to disappear was also left behind. The incongruence Divine Mother immediately took the sword. The immortal exterminating 4 swords finally returned to the 3 clear lineages' hands. After entering the incongruence Divine Mother's hands, the immortal ending sword was still trembling. Jade radiance flowed on the surface of the sword. This sword was once refined by the immeasurable heavenly lord. At this moment, its owner was still the immeasurable heavenly lord. However, the incongruence Divine Mother's expression remained unchanged. As she took the immortal ending sword, she also took out another sword. It was the Qingping sword. After the prime clear numinous treasure Heavenly Lord's ancestor transcended, this sword fell into the incongruence Divine Mother's hands. In the past, when Gao Qingxian and the other roving Jade Seven opened up the roving Jade Heavens, they had borrowed the power of this sword. Unlike the immortal exterminating four swords, the Qingping sword was very special. It was difficult for the incongruence Divine Mother to use it as a weapon to defend against enemies. However, this sword had its own wonders. At this moment, it was put to use. The incongruence Divine Mother placed it together with the immortal ending sword. After being shown by the Qingping sword's sword radiance, the jade radiance on the immortal ending sword immediately began to fade. Fushi's remnant zither. At this moment, a voice sounded in the universe. It was distant and ethereal, and it was hard to tell whether it was male or female. It seemed to have come from the white jade door, but it also seemed to be ringing in everyone's ears. Its tone was calm and without any fluctuations. There are still 3 more strings. As the voice sounded, the solidified jade radiance began to glow with vitality again. The 8 trigrams diagram on the white jade door also began to become blurry. The jade door gradually became clear again. At the same time, Buddhist chanting suddenly sounded in the sky. The water of the heavenly river split apart, and Buddhist light shone. It was boundless and immeasurable, and it also descended. Chapter 1594. Under the majestic sound of Sanskrit, the light of Buddha illuminated the universe, and one green lotus after another arrived in the heavenly river. On the green lotus sat the Dipankara ancient Buddha, Mahasthamaprapta Bodhisattva, Buddha of sandalwood merit, victorious fighting Buddha, and many other Buddhist experts. It wasn't just the Buddhist experts who were searching for the awakened sky cosmos. A portion of the Buddhist Bantis who were on the other side of the battlefield with the demon race were also summoned back to participate in today's battle. It's really the Fushi zither. Did fellow Taoist Luya exchange it for you? Ancient Buddha Randang looked at the zither in great Taoist Master Xian Du's arms. There are still 3 zither strings. The Fushi zither was rumored to be the personal treasure of Emperor Shi, who was one of the 3 sovereigns in the Archean era, along with Emperor Hua and Emperor Dong. It was heavily damaged, and its whereabouts were unknown after the Archean era. Now that it had finally reappeared in the world, only 4 strings were left of the broken zither. Be it Tao Lord Luya or the great Taoist Master Xian Du, none of them could take the initiative to control the Fushi zither to fight against the enemy. However, when enduring the might of the Tao realm, it could be used to block a Tao ancestor for a moment. However, every time he used it, a string would break, until it was completely exhausted. Now, the great Taoist Master Xian Du had used that zither to temporarily stop the heavenly lord of the immeasurable from descending and help the goddess Wudong obtain the immortal slaying ancient sword. However, the Khanate Taiji diagram quickly dissipated. Clearly, it would only last for a moment. The immeasurable heavenly venerate continued to move. The white jade door flashed, and the second string of the Fushi zither in great Taoist Master Xian Du's arms began to tremble. But right at this moment, the jade gate suddenly shook violently. It was as if on the other side, the immeasurable heavenly lord himself was being disturbed and obstructed. That's good. Yan Zhaoge, the great Taoist Xian Du, and the others let out a sigh of relief. The one obstructing the heavenly lord of the immeasurable might very well be the future Buddha. The immeasurable heavenly lord had originally intended to stop pestering the future Buddha, directly abandoning that humanly essence stone fragment and allowing the future Buddha to refine it as he himself would descend here and take down Yan Zhaoge and the others as well as the immortal exterminating 4 swords. However, the future Buddha, who already knew of his scheme, temporarily put aside his own process of refining the humanly essence stone shards and turned around to attack the immeasurable heavenly lord, making it difficult for him to escape. The positions of both sides had been reversed. Yan Zhaoge, Yang Jian, and the others had purposely leaked the information about the immortal ending ancient sword being in the immortal court to the demon race and the blessed lands of the White Lotus. The demon race and the blessed lands of the White Lotus naturally wished to obtain the immortal extermination formation as well. Because of the immortal extinguishing sword, the immeasurable heavenly lord clearly had the advantage of striking first. The future Buddha would definitely not allow him to succeed. The two heretic Tao fathers were once more locked in a fierce, explosive contest. Of course, this didn't mean that the future Buddha or the Eastern monarch Tai were helping the orthodox Taoism. They were doing this for their own sake. Yan Zhaoge could easily guess that other than the Dipankara ancient Buddha and the other Buddhism bigwigs, the demon race great sages led by Taoist Luya had already arrived. The battle between the two heretic sects, which was already entangled with each other, became even more intense. In this battle, heroes had gathered, and powerful enemies were everywhere. However, for the direct disciples of the Tao sect, being able to maintain the battle at a level below the Tao realm was already a blessing in disguise, and it was difficult for them to ask for more. Even so, they would still face attacks from all sorts of powerful enemies. In fact, it was not impossible for the Tao ancestor to temporarily put aside their conflict and still attack them first. If they won this battle, it would be akin to a carp leaping through the dragon's gate, gaining boundless opportunities. If they lost, they might be completely annihilated, and Taoism's direct lineage's backbone would be completely shattered. Yan Zhaoge and the others were united. They could only fight. The North Ocean clone, Xue Fei, and Pan Pan simultaneously manifested their golden bodies of the great sage, and their demonic qi surged towards the skies. Suo Mingzhang, Yan Di, and the others also took the initiative to welcome the Western Paradise's Buddhas. However, at the same time, the heavenly river that everyone was in suddenly surged with numerous formation patterns, which flickered with radiance. The originally clear river water instantly turned dark yellow. At the same time, gusts of black winds blew by. Nine Bends Yellow River Formation. The Immortal Court's people didn't appear in large numbers like the Western Pure Land's Buddhist Bantis. Only the percussion Heavenly Lord appeared. He stood on a faraway star and didn't approach it. His silhouette disappeared within the black winds and yellow river along with the star. The Nine Bends Yellow River Formation here was created by the immeasurable Heavenly Lord. Only, the immeasurable Heavenly Lord had yet to personally descend. He was guided by the percussion Heavenly Lord. However, even so, Yan Zhaoge and the others could already feel its might. Even a grand Heavenly Lord had to be wary of it. Although there was no chaotic golden dipper, the seclusion immortal mantra and immortal bewitching pill personally refined by the Tao ancestor still managed to mesmerize everyone. What goes around comes around. Yan Zhaoge laughed at himself. However, he wasn't afraid. The incongruence Divine Mother's expression was calm. She was the only Taoism's grand heavenly immortal who wasn't prepared to make a move. She had a more important mission, which was to cleanse the immeasurable Heavenly Lord's traces within the immortal ending sword with the green duckweed sword's assistance. She handed the immortal slaughtering sword over to Yan Zhaoge and Gao Qingxian. This time, Yan Zhaoge and the others went all out. They risked the danger of the four ancient swords falling into the enemy's hands and brought all three swords with them. Gao Qingxian and her clone arrived together. Yan Zhaoge immediately started establishing the immortal extermination formation. After attaining the 5 Qis unifications, with his exquisite formation attainments and the assistance of Gao Qingxian and her clone, the three of them could establish the immortal extermination formation. Although the formation before them wasn't complete, its might was already extremely ferocious. When the incongruence Divine Mother successfully refined the immortal ending sword and gathered all 4 swords, the immortal extermination formation would be completed. By then, the tables would be turned. As the surging golden radiances surged, the ferocious sword intent engulfed the entire area. The illusory sword lights transformed into 4 doors, which stood at the 4 corners of the formation. The immortal extermination sword, immortal slaughtering sword, and immortal trapping sword hovered above 3 of the doors. White radiances condensed into the illusory immortal ending sword on the fourth door as well. Under the immortal extermination formation's presence, the destructive baleful chi continuously shook the nine bends yellow river formation formed by the surrounding heavenly river. Two formations that were infamous for several eras were set up at the same spot, causing a rare clash. One of them was set up by the Tao ancestor, and the other's infamy was missing a corner. Although the immortal extermination formation was set up as a backup, the number one slaughtering formation in history was too ferocious. The golden radiances and yellow mists it stirred continuously clashed against the black winds and yellow river. The immortal extermination formation's setup was affected by the nine bends yellow river formation, causing its progress to slow down. The four doors rose and fell unsteadily. The ancient swords hanging on the doors were also shaking, unable to exert any force. Similarly, the nine bends yellow river formation's power was dispersed by the immortal extermination formation, rendering it ineffective. The black winds blew and stopped, while the dark yellow river rose and fell. At this moment, the two sides continued to wrestle, causing the entire heavenly river to tremble. It was as if an enraged dragon was rampaging within the void's outskirts. Although the immortal extermination for swords had fallen into the hands of the Taoism lineage, the Dipankara ancient Buddha and the other Buddhism bigwigs didn't seem dejected or fearful. Instead, they all pounced towards the immortal extermination formation, which was unable to unleash its full might. The group of Taoism grand heavenly immortals didn't retreat and immediately went forward. The golden body of the great sage formed by Yen Zhaoge's North Ocean clone took the lead. He raised the Rui golden cudgel and struck towards the victorious fighting Buddha. Both sides were fighting for time. Within the heavenly river, a battle instantly broke out. Chapter 1595. Coward, take this. The demon monkey raised the Rui golden cudgel and slammed it towards the dignified Buddha. Ever since Yen Zhaoge wreaked havoc in the immortal court, the victorious Buddha fought the immortal court once again. The victorious fighting Buddha looked at the demon monkey, then at the Rui golden cudgel. His expression was calm. When he revealed his golden body, everyone was startled. His 18 arms held various treasures such as jade umbrella cover, flower jar, fish intestines, divine pestle, treasured phial, golden bell, golden bow, silver halberd, and banners. However, unlike before, the current victorious fighting Buddha's golden body didn't have the original 20 heads. Instead, it had 22. Losing the Rui golden cudgel in the past allowed him to let go of his past. While he lost his divine weapon, his cultivation improved. Everyone present was a top-notch figure, and they immediately understood what was going on. The victorious fighting Buddha's cultivation was learned from Grand Master Subhuti and the Buddha of Sandalwood Merit. Grand Master Subhuti was the Tathagata Buddha, who was also the Western sect's second sect master, Daoist Juanti. To the top-notch bigwig experts present, this information wasn't a secret anymore. In the past, when Daoist Juanti fought against others, he manifested a golden body with 24 heads and 18 arms. The current victorious fighting Buddha was clearly a step closer to Daoist Juanti's golden body. However, Yen Zhaoge's North Ocean clone's golden body of the great sage didn't care about it at all. Instead, he swung the Rui golden cudgel and slammed it down. The victorious fighting Buddha's 18 arms flipped around, attacking and defending. He blocked the demon monkey's attack and retaliated. After nearly 100 years of cultivation, his previous injuries had already recovered. Now, he was at his peak condition and had even improved. In the past, he could already suppress a single golden body of the great sage before his injuries had fully recovered. Now, he was even stronger. However, now that the Rui golden cudgel appeared in the demon monkey's hands, the situation had changed. The victorious fighting Buddha was clearer than anyone else about how ruthless and tyrannical this super weapon was. Although his injuries had recovered and his cultivation had improved, he was currently facing the monkey who was wielding the divine metal treasure. Instead, He was trying his best to delay Yan Zhaoge's golden body of the great sage. The battle between the two sides immediately became white-hot. They fought to the heavens and the earth, and it was like a wildfire. While Xue Fei and Pan Pan didn't have the Rui golden cudgel in their hands, they were still domineering and domineering. They could go against Grand Heavenly Realm Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, while they could sweep through a group of Grand Virtual Realm Buddhist Bantis, preventing them from getting close to Yan Zhaoge and the Immortal Extermination Formation. This time, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor was up against the Buddha of Sandalwood Merit. The Buddha opened his mouth and spouted a deluge of heavenly flowers. The Celestial Venerable raised his hand and summoned lightning. Golden, green, red. The lotus flowers materialized into a sea of flowers that engulfed the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. In the next moment, thunderclaps resounded in succession, shattering the lotus flowers. The Buddha of Sandalwood Merit said that the morning dew was like a bubble, breaking the eternal thunder. On the other hand, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor used the Grand Illusory Spatial Lightning to nullify his opponent's Lotus Blossoming Steps evasion technique. Both sides fought back and forth, fighting to their heart's content. With the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud above his head and saber in hand, Yen Di directly faced off against a Buddha who had already attained the Great Heavenly Buddha fruit. This Buddha was one of the 35 Buddhas of the Central Blessed Lands of Saha, the Virtuous Splendor Buddha. When the Central Blessed Lands of Saha split apart, a large number of Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, Arhats, and Unveiling Buddhas perished because of the future Buddha. Most of them left the Western Pure Lands, and the Virtuous Splendor Buddha was one of them. This Buddha's body was golden in color. His right thumb and index finger were intertwined and placed on his right knee. His left hand was forming a Dharma seal, and he was chanting the Buddha's name. His fingers formed a flower-pinching gesture and pointed towards Yen Di. However, the profound Buddhist arts were obstructed by the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud above Yen Di's head. Layers of clouds that resembled a chaotic nebula whose boundaries couldn't be discerned rumbled like a blooming lotus, dispelling the Virtuous Splendor Buddha's attack. Yen Di slashed with his saber, breaking through the layers of Buddha lights and slashed towards the Virtuous Splendor Buddha's golden body. While Grand Virtual Realm experts couldn't harm a Grand Heavenly Realm expert, the tyrannical and unrestrained attacks caused the Virtuous Splendor Buddha to stop in his tracks, making it hard for him to advance. Yen Di remained expressionless. He turned around and slashed towards another bodhisattva equivalent to Taoism's Grand Virtual Realm, severing one of his arms. The Virtuous Splendor Buddha wanted to stop him. However, he discovered that Yen Di couldn't do anything to him. As a Grand Heavenly Realm expert, he couldn't even break through the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud above Yen Di's head. He wanted to let Yen Di go to the Immortal Extermination Formation. However, Yen Di immediately slashed with his saber, obstructing the Virtuous Splendor Buddha's path, preventing him from taking another step forward. The Great Strength Bodhisattva frowned slightly upon seeing this. As he waved his palm, boundless Buddha lights filled the heavens and earth like a sea of white flames. However, before the Great Strength Bodhisattva's Buddha lights could descend, a vast land appeared between him and Yen Di. The Buddha lights covered the land, illuminating the world above without a hint of darkness. However, it couldn't penetrate through the land and illuminate the space below. A woman dressed in luxurious clothes appeared before the Great Strength Bodhisattva and said, "We meet again. Please guide me, Bodhisattva." Earth Queen. The Great Strength Bodhisattva inhaled deeply and clasped his palms together. Under the illumination of the Buddha lights, the land was scorched, and the radiance grew more intense. The woman dressed in luxurious clothes had a calm expression on her face. She blocked the Great Strength Bodhisattva's attack unhurriedly. Beneath them, the two great formations were clashing. The scales of victory were slowly but surely tilting towards the Immortal Extermination Formation. Yen Zhaoge's familiarity with the Nine Bends Yellow River Formation slowly came into use. Since the immeasurable Heavenly Lord wasn't here personally, while Yen Zhaoge couldn't break through the Nine Bends Yellow River Formation for the time being, he became more and more confident as time passed. The incongruence Divine Mother was refining the immortal ending sword. If she didn't refine the immortal ending sword, she wouldn't be able to leave with it. On the other hand, as long as she could completely refine the ancient sword and get rid of the immeasurable Heavenly Lord's imprint, Orthodox Taoism would be able to claim the sword for themselves. They would be able to leave and fight whenever they wanted. At that time, the dragon would return to the ocean, and the tiger would return to the mountains. What they were fighting for was this bit of time. The Taoism cultivators only had to block the enemy's attacks. Of course, other than the Buddhists, the demon race was also hiding by the side, waiting to reap the benefits. As such, while Yan Zhaoge and the others were fighting against the Buddhists, they were also constantly on guard against the demon race. The great Taoist Xian Du hugged the Fushi zither and stood quietly by the side. While the Fushi zither couldn't be used to attack, the Taoism Heavenly Lord himself wasn't to be underestimated. Taoist Xian Du, you finally stepped into the mortal realm. The Dipankara ancient Buddha looked at him and said slowly. This tribulation has too many implications. I had no choice but to come. The great Taoist Xian Du answered calmly. Before the Dipankara ancient Buddha could say anything else, flames suddenly surged in front of him. In this battle, the immortal ending sword's problem had determined that Taoism had to defend themselves. However, there were still people who took the initiative. For example, Soa Mingzhang, who appeared in front of the Dipankara ancient Buddha. The short-haired man strode forward and crossed the void. He took the initiative to challenge the strongest expert in the enemy's camp. August Flying Eagles said. Chapter 1596. The ancient Buddha Randang had a calm expression. His gaze shifted from the great Taoist master Xian Du to Soa Mingzhang. Please advise me, Soa Mingzhang said simply without waiting for Dipankara ancient Buddha to speak. Then, a burning fist punched toward the ancient Buddha in the world. Dipankara ancient Buddha stretched out a palm and blocked Soa Mingzhang's fist. As the two sides collided, an extremely heavy feeling leaked out, distorting the space and time of the universe. Even though there was only a section of the heavenly river in front of him, it was still extremely heavy. Countless stars flowed and floated within. But at this moment, when Soa Mingzhang and the Dipankara ancient Buddha exchanged blows, it actually caused the galaxy in front of them to tremble. Due to the influence of the Yellow River of Nine Bends formation, the river water had turned dark and murky, but for a moment, at the spot where the two had exchanged blows, the river water actually became clear again. If one were to look from outside the heavenly river, they would see that the long river, which resembled an angry dragon, suddenly trembled and bent violently, as if it was about to be cut in half. Although the Yellow River of the Nine Bends was disturbed by the immortal extermination formation and its transformations were restricted, the power contained within was still astonishing. The terrifying battle between the two grand heavenly realm experts had almost pierced through the formation. The younger generation will surpass us in time, the Dipankara ancient Buddha said slowly. In the perfect Buddha's light behind his head, a lamp was lit up. As the candlelight swayed, two more lights suddenly appeared next to this one. 3 bright lamps, one purple, one gold, and one gray, stood side by side in the perfect Buddha light behind the head of the Dipankara ancient Buddha. Among them, the golden lamp grew brighter and brighter, illuminating the entire universe. The ancient Dipankara Buddha shone brightly, even more dazzling than the Mahasthamaprapta Bodhisattva. Under the illumination of the Buddha's light, it was as if there were tongues of fire constantly spitting out. The golden flames covered the sky and the earth, filling the universe. His hand, which was holding Soa Mingzhang's fist, became even more powerful. An ocean-like wave of flames swept from all directions and surged towards Soa Mingzhang. Even the crimson flames around Soa Mingzhang's body were ignited by the golden flames, as if they were going to become fuel for the flames. Soa Mingzhang showed no fear on his face as he displayed the profundity of the sky-severing book. There seemed to be an impenetrable invisible barrier erected around him. The boundless flames that filled the entire universe disappeared without a trace the moment they arrived in front of Sua Mingzhang. There was no intense collision, no weakening from strong to weak. Everything came to a halt in an instant, from being to nothing. It was as if the world had been forcefully divided into two halves. One side was stormy, the other was clear and boundless. Sua Mingzhang slowly raised his other left hand and clenched it into a fist as well. As he did this, the stars that had been hidden in the Milky Way rushed out of the river. Then, Sua Mingzhang swung his fist forward, and countless real stars gathered together. Under the guidance of Sua Mingzhang's left fist, they turned into a destructive torrent and hit the Dipankara ancient Buddha. Countless heavenly flames of the stars were compressed, collapsed, expanded, and exploded. They forcefully opened up a path in the pure golden sea of light, and their target was the ancient Dipankara Buddha. The Buddha, Sect Head Emperor Masters Yu Head Master, D Buddha Tian Yang Li Sect, and Buddha, Ancient Buddha, Anta Master. Buddha, Hu Tian Buddha Sect Tian Tian Sect On. Chen, Sect, Yang, Master, Buddha, Yu, Buddha, Buddha, Yang, and Buddha, Buddha. The stars fell like rain, and Sua Mingzhang's left fist was hidden behind it. It was difficult to know its specific location. In the perfect Buddha light behind the head of the ancient Randeng Buddha, another purple flame lamp beside the golden lamp became even brighter. Between his eyes, there were also purple flames leaping about, outlining all sorts of karma in the world, deducing countless things in an instant. Thousands of things in the world seemed to have established a connection in the purple line of fire. There were veins that could be found, and they were displayed in front of the ancient Dipankara Buddha. However, when the purple line of fire extended to a certain range, it was suddenly cut off. The invisible barrier appeared once again, severing the purple line of fire without any reason. Sua Mingzhang's left fist was still unpredictable. It rolled up a storm of meteors and landed on the Dipankara ancient Buddha. The ancient Buddha shook his head slightly and retreated. However, Sua Mingzhang's previous right fist changed again. The resplendent starry heavenly flame, Yang Yen, disappeared at this moment, leaving behind only a lonely and cold universe. In this terrifying universe, it was as if the Dipankara ancient Buddha was the only one left. The heat in the cold void disappeared, and it was difficult for new life and things to be born. It was like an eternal grave, burying everything, and even the hope of new life was cut off. It was not the devouring and absorption force like the collapse of the chaotic whole, but the ancient Dipankara Buddha felt that he was trapped here, and it was difficult to leave. The dark void was endless, and the border seemed to be constantly retreating, but he was also moving along the cold border. It was as if he was escaping from the center of the darkness, but it was endless, as if he was sinking deeper and deeper. The ancient Dipankara Buddha frowned and simply stopped, no longer trying to retreat. The golden light in the perfect Buddha light behind his head shone brightly and rose to the peak. The endless golden flame of Buddha light covered the sky and the earth, constantly expanding in all directions, filling up the dark and empty universe in front of him. There was finally some temperature in the void, but soon, the golden flame was broken. Sua Mingzhang's left fist finally reappeared. Moreover, it was already within reach of the Dipankara ancient Buddha. The mysterious power of the sky-severing book was not only used for defense, but also for offense. Sua Mingzhang's left fist was invincible, and the defensive force around the ancient Dipankara Buddha was silently disintegrated layer by layer. The ancient and powerful golden body of Buddha lost its luster when Sua Mingzhang's fist approached, like a clay puppet or a wooden sculpture, decayed and fragile. Cultivating the original beginning in reverse, what an anomaly. The ancient Dipankara Buddha looked at Sua Mingzhang quietly. Above his head, a five-colored light suddenly appeared, dazzling and captivating. An extremely heavy power suddenly manifested, not only suppressing the real world, but also suppressing people's spirits, causing them to be paralyzed and unable to move. Under the sky-severing book, Sua Mingzhang opened his eyes and saw many pearls hanging above the ancient Dipankara Buddha's head, falling one after another. Some pearls smashed on Sua Mingzhang's arm, preventing his left fist from moving forward, and some simply smashed towards him. A single pearl was like a layer of heaven, a universe of its own. The most precious treasure, the sea-calming pearl. Suo Mingzhang did not care about one pearl. But at this moment, the 24 sea-calming pearls smashed down one after another, as if it had the power to overturn the universe. The power of the 9 Yellow River Formation and the Immortal Slaying Formation was not fully exerted, so even the Heavenly River was about to be cut off by the 24 sea-calming pearls. Suo Mingzhang temporarily stopped, punched with both fists, and broke the sea-calming pearls one after another. The ancient Dipankara Buddha took this opportunity to retreat. On the battlefield, the others were also surprised. Since fighting the Emu demon, the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles, and the Vajra Unbreakable Buddha, Suo Mingzhang rarely appeared in the world for nearly 100 years. However, he amazed the world with a single brilliant feat. After many years, Suo Mingzhang fought head-on against the Dipankara Ancient Buddha and shocked the world again. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.